All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what will be a very long stream. I can...
Does somebody have the stream on in the background?
Let me just test something. Yes. All right, I think I'm good. I was having some audio issue, I think, because I was hearing myself in the background, and I lost track of everything for a second there, but I'm good. Anyway, I'm Ram. These are the straight shots. Luke, Ty, and Peter are here. And we are heading to the bottom of the first in the Mets game, if I'm not mistaken, right?
We are.
That is correct.
You're not wrong.
Excellent. So for anyone who's joining along here, we're going to just do a watch along to the Mets game. And then if you are part of the CBL people, you're going to have to tolerate us until the end of this Mets game, because our 128 team fantasy league won't have results decided until the game is over anyway. So you might as well come along for the ride and hang out with us. And if you're just here for the Mets, I don't know why, but you know, me and Peter will do our best to talk about the Mets game, but Ty and Luke are also watching along. So we've got a lot of content for tonight. We've got some people already here with us.
Hello, people. Let's go, Mets.
Hi, Chris.
It's actually just Chris, but
makes sense.
And
It is the Giants game.
This is the Giants game. The Mets have to be playing us. I would have thought about that, except for the time that I traded Logan Webb for David Peterson, and everyone said to me, "Ram, you're an idiot. Ram, that'll only hurt you." And Ram, if you kept Logan Webb over David Peterson, you'd be eliminated in the playoffs this week. Wait, what? I don't know how that works out, but I don't know. This Logan Webb David Peterson argument seemed to have figured out itself.
You could say Logan Webb. You just got DP'd.
But I honestly, the funniest thing in the world is that it worked out that way. For anyone who is not aware and is listening from any kind of external platform, David Peterson and Logan Webb were traded as part of a deal. It's more complicated than that, but I got a lot of flack for it because I was told they were nowhere near comparatively the same fantasy pitchers. And if I had held on to Logan Webb, I would have lost this week definitively, amusingly. And David Peterson seems to have gotten me the victory. We'll see how that works out in a bit. But
hey, Ren, I have a question.
Shoot.
What did David Peterson do the next start after you traded for him?
Complete game shutout.
Oh, that's pretty sick.
If there was anyone who clearly cares about making sure that I don't look stupid on stream, it's David Peterson. Like, there is no, I cannot express to the extent the amount that I respect David Peterson, who has no idea I exist, but has saved my online reputation with aplomb so well. I absolutely love that. So I'm really glad for that much, but it's nice to see the Mets out in San Francisco. I absolutely love their stadium. I think outside of PNC, it might be the nicest baseball park out there, and that's just like a personal thing. That's not like I'm looking to fight with anybody. I think PNC and Oracle are like some of the nicest baseball views that you can get in the league right now. PNC is just beautiful. I'm also biased to like waterfront and all that, so that's where that comes in.
No, I mean, San Francisco, I feel like it's objectively a beautiful park. And it's, you know, with the whole cove out there, it's so unique. I don't think you're saying anything outlandish.
If you guys had to watch a game in over there, where would you watch the game? Would you want to be on the water? Would you want to be at the top of like the cove seating? Do you want a regular seat? Like, what's your prerogative if you got to make that decision?
I want to sit right beside the water, right on the top. Honestly, in fact, put me in a kayak. I don't even need to watch the game.
They do have a TV
in my spot. Is right in the kayak.
Well, they do have a TV out there, so you can watch the game.
Did you? I don't know if you saw before the game. I think they have like one of the boats with like a hot tub on the water as well right now. Yeah, like they've advanced their technology. They have a hot tub and a TV on the water out there. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that's one of those bucket list things for me as a baseball fan. Like just go out there in the kayak and watch the game and see if we can row over and catch a home run or something like that.
Honestly, with the hot tub situation, you could watch a game in September or April in the water and probably be warmer. I guess you're in California, I guess, but like still, California nights can get pretty cold in the springs. You'd probably be having a good time in the water as long as you can get in the hot tub. Raffy Devers looked pissed off after that line out.
Oh no.
He was not happy. But he looked happier. He looked happier there than any game he played in Boston this season. So that's a plus.
Well, as now the with the inning over, we're gonna switch over to a new score bug. Take a look at this technology, folks.
Oh, the inning's over. I'm behind.
And so I am slightly ahead then, but I'll adjust myself. But yeah, the look at this. Like, first off, beautiful camaraderie here, right? Because we've got a Giants fan and they're hanging out there in the hot tub on the
5 feet apart because they're not friends.
Good Vine reference.
I love that.
Thank
Jesse,
you.
by the way, one of our resident Giants fans saying, I've been to 3 games, third base side, first base side, left field by the glove. I enjoyed the left field crowd and atmosphere way more. The whole park is beautiful. Yeah, I do. It, honest to God, seems like a beautiful environment and ballpark, and Giants fans have seen a lot of good baseball over the years over there, so I get it. They're happy people. I would love to just go hang out, spend a day. Like, if I went to see a Giants game, I think I'd want to go to, like, 2 games back-to-back. So, like, one game I could kind of just blow walking around, like, doing the dumb things and be all touristy, and the other game I would kind of just sit and enjoy it. It's one of the ballparks that I hold in high regard.
See, I love going to ball games, but I'm always torn between getting so blackout drunk that I'm just there to vibe and yell and be a part of like a community of things. And then other times I'm like, no one speak to me. I need to mark down every pitch, the speed, pitch type, who did what the shift is like. And so people either love going to games with me or won't go to games with me. And I will go to full series by myself. I've done that more than once. Just keep showing back up. Rogers Center tickets are like $20 for the top floor, and I just drink beer and yell.
There's a section in Rogers where you can, like, a hotel is connected to the stadium, right?
Yes, that's one of my life goals. Yes.
I would love to, because I saw someone post a photo once of like, oh yeah, my hotel room, and you can just see the Jays play. Yeah. And I think that's sick. I love that dumb idea. That's great. Whoever thought that up, I think is very fun.
You will notice in when the games are on, the cameras don't tend to pan that far because they're not going to be liable for what's in the window. We just stick to the ground level. But it is a good time. And they also have the flight deck at center field, which is like right in between the first and second bowls. You can buy a ticket for anywhere in the stadium, and then you can just go stand there, and it's like first come access to the bar. It's like right in center field. I've had the Teoscar Hernandez home run almost hit me in the face. Again, drinking, not paying attention. But it's awesome. Like, I'll go buy a $20 ticket to sit in the bleeds and then just go stand and hang out down there for the whole game. It's awesome.
So are you saying there have been incidents where people have put things up on the windows of the hotels that shouldn't be shown at a baseball game?
You could call them things, call them people, call them whatever you want to call them. But yeah, oftentimes it's not PG to look at those windows during games.
I wish I had like the wrestling gif of R-Truth and just going like, that's not PG. But
I don't know if you remember one from last year, Bowden Francis' almost no-hitter against the Mets when Lindor hit that home run. One of the immediately after the home run, SNY showed a fan was there with an OMG sign in the window. That was kind of sick. So you're talking about the hotel in the window. I'm like, yeah, that was pretty cool.
It's one of my dreams to stay there for an evening. I'm trying to go to the Cubs game on the 14th, my birthday. PCA. Won't be
happy almost birthday.
Thank you. I'm turning old. don't want to talk about it.
It's okay. We have another birthday coming up literally right next to you on the pod in a couple of days. So,
Luke? Is it your birthday?
No, it's not my birthday.
it will be Luke's
And in
birthday
fact, will
soon,
be
yes.
his birthday.
It won't. It's not happening. I'm actually skipping this year. It's not. Yeah.
What are you
Does that
29?
mean-
Is that why?
Hmm.
How old are you turning?
I'm turning an age between 0 and 52.
So you're 29 right now. Because I was just there, actually. I'm turning the year after the year between that and this one, and I'm not looking to talk
I love
about
how complicated the two of you need to make this, by the way.
Can we get just a happy birthday shout out in the chat for Luke and Ty?
Happy
Appreciate
birthday. F's in the
Don't
chat
do it.
for F's in the chat for one of them.
I did sell myself out yesterday. Yesterday talking about all the great 1994 movies and stuff. I aged my. Am I the oldest one on pod right now? I don't know
No,
how
you
old
are not.
you two
I can
are.
promise you that you're not. That much I'll say.
Thank God.
Wow.
Wait,
Looks like
Luke,
we've
real
got
talk
some-
though. You're turning 29, right?
Yeah, 29 this year. The big 2-9.
Honestly,
We're-
I have this theory that certain ages, even though they're older than different ages, they're not as like old, like in your heart. Like 16 is the oldest you'll ever be in your whole life, and then you turn 17, you're like, dude, I am a child. The world is my oyster. I have no problems. And the same thing for like, I found 21 to be like a free for all. I had no thoughts about my age, and then 22 hit, and I was like, oh no, this is not good. And I'm gonna be honest, 29 sucked ass. I hated being 29.
Speaking
so
of
bad.
age is just a number, by the way. Starling Marte, who's been hot as shit, just singled.
Yeah,
And
sure did.
I appreciate the fact that, he's kind of really got that veteran aura about him where there's trade rumors about him and things like that. And he's just showing up doing his damn job and not really buying into any of that bullshit. I respect it. Really come to like him.
He's
I
a
know that
vibes
he-
hire. He's a
Brett
personality hire.
Beatty right now.
Brett Beatty's up, and I'm not expecting much, but
You never do.
Oh, I like these Giants hats. Throwbacks.
crazy that they're able to get
bullpen.
away with the bullpen game on Sunday Night Baseball, by the way. Like,
After trading away a starter and then sending another one down to the minors. Like really great baseballing guys. Buster Posey, you're a genius.
Verlander got his first win this week. Which is
Hey,
sweet.
listen, don't laugh at the old stuff. The only reason that if I do
I don't like
advance
Justin
to
Verlander.
at the CBL, if I advance, is because Max Scherzer, in all of his 64-year-old greatness, pitched a gem today.
He did. Yeah. He made one mistake all game, and it just happened to be the game-winning mistake.
I can't wait for Beatty to strike out live while Peter has to watch it.
1, 2.
That was a ball. That last pitch, that was the ball. Just so we're all clear.
Check.
Was that last
strikeout would be
No, that was a
swung-
ball.
he
Was
swung
that last
it.
pitch a ball? I wasn't clear on it, Peter. Could you expand on that?
yeah. So there's a strike zone on
Yeah.
the TV. You see a little square. It was outside of that box. So
You know
that
what's funny
strikeout
is-
is fake and doesn't count.
That was a strike. Are you talking about the 1-1 pitch? Because I think I'm about 10 seconds behind you all.
Yeah, the 1-1 pitch.
No, I'm ahead of all of you now, and I'm just laughing because
ESPN said it was a strike.
it was not. Peter's right about that one. That probably wasn't a strike. But then he swung at a ball because
Because he sucks.
Oh, because the umpire is now unreliable. You cannot, you see how anything close. You gotta-
I was just finishing your sentence, Ram. My bad.
You gotta.
I don't
you
think
gotta,
he sucks.
I appreciate you, Luke. You guys got to find somebody that loves you as much as Peter loves making excuses for Brett Beatty. I think it's really special. Like, and I think that sells you really well, Peter. That if you're not, I don't know if you're involved in a relationship or anything, but if you're not and you need me to sell you, it's really easy to sell you. The loyalty as a Mets fan, the willing to go on a cliff to make up excuses and defend somebody with such fervor and desire and happiness. I think it's special. I think it makes you a special person. Much like Luke's jawline makes him a special man.
Facts.
It's right.
He's only got a couple more years of that, though, before it starts getting lost to the gullet.
You know what's funny about that?
From personal experience, once you hit 30, everything just starts going downhill. So,
he's more comfortable with that comment than my comment, because when I say really nice things about his jawline, he shuts up like he's stunned. And then you turn around and you're like, don't worry, it's gonna look bad. And he's like, yes, thank you.
Please.
He's like, bring me back into the conversation.
I just want to be the punching bag. Like, stop being nice to me. Like, just please beat me up like high school all over again.
Cutting glass, by the way. We got the a jawline that cuts glass. It's so sharp it cuts glass. I think that's pretty special.
It is special.
I think we've got a good thing going here. You know, like Chris is watching from the side, but we've got, the Ram of the straight shots thing is working. You know, Luke's the Adonis. He's like the sex appeal, right? Like Ty's baseball sexual. So he's got the baseball encyclopedia stats and things like that. Very passionate, right?
I'm just here.
Peter can be like the angry Italian guy. Like, we got a whole dynamic.
Well, that's
going.
a stereotype, Ram. Okay, that's disgusting.
I'm the token guy with melanin in his skin on the pod. We're good. It's okay. I got a great thing going here. I love it.
DEI game right now.
You're our D.
Hey, I'm DEI too. I'm DEI as well. Not just Ram.
Sure, you are a foreigner. You are a foreigner to the scene.
I'm the D in disability.
Just wait until I hop one and ruin the vibes. I know you meant hop on, but if you learn to spell, that would be great. We would love to. Thank God it's a talking podcast and not a spelling contest. But moving on.
I need a big Chapman game today, guys. I need a big Matty Chapman game. Yeah, my money league right now. I'm playing this. I'm second. I'm playing the third. Seed.
Your money league, as if CBL is not a money league.
Homie, I'm not even in that league. Like, I haven't been in that league since draft.
How are you looking in CBL right now?
I'm looking like I only have enough players to roster an active roster, so I don't check it much. To be honest with you, I let it ride.
Chris is drinking, driving, and watching the pod, by the way. I appreciate that he's watching us. But...
He's watching us while driving and drinking.
Yeah, that's
a strike that was called a ball, guys. Look at this very good umpire. Very credible.
That was a strike. That last one.
I'll tell you guys my thoughts in like 20 seconds.
That also wasn't a strike, but at least he's consistent about it. So, that's fair. That's the strike zone he's calling.
That was definitely a strike. That was definitely a strike. I don't know what they're talking about.
That was a strike.
That was 100% a strike.
That was not a strike on the whatever thing.
Ram, he's a pitch behind. He's a pitch behind.
The 3-2 pitch was the looking pitch was a strike. It was 2-2 or 3-2. But
the 1-2 pitch was more a strike than the 2-2 pitch.
I'm watching on the
that could have been that actually could have been a strike.
The third pitch, the strikeout pitch, it said was a strike. It just grazed the bottom of the strike zone.
I got nothing on that, and I got pitch 4 grazing the strike zone significantly. So we got a fun strike zone going on here.
Oh, Francisco Alvarez called strike before demotion, 37%, in AAA 49%, and since called back up, 44%. So he's getting better. He's getting back to where it was.
How long do we think Senga's going to pitch for?
5 innings.
Yeah.
I'd like 6. I want a quality start.
I'd like 6 too.
My
if you're
a win in CBL.
If you're a Mets pitcher not named David Peterson, you go 5. That's the rule apparently this year.
Well, really Clay Holmes is a 5 innings merchant. That's kind of what he's doing right now, which is fine. Canning was showing a little more longevity before the fact that he went down, bad.
But that was gross, dude.
God rest his soul.
That was
Canning's gone for a year plus because it was Achilles, I believe, right?
Yeah.
I've seen more Achilles injuries in the Big Four sports in the last year and a half than I think I've ever seen.
We are testing the human body in ways that
basketball right now too is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2 major ones in basketball. You had Griffin Canning and you had some scumbag that plays football.
This umpire is struggling today.
How do we feel about Heliot Ramos?
I am not moved.
Yeah, I was higher on him at the end of last year. I'm feeling very take him or leave him right now. I just made a trade in my main league that I'm competing in. Ramos, Beck, and a second rounder for Glaber, Giolito, and Bellinger. I think I won that outright.
Yes, that
I
sounds
was
like you
going to
won
be
that outright.
dropping Jordan Beck either way. So he actually said, "Actually, do you mind if I have him? I don't have to if you don't want me to." And I said, "Please, yes, please, go for it, no problem." And then Glaber hit the 3-run shot today. So.
Speaking of Glaber Torres and Glaber Torres' former team, thank you, Luke, for finally having your team win a game. The one time I root for you guys, to lose a series. And on top of that, you trade for
former Met Ahmed Rosario,
which is depressing.
Former Met Dominic Smith singles here. I think I'm ahead of you guys, right?
Yeah,
I'm on that too. I got that.
I'm okay with it. He's going to third. That's not ideal.
Yeah, first to third over there. We need a double play here with
hit and run.
Patrick Bailey coming in. The bottom half of their lineup is a little rough there with Bailey, and I think it's Wisely is second. Yeah.
We got an inside the park threat up right now. Put some respect on his name.
I don't know. I don't remember when the Giants acquired Dominic Smith. I'm not going to lie to you.
Didn't the Yankees have him for a little bit, and they dropped him up, brought him back down a few times?
After they ditched Lamont Wade, I think.
Lamont Wade's on the Angels right now, right?
Yeah. Yes. I think it was the day after they dumped Lamont Wade that they signed on.
Remember when people thought he was going to be good?
Yeah, he was a Dominic Smith for a while, wasn't he?
Honestly, both.
Listen,
Lamont Wade and Dominic Smith.
Dominic Smith post sleep apnea being fixed was a menace for a bit. It was that COVID year. He was really good, and his metrics look good. And then I don't know what happened, if he just got overexposed or something, but I liked him. I mean, obviously he was a Met and he came up as a prospect, so I really liked him as a person. Was rooting for him, but no dice there with Dom Smith. They've got a lot of guys over there that, I mean, Matt Gage has spent time with us, but and obviously Wilmer Flores, Dominic Smith, right? These are guys that are familiar to the Mets fans.
I still hold Wilmer Flores dear in my heart.
Jesse confirming that they did pick up Smith when they went ahead and sent Wade off. That makes sense.
Honestly, the first month and a half of the year, Wilmer Flores was the best player in baseball. That was crazy.
He was on an absolute tear for a bit, and I think he had a ridiculous game.
Yeah, he walked off. He had a grand slam and a walk off, and at that point, he had the most walk off RBIs since 2015 of any player in baseball, or some crazy stat line like that.
Yes.
Yeah, it makes sense. He holds the record still for the most walk-off hits in Mets history.
Crazy.
He was clutch.
He is a clutch hitter, period, I think. I think Giants fans would agree as well. They've come to like him.
As they should. He's a very likable guy.
Yeah, puts together good at bat.
He might be the only guy slower than Mark Vientos. I feel like that's not man. That him getting thrown out at second was wow, you are. I forgot how slow you are.
I think the White Sox
chatting
with the Mets about Vientos for Lubov.
Yes, they wanted Vientos. His forkball is biting today. By the way, that was nasty. I don't know how I feel about the Vientos thing for Lubov, because the Mets obviously have an overabundance of infielders, right? But Vientos is probably the guy with the brightest potential of that group of guys. I know that Mauricio is the top prospect, but I just think that Vientos is the guy that could put it together the most out of him, Acuna, Beatty. And so with those guys, those four, one of them does kind of have to go for a center fielder, hypothetically, because you can't be running McNeil out in center field all the time. That's what they're doing today.
I mean, you do have a center fielder in the minors. I will throw that out there.
Multiple, arguably, because Gilbert and Jett could arguably both play center field, but you still have a surplus of infielders that you want to deal with, right? And you want to send one of those out, maybe for another reliever, sure. I don't know if they think they can get more out of Lubov, because considering he's got 20 million club options, he's kind of a rental. He's not really a guy that you're keeping for all that time. As we get to 1 and 2
and
here.
Do I really want to trade Vientos for 1 year. Vientos has what, 4 more years left on his deal, his current deal. Do I really want to give up 4 years of Vientos for 1 year of a guy that currently has one of the worst OPSs?
Ball. Beautiful ball again. What an animal.
He sat today's game with groin injury, so I don't know if that's a good idea right now either.
Senga is on his game today in case I needed him to finish up my CBL fantasy matchup.
I will say, since the All-Star break, the White Sox have been really good. And Luis Robert has been getting hits. He's got hits in every single game except the 27th since we've come back from break. So
I think the talent is there. Bad.
Yeah, he's got like three multi-hit games. He's walked a number of times. He's been stealing bags at a pretty good clip. He's got almost 30 steals. He's having a better year than Michael Harris.
Well, so am I.
That's true. He's had a good week though. Michael Harris had a good week.
Michael Harris did actually look pretty decent as of recent.
Yeah.
Luke, were there any of the CBL matchups that you wanted to throw up as images or stuff as we go alongside here, or are any of them affected by this game right now? It's okay if you don't have them available right now. I'm just curious.
No, yeah. Give me like 10 minutes. Maybe we'll do after the 4th inning.
Yeah, that's fine. No, it's perfectly fine. You just shoot me a message when, because I remember you talked about it, and I like the graphics you made, so I don't want to leave you out to dry here.
Yeah,
Peter, you look like Team Rocket member.
Well, I got my Mets hat from we're talking about the Mets, and I got my Rutgers hat from we're talking about CBL. So we're good to go.
Team Rocket hat on. Catch balls.
I love Team Rocket.
It's Rocket.
Nobody loves Team Rocket.
I love Team Rocket.
Whoa. Team Rocket is the best villain team out of all of Pokemon. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Oh, I love Team Valor. Oh, they would flood the earth or the more ground, whatever.
I love the that was Gen 3. I very much enjoyed the Team Magma versus Team Aqua thing. Like, we're going to flood the earth or we're going to make it all land. And I'm like, wow, both of you actually suck. Never mind. This is kind of funny.
No. I listen, I'm a Gen 1 guy. All right. So Team Rocket's the best.
Team Rocket is the bad guy.
Okay, so you can't like the bad guy. I root for DBU. You can't root for the bad guy.
DBU is not the bad guy.
Don't bring DBU into this.
Listen, the way some people talk about him in the CBL league, he might be the bad guy.
Our soon to be on the podcast, driving and listening to this, Chris Cardona might be the bad guy for all.
Oh, he's definitely the bad guy. Yeah,
he is definitely the bad guy. Actually, sorry. He is the second bad guy in the league, and he is associated with the bad guy in the league. So,
is that a hoverboard? No, okay,
this guy's ripping on his foil right now.
That's sick.
He looks so cool.
That's the best seat in the house right there.
Yeah.
This guy's cooler than me. I'm actually upset, so I'm not going to discuss him.
All right,
that's not fair.
Come on.
So we're good there. We've got most of the CBL matchups are just about wrapped up, which is crazy. It's been a fun first week over there. We're looking like we're going to see some upsets when it comes down to it, too. So that'll be fun to talk about when the Mets game is over. Or the Giants game, as Jesse says, to be nice.
This guy's got the longest legs. Holy cow. Spencer Bibbins or whatever his name is.
I kind of thought the TV out there would be a little bit bigger. It looks kind of small.
All right, Albie. Sorry, Luke. I forget you're behind.
Me too, apparently.
ESPN
stream seems to be lagging.
Man, I wish Patrick Bailey was a better hitter because, I want to really, really like him. But
I rostered Patrick Bailey going into CBL this year, hoping that he would show league average offense and things like that because he's a smart receiver. And look, the Giants have a good history of catchers being cool over there. Joey Bart didn't work out with them, but obviously Buster Posey was doing it for a long time. Looks like Mauricio's got a hold of this one too. And looks like we've got some action cooking in the land of the Mets.
You're ahead of me now, Ram. I'm on the 0-1 pitch right here. Okay,
Should only be one pitch behind me, I would say.
I'm looking at a split screen here. Oh, did my screen? No, it didn't. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, I just got to Ronnie's hit.
He's huge, eh?
Yeah, he is a specimen.
You threw in an A and Luke activated over there. He was like, "There's the Canadian." He was so excited to hear that. I thought that was sweet.
Did you guys really not say that?
Like the A thing?
How do you like exclaim? How do you be like call for like just like here's something I'm gonna say into the world with no direct target? Like that's kind of what we use it for. It'd be like,
did you
hey, what are you doing later, eh?
You ever see the that SpongeBob episode about like sentence enhancers?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I'm you guys have a good sentence enhancer in A. It's like nice and neutral and okay. I'm from New York, so mine tend to be like fuck, dead ass and things like that. So like those are my
it depends on where you go in Canada. Like Toronto has its complete own language. The people who speak in Toronto do not sound I'm just outside of Toronto. They don't sound like Canadians. They sound like if you put Drake in a blender. It is bad.
I don't Drake in a blender is an all-timer, by the way.
I don't understand them. Like it's like Jamaican patois mixed with like Southern Creole, French.
I got Caribbean family in like Markham and that area and stuff like that. And dude, it is just it's fun because they have their own dialect and it is very entertaining for me.
The first time I heard somebody say "nice your beak," I had no idea what was going on.
What's up, Peter?
I was going to let Chris know that Nimmo hit into a fielder's choice since he
rosters
Brandon Nimmo, and gets mad at me whenever I don't tell him updates.
He's winning his game anyway. He doesn't need anything more from Nimmo at this point.
Yeah, but he's selfish, so he wants as much as he can get.
But he's selfish. All right, so I've got 0-1 to Lindor right now, and we've got runners on first and third. Peter's at the ready to hopefully change his scorebug.
I'm keeping track here. So Chris isn't here, so we've called him the villain of CBL and selfish. I just want to make sure when he gets on, we can address all of these things.
He's
hi, Chopper.
Too.
He's been quiet. He's been quiet. How's that driving and watching the show going?
We're gonna need a scorebug update, Peter.
Yippee! I just saw it. Everyone loves this.
The good guys have taken the lead. It is 1-0 New York here in San Francisco. We love that.
Hi, Chopper. Lindor's been figuring it out the last couple of days.
Yeah, after a very rough stretch, he's at least making contact in positive ways.
Bo Bichette went 5 for 5 today.
Are you a big Bo Bichette guy, Ty?
Look, no.
That's okay. I appreciate the honesty.
I've been a big critic, and I don't know. I'm the type of fan that will praise you through the roof, but I'm also like not. So I'm not going to peter about it.
I'm not going to peter about it. He says.
If you play like shit, I'm going to tell you play like shit. And last couple of years just hasn't been doing what we think he should have been doing. But this year, leading the league in doubles, or at least top 3. I haven't checked the last 2 or 3 days, but top 3 or 4 in the league in doubles, which is what I want him to be doing. I don't want a 230, 240 hitter who's going to maybe pop for 26 homers. I would rather you hit 45, 50 doubles and hit 290 and like be a table setter. But the other thing with Bo, and it's the same thing with Vlad, and they've been much better at it this year. In fact, they lead the league in avoiding strikeouts, the Jays. But swinging at off speed and breaking balls in the other batting box has been a problem for like 3 or 4 years now. And I don't mind if a team beats me, but I can't stand losing games because of bad decision making, and that was killing me for a couple of years.
All right, but would you take Bichette or would you want Anthony Volpe?
Oh, we're not even gonna have this conversation. I don't want to upset Luke.
No, it's okay. Luke likes to be upset. He doesn't like to be
Please
Oh, yeah.
upset me.
He's got a complex. Yeah, I don't want to be anywhere near. Honestly, if you trade Volpe every time we move series to a different city and you send him to that team, I'd be happy about it.
Well, the Yankees did just trade for a new shortstop, so
Maybe
former Met Ahmed Rosario.
He's the first Yankee in history to hit a walk-off against the Yankees in Yankee Stadium.
Yes.
I did see that stat. That's cool.
That is one of the more interesting moments that has ever happened. Watching the Mets take at bats in the bottom of an inning in Yankee Stadium, and Ahmed Rosario hits a walk-off to an empty field.
Kind of like the one time it reminds me of the one time the Yankees had to play a game in Shea, and when Strawberry hit the home run, they raised the apple up halfway and then brought it back down.
Spencer Bivens
look
getting rid of Juan Soto. So we're gonna go to the bottom of the third. The Mets are still up 1-0 over here.
Swing that bat, baby. That was a pitch to hit if I seen one.
Yeah, good work out of the pen for these guys so far. I mean, Gage got his clean inning, and Spencer Bivens only allowing the one run there. It could have been a lot worse, but the Mets kind of rolled over. But then again, they had
the shirt.
We had bases loaded. We had bases loaded, none out, and we noble tigered it the other day and got nothing out of it. So I'll take a run here happily.
They don't have any buttons on their shirt. They're wearing like t-shirts.
Is that right?
You see that?
Well, the Mets have a jersey like that too. Their blue one.
Yeah, the Mets right now.
Yeah, it's so it's kind of a throwback to their '86 team jersey. It was just a pullover. They're okay.
Like, is he wearing his warm-up stuff or something? What the hell is that? But I guess that is legit.
No, they're okay. I don't really have a strong opinion about any of the jerseys that the Mets. Actually, that's not true. The black jersey this year I hate. I feel like they kind of ruined the black jersey.
Yes, because they changed the piping. They changed the piping around the text, and like it doesn't have that same appeal. It looks different, and I don't like it. What is it? They made it orange instead of white or something? Is that the?
Yeah, it blends in to the jersey itself.
No, I have the old original. I have multiple of the blackout jerseys from before. I have a Billy Wagner one that's signed. I have an Edwin Diaz one. I like those a lot. I think they look better, but I'm also sometimes in the minority with these kind of things.
Yeah, so the new piping is orange. The old piping was white, which I think is much better.
Yeah, the only jersey that I think that I would absolutely lose my mind over is those disgusting like split jerseys, those Yankees Mets split jerseys.
You want to know what jerseys the Mets would bring back? The Mercury Mets jerseys.
The Mercury Mets ones are fun. I liked when they did the giveaway and did those. The Mets are supposed to be a meme team by nature, so I like when they
giveaway jerseys. Dude, that was an actual jersey they wore for a game.
No, I know, but I mean, I like that they brought it back. I don't know if it was this year or last year when they did a giveaway for it. I think it was last year where they gave away the Mercury Mets jerseys again because they were having fun and leaning into it.
What? Why did it download?
We're good. Bottom third, no?
No. I'm trying to upload a picture of the Mercury Mets.
The Mercury Mets stuff? Yeah, pull it up. We can switch over to the Mercury Mets.
It won't do it. I don't know why.
Senga losing the strike zone a little bit here to one of my favorite players in the league in JHL because I think he has the best nickname in the league. I've discussed this on Discord. I do think Grandson of the Wind might be at least S-tier nicknames when it comes to baseball stuff, and I have a shirt that says Grandson of the Wind with him on it. Outstanding, really. That's just fun. That's really a cool nickname. And for anyone who's not aware, JHL's dad was Son of the Wind, so he is grandson of the Wind.
Is there a daddy of the Wind?
Dad of the Wind sounds like we're back to watching Naruto or something.
His grandpa is the Wind.
His grandfather is the Wind. Yes, because his dad's son of the Wind.
Yep.
And that's how it works.
Yep. Those are family trees. They sometimes get lost in the South, but
we're gonna get a.
I got a pretty good grasp on them.
We're gonna get a walk here on an automatic pitch violation.
Senga.
While we transition over for that, here are some looks, by the way, at these Mercury Mets. Ty, have you ever seen these?
No.
The Mercury Mets.
They were. I don't remember what year they did it, but the MLB or the Mets was trying to do like a what the future of baseball could look like in the distant year of 2021.
Shut up.
I'm not. That was legitimately the reason.
The Mercury Mets, by very entertaining to say the least.
Are you putting it up on the screen? I'll look it up.
Did you see it, Luke? Here, I'll put them back up for you.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Those are the Mercury Mets.
Oh.
That's cool.
And as Peter said, it was supposed to be the distant year of 2021.
Why do they have shoulder pads?
Players were going to become so bulky they were going to need them, I guess. I don't know what the.
Well, it was the projection of roids. Like, we're going to get stronger and stronger.
I don't like those, to be honest with you. Sorry, Peter.
Not a fan.
I'm a big like powder baby blues jersey guy.
Powder baby blue for the okay.
Any of them. The Phillies baby blues. Oh my god.
The Phillies baby blues with the red P, like the old school ones, I do respect as I think those are solid jerseys.
Yeah.
As much as I don't really say nice things about the Phillies, I like those. I think they're classic.
Yes, Luke. Give me a minute. I have to email it to my phone, to my computer from my phone.
Rafi Devers is back up, so we know that Chris is somewhere, somehow hate watching this at bat.
Do you think Chris had this on the car while driving with his family, and then we called him a bitch and he had to turn it off?
It is very possible that we said some very inflammatory things in front of his children and wife, and they said, "Why would you join these people for the pod?"
I think we just lost Chris as a friend.
Rafi Devers with the deep fly, but that is going to be an out. All right, so 370 feet fly there. We got a tag up, but nothing going. So Willie Adames will step in here with a man on second. Chuck, by the way, asking, catch me up, just got on. How many games are still undecided? So after this one game, most of the CBL has been decided, right? I know that we didn't confirm, but I was talking with Luke about it, that just about every game is pretty much done. Maybe 4 or 5 of them are riding on this game, and some of them are pretty close, including an 8-seed and 1-seed matchup.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at Northern Colorado and Wayne State. That's probably the closest one, but it looks like Northern Colorado just has Matt Chapman, and unless Matt Chapman goes yard, it doesn't look like the gap's going to get filled there. And then upset in the SEC, Vanderbilt over LSU. LSU still has a shot with Frankie Lindor, but Commodores have Matt Chapman as well. And it's about a 31-point gap right now for LSU. So they're going to need a big night from Lindor.
Yeah, we've got Jesse reporting in, by the way.
What the hell was that?
9 points separate ECU and Columbia right now, so that is an incredibly close matchup. And that might be separated by a hold later on. I believe that Randy Rodriguez is active in that game, so that could be something if he gets a hold later on, as Senga gets out of the inning by getting a damn.
Even know what just happened.
It was a gift.
Was that a hit or was that a drop third strike?
No, it was he meant to pull back the swing. Couldn't pull it back at his bat, and
it looked like it was incidental contact that he wasn't expecting or wanting, and we got 45 feet out of that.
Was a bad drop third strike or what the hell that was?
It was a 29 miles per hour off the bat, by the way, gentlemen.
Either.
There's your exit velocity.
Yes.
All right, cool. So as we're moving on to a new score bug, this is, by the way, the jersey I was complaining about that I get really mad about that it shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
I get really mad every time I see this for multiple reasons.
That upsets me.
It should. It should upset anybody who likes baseball.
Well, I know I said this months ago, but I don't ask for people to get fired from their jobs. But again, whoever designed this needs to lose their job and needs to find another place to work because this is an atrocity.
My follow-up to this was that whoever wore this should be fired.
Yeah.
I don't think that you should be employed if you're wearing this out. I don't.
You need to rethink a lot of things. I also don't like to say that people shouldn't procreate. But this guy might be on my list of should not be able to procreate.
Well, what happens if you procreate while wearing that jersey? What abomination.
I don't know. It's got to be some kind of like hell spawn that comes out.
But no, as just back over here, the Mets will take over on the top of the fourth. Alonso will lead off for the Mets. I don't know why that existed or because it's like there's so many things I understand people connecting on, right? Like I joke with Chris all the time. Like I can understand if you're like, hey, Chris is Puerto Rican. He loves Puerto Rican players on all teams, which I completely understand, right? Like I completely get if there was a Guyanese guy playing baseball, I don't care what team he was on, I'd be supporting him because I'd be like, how the hell did you make it to the major leagues? I love you. You're now like my favorite guy. I'm going to support you with a lot of happiness. So I get that kind of like tribalism. So that makes sense, right? But like Judge and Lindor are different styles of players, different nationalities of players, slightly different eras. Like it's an interesting one, I think.
It's definitely weird.
It's meant to make people like me upset. I feel like it's real life rage bait, and I bought into it, and I'm okay with that. Like, all right, this is one that I just lose because I can't help myself, but that just feels wrong. It's not okay.
Hey, Luke, I have a question for you. Who's your favorite Yankees player from like the 2010s to like 15-ish range?
2010 to when?
I don't know, like 2010 to like 2015, that kind of range.
They were so bad in that time. Like, why are you evoking this out of me?
Were they that bad? I don't know. I mean, they're the Yankees. I figured they at least made the playoffs.
There were a lot of guys. They were a lot of likable guys.
And I know I'm going to get a lot of flack from the Yankees fans for saying this, but I know Mets fans say this, and everyone says this. I mean, we bought the World Series in 2009, right?
And that's okay.
Right. No, and I have no shame. I have no shame in that because you bought good players. You bought CeCe Sabathia.
You didn't do anything illegal. You didn't circumvent any rules. You just went ahead and signed good players, and
it worked out.
Won your World Series. Yeah,
right, it worked out. But anyway, maybe the more hardcore fans would get upset about that. I don't know. But yeah, and then it just the wheels just kind of fell off. Right. You bought it in 2009. And after that, it was just, all right, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out from there. I do like Mark Teixeira. I think I have one. I think I have his jersey. I think he was definitely on the team in 2010.
Yeah, because he was on the 2009 team, so he was definitely on.
Yeah, he was definitely on the 2010 team. Loved him at first base. Great switch hitter.
Great defense.
Great defense and just a great dude. Also, great base runner too. Like not a fast guy, but a very smart on the base pass. Like I know we talk about like really good base runners, like a guy can steal bases. He's really fast, but he was always good on the bases.
Do you want to know something really funny, Luke? And this is not even a setup joke. I like that you mentioned this. Mark Teixeira has Guyanese heritage.
His what?
Mark Teixeira has Guyanese heritage. He's one of
Really?
the only people who's played in the MLB who has Guyanese. His paternal grandfather is Guyanese. This
Wow.
is not, and it's really cool to me because I just talked about the fact, like, oh yeah, someone's Guyanese, like, because it doesn't happen. So like, I know when it happens. So you're like, oh, Mark Teixeira, and I'm like, I thought you were almost throwing that at me to make fun of me, but I'm
No,
like,
I didn't
no,
know
you
that.
wouldn't.
I didn't,
I'm
dude.
like,
We're
that would
just
be
we're
too
just on
layered
the,
for you.
we're just on the same wavelength, man. Like that's
Yeah,
just it.
Mark Teixeira is actually Mark Teixeira is a kind of like a mixed race type of guy, but his paternal grandfather is from Guyana, believe it or not, which
That's
is really
pretty cool.
cool. So when he played for the Yankees, I was like, I hate you, but it's really cool that you have Guyanese heritage because that never happens in baseball.
Yeah.
So it's actually, I was a big Mark Teixeira guy.
That was not a strike.
That was not a strike.
That was a bad call.
I feel like we're in a position where, because right now for me it's 2-2 and I don't see a single pitch that's been in the zone.
It's 2-2 already. I'm only had 1-1. Oh god.
I'm at 2-1.
There you go. Now it's 2-1.
The 2-2, the 2-1 pitch was like, I don't know.
It was closer. According to the track, it was closer, which is fine.
Man, Marte's huge. His arms are fucking jacked.
Marte is a classic, awesome Dominican guy who's jacked, wears nice chains. I think I saw, it was a couple years ago, he went to an award ceremony with an open shirt and just crazy-ass jewelry. And I was like, God, I love you. We'd have a beer together. Like, we're automatically friends. You are the type of Caribbean person I associate with. I love this.
The ball boy just got hit in the throat. Look at this ball boy if you're about to get the replay here.
I haven't talked about the fact that McNeil doubled, by the way. Spencer Bivens is still in there kind of doing some Yelman's work out of the pen. He's trying to really eat up some innings. He's up to 45 pitches now with that recent foul ball to Starling Marte. It's still 2-2.
You're going to see that top 10 left-handed pitchers thing that came out before the year that had Andrew Heaney #1. It just came back up on my Instagram feed. It's like, I don't know. Whoever wrote that definitely got fired. And
and you know, and whoever made this jersey is still employed. So we have some atrocities to deal with when it comes to. By the way, Peter providing. By the way, that's an actual photo of Starling Marte
that he posted on his Twitter.
Luke, how do you feel about that one? That's Starling Marte that he posted himself.
Yeah, that's something. That's a thing.
we absolutely love that one. I do think I love that you were so quick on the draw to get that one, Peter, because it is a riot to me to see that one when it gets posted.
Payoff.
I can tell he's a personality hire.
Marte hanging in. I love Starling Marte. I also love his name. I think he's trying. His average up 287. He's been hot recently, and he's fouling off pitches here. Tough at bat. Pitch number 9 also fouled off. 10-pitch at bat here for Starling Marte.
He also is one of the only players that I can remember that has a whole SNL bit about him.
I did not know that. Oh, another bit.
He's Starling Marte.
And honestly, like, even at his age, has been stealing double-digit bags every year.
Starling Marte is a very underappreciated player. If the Mets trade him, I understand it.
Is the only year that he's not had double-digit steals in his whole career.
Starling Marte draws a 10-pitch walk off Spencer Bivens. What a guy. Wow. I love it. Those are the type of at-bats that I appreciate. And then it's Brett Beatty.
Dude, he's had 47 steals twice.
Yeah, no, he is an absolutely underrated talent player. Like, Starling Marte has had a really interesting career.
Yeah, he started his career with 12 steals in his first year and then went 41, 30, 30, 47. What the fuck?
When the Mets originally acquired him, I was super excited because I was like, that's a guy that I appreciate. I mean, I think he made the All-Star team.
He's a dude. Holy shit.
He was an All-Star with the Mets. It was a couple of years ago, so that might have been 2022. But I loved it. I was like, this is our guy, man. He's fun. But his early years with Pittsburgh, he was a problem. I remember him out with Oakland. He's been with quite a few teams now. The Mets are his 5th different organization.
He was with Miami for a minute. Arizona.
Yep. Miami, Arizona, Pittsburgh, the Mets, and I just said it and I forgot. Oakland.
Sacramento.
No,
Well,
Oakland. We don't. We don't.
They were
play-
Oakland back then, so I don't know how we're supposed to do that, right? Do we?
No, they'll always be Oakland. I don't believe.
Yeah, on
in
certain
San
places
Francisco.
they're the Athletics.
It's actually kind of like that.
It is.
John-
I think it's like ESPN. I was screenshotting stuff, and because of their coding, they have to have like a location, so they became the Athletics. I'm like, all right, backyard baseball, great job, guys.
John Fisher, you will never see the pearly gates.
I love that you say that because I think if you search on my Twitter the amount of times I'm like John Fisher, you will see the game. Like you will see levels of hell. Like there's so many ways that I've basically said John Fisher's going to hell as Beatty chases a pitch out of the zone unexpectedly and swings and misses. Wow.
Oh man, you're harder on Brett Beatty than I am on Bo Bichette.
I wouldn't be. It's just like even when I'm not talking about him, Peter rushes to defend him. Like yesterday, I was sending I sent him a screenshot of like the last inning, and I was like, "Oh man, the baby Mets are struggling." And he's like, "Hold on, Brett Beatty advanced the runner," and I was like, "He got out. He got out. He's gonna get out here again. He might advance the runner for all we know, but he's gonna get out."
Peter DM'd me the other day, and I actually thought that Brett Beatty was messaging me. Oh my god, who is that?
Brett Beatty surprisingly grounds into a double play to end the inning after a 10-pitch walk from veteran Starling Marte. Peter, analysis.
I am rooting for Brett Beatty. He's my second baseman in my 30-teamer. So as much as we talk smack, I would like him to play well.
I mean, listen, Brett Beatty has been having a very good year. Like since he has been called up in May 5th, he's like, which as Ram likes to say that every time I bring up Brett Beatty stats, it's just from like that day. But like since May 5th, he's been a great baseball player.
I feel like you listen to the Friends theme song too much, where they're like, "Hey, when it hasn't been your week or even your year, I'll be there for you." And you just took that to heart and decided to do that for Brett Beatty.
Did you guys see Brett Beatty just ground into a double play?
Luke on the instant replay. Let's go,
we should
baby.
pause for Luke for a second. Are we all hitting pause so Luke can catch up, or are we just gonna like commentate?
I
the
actually
game?
think
I like being
funnier.
behind and giving my behind commentary.
I do think it's funnier because then we get to talk about it again. But
I used to do that with my MLB notifications on the app. I get notifications for of course, I get notifications for every lead change, everything.
Right.
Everybody's everything is turned on, and my roommates, we'd all be like smoking and drinking, watching games, and guys, I think Jose's gonna go yard right now, and I was like, hold on, he's not even that bad. Yeah, but he's gonna go yard in a minute. We're so far
he's
back.
gonna go yard in a minute. I'm from the
always
future.
right.
He goes deep.
I was always right.
Going into the bottom of the fourth, the Mets still have a 1-0 lead.
I need more from Brett Beatty. I need more than a 290 OBP here, Peter. This is not. I can't have him, Kyle Farmer, Dylan Moore, and Kevin Newman as my middle infielders. This is not.
Ty, what the fuck is your middle infield in that league? What did you do?
Ty, this really seems like a personal problem.
I took this team over in the middle of last year. We've had to kick out 3 or 4 people. We have group chats in the league where specific members are not involved because they're so egregiously bad. And I took this team over. My guy, I picked 12th or something in the startup. He took Spencer Strider, and then I immediately lost Spencer Strider for the whole time. So I've had nothing. Honestly, I can't have the Fantrax won't allow me to have more than 2 starting pitchers active at the same time. I've got David Festa, Bryce Miller, and Spencer Strider and Reese Olson on this team. And every single one of them has spent at least 2 months on the IL this year. I don't even qualify to take points if I don't have 18 innings pitched. And I'm not anywhere near that.
Is this a 30-teamer?
Big, yes. It's big and bad.
Okay. That makes sense because I'm like, there's no way that's your middle infield because baseball. I like to tell people that you're basically baseball sexual. So it's one of those things that I know. And so I feel like you'd be able to build a middle infield.
I do have Noelvi Marte and Cedric Rafaela also on this team, and Heliot Ramos and Vinny. So it's not a terrible team, but my pitching, I pretty much don't collect points most of the time because I don't have enough innings pitched.
Well, we're gonna need a new scorebook.
Oh yeah,
Yep,
let's go.
we are going to need a new scorebook.
Sorry, Peter. I needed this.
An actual third baseman has hit a home run, and
He
so
sure has.
That's awkward because he plays second base right now.
he shouldn't be.
I agree.
That was 109.6 off the bat, 975 XBA. So that was gone in every ballpark. You got a 1-1 game going on here.
Congrats, Jesse. I'm so happy for you.
I'm sorry. Did Chapman just hit a home run?
No.
He did indeed. He did
Oh, he did?
indeed. We
Oh,
have
shit. I hit another one? Is it 2-1 now?
That has some CBL implications right there. That's
actually what I was at. Yeah, that's
a big home run. That's a big home run. We'll check the score.
Matt Chapman just changed the dynamics of our CBL league.
That's a huge home run.
What?
He's talking about Brett Beatty. He's talking about Brett Beatty. Yeah, no, Chapman plays third, but
I was super confused.
No, I'm not that dumb.
I'm sorry, I'm a little behind. Did Brett Beatty ground to a double play again?
Not again. It was the same double play from before that.
Sorry.
Just one for now.
You know, Ram, if Brett Beatty does something and gets to give the Mets the lead, I don't even want to see you get excited. I don't want to see any excitement out of you.
Why?
Because you don't deserve it.
You're not allowing yourself to be sad, even though he grounded into a double play.
Who says
I
I'm
can
not
also
sad?
ignore my feelings.
I'm very sad.
Oh, that's
It's disappointing.
That's good.
Brandon Woodruff had another good start today, and Zach Gallen had another bad start today. So
Woodruff has looked like Woodruff since coming back immediately. I did not think that would happen.
The Brewers are honestly the three best teams right now. I didn't expect to be the best teams: Cubs, Brewers, and Jays. I did not expect it to be like that. And like the Yankees are still, as much as I don't want to say it, the Yankees are still a dangerous team, and we could have the 4 top seeds in 2 divisions.
Wait, didn't you see the Brewers didn't? I mean, I don't know what they did today, but didn't they lose the first 2 to the Marlins?
Yeah, the Marlins cooled off the Brewers. The Tigers also lost out to the Jays. Though the Tigers are one of the best teams in the league.
Ass kicked this week
behind the Jays.
Bad.
Yeah, but the Blue Jays are like the best team in baseball right now.
Mike Yastrzemski popped out
that
third.
And we did the same thing to them that we did to the Yankees, which is just put the ball in play and run hard. And they, Baez threw a ball away today. We were taking second base on flyouts to center field. Addison Barger is having an awesome year. Nathan Lucas can hit homers. Who the hell is that?
Is it Lucas or Lukes? By the way, I've never actually pronounced.
They say Lucas on the
really
on the commentation. Yeah.
Cardona says he'll be on in 15. By the way, so get in your shots now before he can't defend himself.
All right, so we're ending the stream in 15 minutes, right?
2-2 count to former Met Dominic Smith as Senga looks to rebound.
For Tigers stats that I saw earlier today.
Wow, they called that a strike? Okay. This is good framing. He didn't even catch the ball. Luke, you'll see what I'm talking about in a minute.
I'm locked in right now. Oh, Dom Smith's going to go yard. Don't tell me. That was not a strike. that was not a strike.
Okay, you're not that bad. You're not that bad behind.
I feel like, I don't know, and like, we've all watched a lot of baseball games. I feel like if the catcher doesn't catch the ball, that's usually an indication that the ball is not a strike. But that's just me.
I honestly agree with you 100%, and that wasn't a strike. And it will work out in Dom Smith's favor anyway because he's going to draw the walk here off Senga. He's lost the zone a little bit here. I think he's just a little bit distressed watching Brett Beatty ground out to another double play because, like, the problem is, like, Brett Beatty being bad is kind of transferable to different languages. And so he didn't need anyone to translate what was going on there to understand being upset about it. And I feel like it's affecting him mentally because after that Brett Beatty failure of a hit again.
Is Senga so mentally weak that Brett Beatty's ground out has affected him? Is that how
Senga
mentally
is made
weak
of glass, by the way. Anytime he jumps higher than a foot, I'm terrified he's hitting the IL. He had to stretch for that play earlier in the year, hit the IL for a hamstring injury. And I was scared that we lost him for the year.
Yeah, me too.
Imagine being so bad that your badness transcends culture.
See, Ram, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking you're wrong. I think Senga's playing 4D chess. He had the base open, so if you walk Smith there, you hit this guy into a double play, and the inning's over.
That's not going to happen.
It's Patrick Bailey.
Patrick Bailey's going to fly out. He struck out the first time out. He's going to fly out. It's how these things work.
Yep.
Did Patrick Bailey have the coolest home run of the year this year? I
He
think
did.
So.
And it was against the Phillies, so that made it funnier. What was crazy, by the way, is that wall taketh, that wall giveth away. It gave them that walk-off grand slam for a catcher situation. And last night, JHL's double was a home run in 29 out of 30 ballparks. The only ballpark it wasn't a home run in was Oracle, where it was hit. And that saved the Mets and Diaz from blowing that game. So
and really good play by Soto there, too. I want to point that out. Soto played that perfectly.
Great awareness to save that from becoming some kind of inside the park home run after Patrick Bailey's amazing fiasco that the Phillies couldn't handle.
Which is crazy because I was told Soto was really bad at defense.
I'm really impressed. Honestly, one thing I will say, and this is homery, but I'm going to say it anyway. I feel like Alonso and Soto get a lot of shit about their defense, and watching the games, they are serviceable, if not above average, at fielding their positions.
Well, with Pete, I feel like it's very specific. Like, he has no range, but if the ball, he's really good at scooping. I'd even argue he might be an elite scooper. And if the ball's hit at him, he's going to get it. But he just has no range.
No, because, we have bad fielding on our team. Like, Mark Vientos exists on the Mets, right? So, I know what bad fielding looks like. And I say that with love because I love Vientos, but, come on. Yeah, but Alonso and Soto are not defensive liabilities, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And I think I get frustrated when the idea is put out there that they are defensive liabilities as it goes to 1 and 2 here.
Yeah, Chris makes the point. Alonso isn't worse than Devers at defense. Yeah, because Devers is a DH.
Well, Devers was the third baseman, and then some team got rid of him, and now he's playing first because the team was nice to him.
Weird.
And was terrible. If anything, the Red Sox should be thankful that he refused to play first base for them because that literally won us the game. His bad defense.
Why don't they just ask him nicely? I don't think they even said please.
It's a Boston thing.
That's what
that makes sense. That's a good point. After the wild pitch, we've now got 3-2 to Wisely. This would be pretty annoying. So let's see if we can get out of the inning here.
Senga on 69 pitches.
Nice.
Nice.
Except it was a wild pitch, so not that nice.
Senga's on pitch 45 for Luke right now, but he'll get
there. Pitch number 6 is a foul ball. We're going to get 3-2 payoff once again. Chris says no one is above the letters on the chest, and I agree with that. The Red Sox are also not above trading good players for bad players, so, that's also a thing.
The Red Sox, more than any organization, well, Pittsburgh is up there, I've seemed to just hate their fans to the point they'll just who's your favorite player? Yeah, he's not going to be with us next year.
Right. It's who's marketable? Mookie Betts? Let's send him to the devil. One, let's just... Yeah. And it's you thought that was funny. Let's try it one more time. If you thought that, we'll beat it again as Wisely draws a walk. I get really annoyed. Jokes on you. We traded to save money, so they would invest it in soccer or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened to John Henry. John Henry used to be a great owner. He cared. He would spend money when he needed to. But just after he bought Liverpool, he just put all his money into there.
That's where money is, man. Holy shit, European soccer.
Especially. I know. Soccer's my favorite sport, so I get that. But Mookie specifically, after they won the World Series, literally, right after. Like after the celebrations, Mookie bought a bunch of food and was giving out to the homeless people in Boston. And then we're like, yeah, let's trade this guy. This is definitely a guy that we don't want. We don't want that on our team. Nope.
What did they
not
get
us.
as like? It was like. I hate walking the 9-hitter, by the way. That's why I'm like anxious and annoyed, because walking the 9-hitter in a situation like this, when you've got JHL up, he hit the ball a little bit better yesterday. This is not an at bat that I wanted to get to.
Like any, besides the Soto deal, because I think that was a fantastic trade for the Nationals. What big player that got traded like actually worked out for the team that traded him?
Yeah, that was a real specific thing, because it doesn't often work out that way. Maybe you get one guy out of it, but we've seen so many deals that we considered bad up the the Braves made so many deals with the Athletics that the Athletics were essentially existing as the Braves farm team, and they basically got nothing out of it.
The deal that the Braves moved William Contreras, and I don't remember who they got back for the Brewers, but I feel like the Brewers definitely won that. And I think that was a part of the Sean Murphy deal, but I could be wrong. I'm
going to look that up here because I don't remember, because it was a 3-team deal with Oakland, Atlanta, and Milwaukee.
Yep.
Yeah, so the Braves got Sean Murphy. The Brewers the Brewers got Contreras, Payamps, and Yeager. And the A's got Esteury Ruiz, Manny Pena, Kyle Mueller, Freddie Tarnok, and Royber Salinas. I don't think any of those are actually
big leaguers.
No, Esteury Ruiz is.
Is he?
No, but
he is.
No, yeah. Esteury Ruiz is a minor leaguer for the Dodgers, isn't he? And he
went yard like.
Oh, he hit that home run the other day, right?
Yeah.
He's fast as fuck.
Yeah.
He is fast as fuck. He's not Chandler Simpson, but
he was weird. I really wanted him to be really good, and it just wasn't going to happen.
All right. Senga gets out of the inning without me having to panic. We're still staying 1-1 over here through 4 in San Francisco. No more CBL implications going on here. I actually loved that Contreras deal, by the way, Luke, because Sean Murphy's a good player, don't get me wrong, but they traded Contreras and then other prospects, and I was just happy for that, because I was like, sure, if you're going to generally get similar production and just give away prospects, I am totally okay with that.
Is he the guy that had trumpets as his walk-up music, like a little bitch?
Yes, that is him.
Boo.
That's why it's good that he's gone.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to hit to the top of the 5th. We might see a new pitcher at this point. I don't know if Spencer Vivens is out there trying to lose his arm, but we will see how many innings they're going to let him work. He's gone 3 already and thrown 53 pitches. I feel like I'm on play-by-play and you guys are like all my color commentary, which is ironic. But because
you're already better than Michael K.
I'm literally the color commentary, but it's.
I was gonna say I want to hear like a half inning of just Ram just doing color commentary. I'm gonna be like a minute behind, but I'm still gonna enjoy it. I'm gonna be watching the game, and it's just gonna be Ram doing commentary. I'll be like, I don't care that I don't know what's going on, but I respect it.
That was my dream. I'll never get to live that out, but that was my dream to do commentary. So
when I was first getting into baseball, I guess you guys have kind of figured out by now, I get like super addicted to my hobbies, and I like just completely it encapsulates my whole life. I was in uni and I was in my final year, so I was doing a lot of papers, like career-ending papers and stuff, and it was baseball season yet. So I found a guy on YouTube who plays MLB The Show and streams it all, and he commentates it overdubbed after the fact. And I was like in love. Like it was so interesting. It was so cool. He would play every game, and it would come out in weekly spurts. He'd play a whole week of games and publish on Sundays. It was amazing. And I've considered even getting a game again and doing something like that. So, Kate, He might not.
I'd like
work
us to
for
do it
the
together
Yankees,
because
but
I've expressed that. Like, that's something I want to do. I wanted to do backyard baseball on Twitch and just do actual commentary over the games. And I still might do that down the line because I just think it's whimsical and I want to have a little fun. Alvarez is going to get a hold of this one. This is definitely a hit. Nice. Double for Alvarez, who has looked really good since coming back up.
Alvy's back. I'm going to say it. He's back.
Alvy's back. Thanks to Eric Chavez for fixing that.
I'm going to say it. I don't care that you broke your elbow.
We're having Ty's having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, I think Ty's back.
We got him.
Oh.
be back.
Sorry, I'm my own stream's delayed. What can I say?
Are we good now? Can everyone see me? We're fine.
I see you. I can see you.
I see you. Oh, he got a hold of that one.
Thank you, Luke.
He did indeed get a hold of that one. Ronnie Mauricio steps in. And this is going to require us to change the score bug again. Ronnie Mauricio with an RBI
Spoiler
double.
alert. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you're ahead of me now too.
If it makes you feel better, everything's a spoiler alert to Luke right now. So
Oh, Yastrzemski's just tripping all over himself right now.
Hey, you guys want to know what's really cool? I have both of those guys on my fantasy and my CBL team, so I just got a lot of fantasy points for that.
101 off the bat, 575 XBA for that RBI double for Ronnie Mauricio. The Mets will take a 2-1 lead here in the top of the fifth. Jesse, I'm assuming, is not going to comment. But as Brendan Nimmo is going to step up to the plate as Chris is getting himself ready to eventually join us. And this is exactly what I was worried about. I thought Spencer Bivens was kind of like reaching. Yep, and they are going to pull Spencer Bivens for former Met, again, Joey Lucchesi. I think the Mets West are the Giants here, by the way. But Joey Fuego is coming in here. Former Churv lover and Mets legend, Joey Lucchesi.
You know, he's actually having a good year since they moved.
He is not a bad pitcher. I don't think he's a bad pitcher. He's crafty. I respect him. I like the Churv. I like Joey Lucchesi. I love that he has a nickname named Joey Fuego, even though his fastball was like 91. I think that's hilarious to me.
I think he has it up to 94 now as a bullpen guy. I think
that makes sense because he's no longer starting, so he's got a little velocity tick up. But
never forget when Joey Fuego pitched game 162 against the Braves when it didn't matter what happened, and he went like 7 innings, and we got to save our bullpen going to the playoffs. What a beautiful man.
These guys live on in Mets history. We've seen so many former friends here in terms of the Mets on the Giants, and yet I'm still hoping for him to come in and get a little bit lit up because I want the Mets to win this series and take a sweep here. The Mets have not lost since Pablo Sanchez appeared, by the way, to reference backyard baseball again.
Was it 7? 6? They're 6-0. They
6-0.
7-0.
They're 6-0 since Pablo Sanchez appeared at Citi Field, and so the Mets are clearly affected by backyard baseball, and that's exactly why I want to do this stream because Pablo Sanchez is arguably the greatest baseball player that's ever existed.
Probably.
Bilingual too, if you hit the shift key when you talk to him. But
that's a little bit of fun, whimsical lore. You think he only speaks Spanish, and then
if you click shift when you talk to, I thought everybody knew that by now, but I've learned over time that it's not actually as. Did Luke just leave?
Yeah, Luke really doesn't like Pablo Sanchez.
That's fair. All right, Luke left. I'm gonna put him in the empty spot on the stage. Luke is back. I was worried for a second. That empty spot was kind of like a hole in my heart, Luke.
Do you dislike Pablo Sanchez that much?
No, he's just really uncomfortable when I say nice things. So that was very adorable.
I don't think that this is too crazy to say. I really think that Luke is he's the glue that holds the stream together right now.
The glue guy.
You guys.
He's so bashful.
I'm choking up.
Yeah.
I got the image, Luke. So on the break of the inning, I'll throw it up for a bit.
Oh, you have it? Okay, I'll take it off mine.
No, leave it there. It's good. I was gonna say if you can leave it there because I was gonna have to. Yeah, I was gonna have to download it, and that's gonna be 0-2 again to Brandon Nimmo.
Child of God, Brandon Nimmo.
Yeah, if we're doing at the end of the half inning, I might have another image for y'all because of Lindor, because he's probably coming up next.
Right, that's fair, because right now I'm going to switch over real quick for anyone who is dual watching us and from the CBL. These are 3 matchups that we looked at that not only have implications with the current games, but so LSU and Vanderbilt are separated by about 50 points, give or take. You can see Northern Colorado and Wayne State, by the way, a 1-8 matchup. That is not a typo. That is actually what's going on. Wayne State, that was called a bye week in many cases from Northern Colorado for this conference championship, is giving them a run for their money and holds a small lead. And East Carolina is trying to chase on Columbia to see if they can knock them out. They are less than 10 points away with Lindor stepping up to at bat after Brandon Nimmo grounds out to second against Joey Lucchese. So Joey Fuego gets Brandon Nimmo out, but he's got to stay in for 2 more batters. Lindor, probably the worst of it as a switch hitter, but Soto, of course, being a lefty is not a bad thing for Lucchese. Ball 1 to Lindor. Now, Chris is joining us. Should I put him on?
No, I think I'm sitting in the back.
Okay, that's fine. Chris, I'm going to allow you to. I'm going to allow Chris to enjoy this at bat for his one of his favorite Puerto Ricans, Francisco Lindor, before we put him on. The 1-0 Lindor is grounded to.
Oh, what the hell was that? It's got a funky delivery, eh?
Yeah, Lucchese's got us crafty lefty, like very much one of those odd deliveries. We're not going to get a run out of that.
That was a bad decision.
Yeah.
About 15 feet.
I respect the hustle in a way, but I think that was just a bad move to run there by Mauricio. I think that's kind of just a rookie. Baseball IQ sometimes frustrates me with him. I think he hits pretty well, but he is a little bit overeager at the plate, and I think that energy kind of shows there in different ways. That probably wasn't a good decision to run there, but I just think it's standard bad base running. Yeah, I see Jesse here saying the same thing. Of course, that benefits your team, so I don't really I think that makes sense that you would but we are going to see this score stay the same as we go into the bottom of the 5th with Lindor's ground out and Soto's pop out. It's 2-1 Mets going into the bottom of the 5th, and we'll allow Chris to join us. Switch over to that image real quick as I add. Let's see here.
I've never been on a 5-person stream. I don't know what it's going to look like.
So the 5-person screen may not let me do the imaging, by the way, right now. So I'm going to work on that.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, so I was like, I need to just do a little creativity here, but we're good. So that's what we're looking at right now for the CBL people, by the way, as we have some close matchups, 3 matchups that have not yet been determined and will be affected by this game. Senga, I believe, is still in this game. He has not been
Columbia, East Carolina matchup is high as hell. Oh, I'm misreading that. Those are really small numbers. That's just like 9, but still.
Yeah, and East Carolina's got 2 relief pitchers. So for the Giants, so they should, for him, hopefully make their way in a bullpen game.
Yeah, I mean the LSU loss isn't going to hurt them too much. They're already in. They have the second bid for the SEC already. So it's not going to impact whether or not they're going to make it to the dance. Just more so what their seeding is going to be in the dance, and hopefully they don't get matched up against a powerhouse like DBU or FIU.
I mean, FIU's. Listen, Luke, I appreciate the well wishes, but FIU's got to win to
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, FIU's got to figure it out. Sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. All right.
Let's see.
Yuri Perez shoved today too. Jack Later.
I get sometimes frustrated when people say that the Marlins don't always develop pitching well, because you look at what Mayer did this year and you look at what Yuri Perez is as a complete product. And I know that Alcantara has wear and tear on his arm right now, but they've had no problems in developing pitching. I was having this discussion with people about Thomas White, and they were saying, hey, they don't want a piece of Thomas White because he's a Marlins pitcher. I kind of believe, unfortunately, it's the opposite. They do okay developing pitchers, and Thomas White is definitely a must-keep in dynasty formats, but that's just me diverting for a little bit.
Yeah,
No,
I don't think I'm avoiding to that degree Marlins pitching. I think it's more like leagues that lean really heavily on wins that I'd just rather roster a mid pitcher from a team that's going to win 90 games than a great pitcher on a team that's going to win 35 or 40 games.
Yeah, of course, I got that much.
But yeah, his stuff is insane. I love watching him pitch. Edward Cabrera too has been outrageous.
We just lose Peter and the scorebook?
We did.
Peter, you okay over there?
Team Rocket.
I think Chris being here really just.
Oh my God! I can leave. I'll leave and go back to chat. I have no place in this stream, so.
No, please stay. Don't leave.
It's cool having the extra AL East voice in here too, though.
You know what's really funny? I love Ty, right? And I shouldn't because he's a Blue Jay, but I've never hated the Blue Jays, ever. Because every year on the show, I get drafted to Toronto, so I have a soft spot for the Blue Jays. But I really shouldn't like Luke. I don't like Luke. I shouldn't like Ty, but I do.
You just tripped all over yourself there, by the way.
I read Luke's name because I can't stop staring at his jawline. So I read his name and I lost track of what I was saying.
Hey Luke, I like your little the tag underneath your name. It's very true.
You know what? I didn't change it from the after show party, so it's just sticking. It's just sticking.
Devers is up here, Chris. You watching?
But when you have a moment, Peter, I'm going to ask you to
listen. I had a really successful
I put it up there.
8 watch yesterday. Seeing Devers, fumble all over the ball at first base.
So funny. When he rolled that ball to first base, I was cracking up. That was so funny.
He literally lost the game for the Giants. His fumbling of the ball allowed the Mets to score that second run.
He also almost came off the bag on a play that I was like, "Oh, you did catch it, but I don't know if you were over there." But when he dropped that ball right by first base and just pushed it to the bag and then stepped on the bag. Oh man, that was funny. So far outside of the zone he's set up right now.
He kind of has a baby face. I'm just noticing that now.
Rafi Devers?
Yeah.
If he had some facial hair, you wouldn't feel that way.
That's the thing is that was the whole spiel in Boston. It was if Rafi hit a home run or something, it was Alex Cora is going to let him have an extra scoop of ice cream because he was such a baby. But
Alex Cora sucks, am I right, guys?
Oh my God, here we go. You know what? Alex Cora just beat the Dodgers in a series, and I know that's not saying a lot because the Dodgers absolutely suck right now, but I'll take the win.
I mean, it makes sense. When you trade off a guy like Rafael Devers, you're not competing this year, so it's nice when you're able to beat teams like the Dodgers and things like that.
Honestly, as much as Boston sent away Devers, they've been hot as anybody except really the Blue Jays right now. Boston's been really good.
That's literally if Toronto hadn't caught fire, the Red Sox would be the hottest team in the AL East.
Alternatively, if you hadn't traded your all-star third baseman, you might be at the top of the division.
That's actually not true. Hold on.
As
I will
Rafi
say
Devers
this.
grounds out to Pete Alonso,
I will
who
say
should not have tossed it to Senga.
No,
That scares me.
that terrifies me too. But we're down 2 outs here. Senga only on 86 pitches.
I will say this. Rafael Devers was checked out. Did I like the trade? Absolutely not. But he was checked out. He needed to go. Was a bad return. I'm not going to defend the return here. But
right.
him
But
leaving,
who checked him out? Who checked him out?
himself for being a baby. No,
I don't
you
agree
can't-
with
you
that at
can't
all.
Tell me. You
I don't
can't
agree
tell
with
me.
that. You signed a
bring in Gold
long-term
Glove-
contract with the place.
Hold on.
that
Hold
you
on.
wanna
You can't
stay
tell me you bring in a Gold Glove third baseman, and you tell Devers, "Hey, you're not playing third base. You're going to DH because we're paying you to do a job, and it's to hit. It wasn't to field."
Nah, it's the
It's-
way they did. It's the way they did it. Like
No,
look,
it was overblown because we somehow
Chappie.
still in 2025
Matt
don't
Chapman.
have.
Yeah, that's gone. Does Matt Chapman have any CBL implications, Luke?
he's gone.
So he'll be back. But
Let's go.
Matt Chapman with his second home run of the day is going
That
to
is
give the
big
Giants the
for me.
lead.
Oh wow,
No,
I'm
look.
super behind.
Yeah, we all are.
Is it
I'm-
raining really hard somewhere in one of your houses?
No,
I feel like I can hear like massive rain right now. Weird.
I wonder if that's coming from any feedback of mine. I do have my AC on.
Yeah, Chappie, let's go.
Oh,
I don't think it's going to be enough to win this right now unless I thought.
I mean, look, sweeping a team is difficult, and it's not out of the question for me that the Mets could drop this game, if any of them.
hey, Ram, I have a question. How was that Brett Beatty's fault? I just want to hear.
No, it's not. Why would I? I'm a
'Cause
pretty
last time it
rational
was.
baseball fan.
Last time it was.
I'm a rational baseball fan. I just
'Cause
talk about
last
what
home
happens
run was
on the
Beatty's
field.
fault. So is this one also Beatty's fault? I'm just curious.
No, he lost the zone after that. It's kind of a continued effect thing. But if I go into that, that might be a little bit advanced for you, and I don't really want to do that to you on stream.
Ooh.
You know, it's a little mean. So I just let's just say that was Senga's fault, and we can move on.
You know, Ram, you haven't officially accepted the ticket for the 12th. I can take it back if I want to.
I've accepted it. Actually, it's on my phone. Yeah,
Damn.
I could pull it up right now and show it. I've accepted. I have auto accept on for
Oh.
you actually because I care about you.
Can I rage bait you into showing us your phone?
Okay, all right.
Look, I have a cell phone. Wow, everybody. Yeah, I own a cell phone. It folds.
Oh, God.
Oh, you got one. You're one of those guys. Very cool. Very cool. I like
Yeah,
the
that's-
phone.
The case is from Gurren Lagann, by the way, because I am a huge anime nut. So
I don't know what anything you just said was very.
I
cool.
know that's okay. Even if one person understands what Gurren Lagann is, they'll appreciate that one.
And
But-
looks like the Mets get out of the inning finally, but not before relinquishing the lead.
Yes, Matt Chapman single-handedly, who has been hitting pretty well since coming back from injury earlier in the year, has.
Did we get an answer on if Matt Chapman's involved in any of these matchups?
He might be, but Luke is temporarily not here.
I
so-
will
I
find
thought I heard that he was.
Yeah, because earlier when he homered, I'm pretty sure Luke said that he actually had something to do with these matchups.
I'll tell you right now. Hold on.
I miss Luke.
I miss Luke too.
Matt Chapman was rostered by Virginia, Oklahoma, Indiana State, Arkansas, Santa Clara, Binghamton, Northern Colorado.
Oh, Northern Colorado, that's a big one.
Yep.
My stream's behind. What happened?
Brett Beatty hit a home run for the Giants. Actually,
No way. No way.
yeah.
Wait, was there another Brett Beatty double play?
No, he's
No,
bad.
Chapman.
You wouldn't have been surprised though. But no, our friend Luke lost the stream and he came back now. So
I do have some stats on the Mets here. Mets have stolen 26 consecutive bases without being caught. They're 85 for 95 on the year, and they're doing this while being rated as the second slowest team in the league after the Twins.
You see, Ram, that is what a good coach looks like. Our first baseman, unlike our pitching coach, Sorry, hitting coach. My mistake.
I was
That
about to
complete-
murder you on stream if you
No.
somehow started insulting Jeremy Hefner.
No, Jeremy Hefner is a beautiful man. I love him. He's perfect. Eric Chavez is the piece of shit that I'm referring to. See,
Eric Chavez is a piece of shit?
Yeah, he is.
Piece of shit. So
Yeah.
we're outside of runners in scoring position, which is not a coachable thing. The Mets must be really horrible in runs scored this year, then, right? Because if Eric Chavez is really bad, they must be in the bottom third of runs scored or something like that, right? Because we need to eject him.
Look what he did to Avi. Look what he did to Alvarez. He had to
Alvarez
go down.
been hitting fine.
He had to go back down. Yeah, since he got away from Eric Chavez.
He's been back up with Eric Chavez for a bit and still hitting.
Yeah, and clearly isn't listening to him anymore. So good for him.
I like how whenever it's convenient, you decide that the players don't listen to Eric Chavez.
You are the only person that you are the only Mets fan that I know that is defending Eric Chavez. And I don't know if it's
because hitting in runners in scoring position is not a coachable, fireable sense. Like, I'm not going to fire Eric Chavez because the Mets don't hit and run in scoring position. That's just scapegoating.
I'm fine with that.
Everybody
not
needs a scapegoat because I'm rational. You won't even scapegoat Brett Beatty, for Christ's sake. He grounds into actual double plays, and you're like, I'm adding another wall to my Brett Beatty shrine. And Eric Chavez has the Mets at least an average offense, and you're like, kill him. We can't be average. We must ground into double plays in clutch situations. You gotta pick a side here.
Listen, today, if the game is on the line and Brett Beatty grounds into a double play to loses the game, I will take down a wall of my Brett Beatty shrine.
Well, hopefully he didn't put up any others. He did. Hopefully he didn't put up another one last night when he advanced the runner by getting out.
No, just a picture.
So Northern Colorado has done it, guys.
Is that it? Are they set now? Did they manage?
There are no relievers on either side. They have a 9-point lead unless Chapman grounds out into double plays for the rest of the game and gets 3 more at bats. I think that's it.
Pete Alonso grounds out here.
Oh, you know what? No, Nimmo can ground that into a double play and also kind of screw him. But he needs the worst to happen to lose his lead.
So he just so that Chapman second home run was huge for him, essentially.
Yep, those 28 points have him, I think, in a 9 or an 11-point lead, if Luke can confirm.
Luke, our CBL correspondent.
Yeah, he's up 13-34 to 13-23. Chapman now with 28.5 points, and that definitely put him over to start.
Matt Chapman saving a matchup for a number 1 seed against an 8 seed
and on stream. Gotta love it.
Northern Colorado, I think, is out today.
Did you guys see the Ian Happ hit stick today?
I did.
That was awesome.
Wasn't he given wasn't he given home, right?
Interference, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colton Montgomery just could not get it away fast enough.
That was hilarious.
Woo! Oh. My name's Jeff.
That's going to be a double for Jeff McNeil.
Oh.
My name's Jeff.
Jeff McNeil is a very interesting case because
he's better than Brett Beatty.
Can I finish a thought? Oh my God.
Gotta be quicker than that, son. But go on, yes.
Before this season, and even in the beginning of the season, a lot of Mets fans were calling for the Mets to trade him because we have one player called Luis Acuna there in second, and Acuna's just been dog shit all year. Acuna is what Ram thinks Brett Beatty is, but Jeff has been playing great all year.
No, that's not true. Acuna's got a much better glove than I give Brady credit.
And Acuna's a baby.
What?
Why are we dogging on the baby?
Because he's been terrible. Literally.
Did you guys see Jeff McNeil's double?
We did. And after that, Randy Rodriguez is coming in to replace Joey Fuego. Randy Rodriguez
there are implications to Randy Rodriguez.
Yeah, Randy Rodriguez entering the game has CPL implications. This is good.
Let's walk into the ECU.
I was sitting here on Friday, trying to map out matchups and stuff like that. I did not have Randy Rodriguez on a Sunday night baseball impacting a conference.
And he's already getting 2 points for inheriting that runner. So the lead is now
updated, right? So Jesse, our resident Giants fan who rosters Randy Rodriguez, needs this inning to beat Columbia. Otherwise, well,
He
you
needs
know the
he
other
needs
way.
7 points right now.
Yeah.
So is this not updated?
It's
No,
not
it is.
because no, it's not.
It's updated before Randy Rodriguez walked.
Yeah,
walked up
yeah.
and down.
Right now, the updated score would be like 13-25 because he inherited the runner.
Yeah.
Oh, right, because he has to. It'll give the points to start, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So looking real quick here, it looks like Vanderbilt's closing out that match against LSU. So that might be one of the biggest upsets that we see.
Yeah.
Outside of the NIT upset of Memphis upsetting Oregon after going 0-30 all year. Esmada takes over the Memphis Tigers and turns them into a winning team, and I think a top 10 score in the NIT as well. That's one's gotta
intimidating.
hurt.
That's
But you know what? You know what? They're not. You know what they're not? They're not the buzzsaw that is Rutgers University. Like that. What a handsome man down there with that R hat on.
Oh, I thought it was a Team Rocket hat.
It is a Team Rocket hat. That's what Ty and I were talking about.
You guys, this just goes to show how uncultured you guys are. If this was a Team Rocket hat, the hat would be black and the R would be red.
I'm colorblind.
Actually, the hat would be white and the R would be red. I cosplayed Team Rocket before. That's how I would know. I have it over. I have a Rocket uniform in my house. I will wear it one day on stream if there's reason. I promise.
You know what? There needs to be no reason. If you win your conference, the live stream has to be done with the Team Rocket uniform on.
I still have the purple wig to do James. I will do the live. If I win the conference, I will absolutely. There's no question I'll do it as James. This is not I would actually have a lot of fun.
Oh, wow. I didn't know Randy Rodriguez led the MLB and the ERA for relief pitching.
Randy Rodriguez made the All-Star team because he was
I know that.
as a reliever. You get Starling Marte to ground out here. So now this is the Brett Beatty versus Randy Rodriguez. This has implications not only for fantasy, but for Peter's, feelings.
I just posted a picture down on the bottom. If you could pull that up, please, for me.
Absolutely.
See?
Yeah, I'll show you the other ones.
Team Rocket hats, black and red. Thank you very much.
But your hat is red and white.
It's a Reptar hat, actually.
It's a Reptar is also
trying to prove.
Oh no,
that's still wrong. Like it's not right.
Jesse, you gotta talk to your guy. Randy Rodriguez has gone 3-0 to Brett Beatty.
Hey Ram, can you not spoil this for me? I need to see this live, if that's okay.
He's lost the zone to the least dangerous hitter on the Mets as he throws a knee-high strike. It's now 3-1. Letter-high strike, and Brett Beatty stares at it for a called strike, and it's 3-2. This is the season on the line for Jesse. Pretty much regular Sunday.
That was a ball. The 3-1 was a ball, but that's fine. Like factually, I'm watching the StatCast thing. That's a ball.
Foul ball. Payoff pitch is going to come back. 3-2 game, 3-2 count. We're going to do it again here. What does Randy Rodriguez throw to Brett Beatty with Alvarez on deck?
Wow, that was not a strike.
That was not a strike.
Thank you, Luke.
Good eye by Brett Beatty. You don't hear that often, but it was a good eye.
Luke, I appreciate your bipartisanship on Brett Beatty. Just call it as
you know what? I tell it as it is.
Brett Beatty draws the walk. Jesse's not going to be happy about that one.
As we erect another wall to our Brett Beatty shrine.
Something quickly, Ram, you were talking about Thomas White being somebody that you still believe in. He had 14 Ks through 5.
I know his last pitching stat was electric, and I was having this argument recently with people because they're like, "Listen, we demote Thomas Wright in our rankings because he's on the Marlins." I'm like, "Don't do that. You are shorting yourself a good prospect. Thomas White is a very talented arm.
Hasn't given up more than 4 hits since May 2nd. Didn't give up any walks in the game. He K 14, only gave up 2 hits.
Jesse,
14 Ks through 5 innings.
through five, by the way.
Crazy.
That's, again, like, to put that in perspective for anybody, that's 15 outs. 14 Ks out of 15 outs, by the way, for Thomas White. That's MLB
What
The
the
Show numbers,
hell?
unless Chris is playing. But let's see here with the... So...
I wasn't even talking.
Randy
I'm
Rodriguez.
locked into Nacho right now.
Randy Rodriguez comes back to strike out Francisco Alvarez on a foul tip after someone told him that he can just throw strikes to this bottom half of the lineup to the Mets. But is that enough for our friend
not.
Jesse?
He needs about a point in like 1.75, give or take a couple decimal points.
But if he gets the hold, if the Giants keep this game, does that give him enough points?
Oh no, the hold will get him, but does he get the hold?
You also have I think he also has Ryan Walker tonight.
He does
too.
have Ryan Walker, so but he needs Ryan Walker to come out. So I mean, unless Rodriguez can come and get one more out.
No, how far behind is he right now? Actually, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up in a second. But
it's 1332.3 to 1330.52.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker if so.
But
well, also, does Randy Rodriguez come out for a second inning?
I would say he only has 10 pitches, 11 pitches. I think maybe he comes out for at least another out.
So here's the crazy thing about this, right? Who gets the win in this game, right? Because that comes down to the score.
Right now, it's Joey Lucchesi, I think.
No,
the
score because the starter didn't go 4 innings, right? The scorer gets to wait, hold on.
Yeah,
no, but Rodriguez didn't start the inning. That's what I'm saying.
The winner in this game right now would be Joey Lucchesi.
Yeah, because Rodriguez came in with an out. If he
I know it shocks everybody, but I watch baseball sometimes.
I thought of it. No, I think the scorer gets to pick,
No, because Lucchesi, it was a tie game. And
no. If the starter leaves before they hit the threshold, and the lead doesn't change, then the scorer gets the pick.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. But in this case, the lead
changed while
Lucchesi finished the 5th inning.
Yeah,
and they took the lead in the bottom of the 5th, so he's in line for the win right now.
Yeah.
But then does that mean Rodriguez is?
But that would mean Rodriguez is in line for a hold if
they hold. Yeah, if the game holds out.
Jose Buto's in, by the way, but I didn't even mention that, and he is going to be pitching to former Met Dominic Smith.
Skeens shoved again today.
Skeens did he actually get a win again?
Don't know, but his ERA is down to 1.89.
Pull this back over here.
Skeens might be almost as good as Eovaldi.
Skeens is basically.
Shut up, Chris.
Skeens the best player in the league. Like,
wait, hold on.
I was just about to compare Skeens to DeGrom, and this motherfucker says Nathan Eovaldi.
At least, Eovaldi has the best ERA in baseball. That's all I'm going to say.
He does.
So you would take Nathan Eovaldi over Paul Skeens?
Not. We already tried that. No, absolutely not. I'm just saying a fact that Eovaldi has a better ERA. Less starts, less innings pitched, of course, but still.
All right, ignoring that, that's ball 1, so it's 1-1 to Dominic Smith.
You guys remember when the chat hated Paul Skeens and was all over the Mizzler?
Yeah, that was a nice little 3 hours.
That was a weird day. That was a weird day.
I don't know how you can hate Paul Skeens. He's one of the best things about baseball right now.
Ask all the Brewers fans in our chat why they hated Paul Skeens that day.
I kind of hate Paul Skeens. Like, oh, look at me, I'm Paul Skeens. I'm the best player in a really cool city. My girlfriend's hot. Oh, look at me, I'm the best pitcher in baseball. Fuck you.
Why are you hating him? Good for him.
I'm jealous.
Can I hate him because he was an LSU Tiger? And he beat the Florida Gators in a national championship game.
No,
that's a more legitimate reason.
We love LSU over here as a Saints fan, so suck it.
No.
Jacob deGrom also right now is having a renaissance year, and I am loving this.
I want that selfishly, solely because I want him to build a Hall of Fame case. Yep. The best pitcher I have ever seen live is Jacob deGrom. And I want him to have his legitimate chance at the Hall of Fame. He may not get another Cy, so he needs to build up those counting stats, and I'm rooting for it personally. I don't care what anybody says. a former Met, I want this guy to do it.
Do you guys think it's really ironic that Jacob deGrom's having this great year with one of the worst offenses?
No, that actually that is literally.
I think it makes him comfortable. I think it makes him comfortable. He sits there and he's like, bad offense. At least I'm in the South now. He's happy to be back in the South. That's what he wanted.
I'm starting to be convinced that he's just a detriment to offense for some reason. There's something about the way he pitches, and it just lulls your whole team to sleep.
Something about the aura goes in there, and just everyone can't hit when Jacob deGrom goes in there. And
man, but it's just I'm glad that it's not just happening when he's on the Mets, because for a while, like, I'll never forget, and this is going way back to Johan Santana. That's foul. Good.
It's foul. Don't worry, it's foul.
Because the Mets, they can't hit, and they never really can hit. The Mets won a 1-0 game that Johan Santana pitched, and the one run was a solo home run that he hit back when pitchers would hit. Also, Jacob deGrom was a very good hitter for a pitcher, so that was pretty cool.
The other pitching thing I'm paying attention to is Zach Wheeler is probably having the best year of his career, and it just also sucks that the other guy who is pitching really well is having maybe the best year for a pitcher ever at all. And he's not, like, Wheeler's not winning the Cy Young unless Paul Skeens gets blown up the rest of the way, and that's
right. But remember that so some people were talking to me. I was big on the Cal Raleigh MVP thing, right? And a lot of people were telling me, hey, unless Aaron Judge gets hurt even for a little, Cal Raleigh's got no shot. Well, Aaron Judge is gone for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
So there might be something here. You never know.
Oh, Cal keeps up his pace, it's over.
Yeah, he's got the most home runs for a switch hitting catcher ever now for his 41st.
By the way, so the line was closed on Senga. We didn't talk about it. 5 innings, 3 earned runs, 5 walks. So control just bit him today. He obviously, after the first few innings, just couldn't keep it together. Buto's coming and looks strong. He just struck out Patrick Bailey. And we're going to see Wisely step up here as he tries to keep this game a 1-run game. I don't know if Randy Rod is going to come out for one more inning. For the sake of Jesse, we kind of hope he might.
For the sake of this league, I hope they do.
That's going to be foul. But with Rodriguez only throwing 12 pitches, it's very possible he's going to come out there to pitch another inning after getting Alvarez to strike out. He's going to see Mauricio, Nimmo, and Lindor if he stays in to try to finish the inning.
They may keep him in just because of who's coming up.
Yeah, I feel like they should. Considering it's a bullpen game, like, you have to keep some, as many.
It would make sense instead of just pulling him after those free outs.
Yeah,
so.
let him work out of it. If he gets in trouble, then you pull him. But I think he should at least come out.
That's going to be a ball. So we're going to see.
You got to give him the first batter at least. And see what he does from there.
Mauricio is 2 for 2 today for what it's worth with an RBI, so he is finding the green pretty easily today. Northern Colorado Bears just talked, by the way. It says he was at a family reunion and just saw the score, so he's excited because of the fact that he's going to be able to pull this one out potentially.
I don't know. He's at a family reunion. I don't know why he doesn't have the stream on right now. Like.
I would love if one of you replied to him and said that we are his family and we should be at that stream remotely, so he should have us on right now. But
I'm on it.
That's going to be foul. Pitch number 5. So we're still at 1-2. Buto now at 15 pitches. Definitely wants to get Wisely here. You don't want to face Jung Ho Lee yet again with the runner on, even if he has been a little bit cold.
Ooh, is it going to stay in play? Nope, that's in the seats.
That is also foul. So, yet again, the 1-2 punch. We're going to do it one more time.
I just noticed the Marlins man behind the plate.
Oh, he's there? Of course he's there. He's everywhere but at a Marlins game.
You know what they say? Peter? Marlins will soar.
Yes, they will soar.
Who has said that ever besides you in that specific moment?
Someone doesn't know the song.
I do. I just wanted you to have to talk about it because it's very uncomfortable.
How is it uncomfortable? It's a beautiful.
I don't want to
moment.
talk about it. I don't.
It's one of the best. It's one of the best songs ever made.
Ram, are you not a fan of Scott Stapp? Is that what you're telling me?
I have neutral feelings.
Ram doesn't like Creed. Are you going to tell me you don't like Nickelback now?
Oh, I love Creed and Nickelback though.
Okay.
I'd walk into a wedding of mine with Creed, but like the version that they played down south when they were having like the mariachi band play Creed, like that's what I want. It would just be very special for me.
Just like the mariachi version of Alter Bridge, Metalingus.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I showed you that Norteno version and I love that. I legitimately enjoy that version of the song.
It kind of tripped me up in the beginning, but it got hot.
Right. Then when he started speaking Spanish and doing it, I'm like, it's kind of like
a hot song. Dude, Sexton Hardcastle would have came out to that.
Good old Sexton Hardcastle, the inspiration for Luke's very, very sharp jaw.
Do you like wrestling?
I don't think I've ever actually watched wrestling.
Okay, well then.
I'm interested in like collegiate wrestling, but I've never watched like the WWE and stuff.
He's interested in the scripted stuff. We're talking about the real.
But I am keeping up with a TikTok story right now of a guy called Shiloh Hill, who's apparently in the WWE, and some like dark web stuff that he's gotten himself wrapped into, and I am uncomfy.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
There's a dark web area where you can buy shoes that are named human people's names, and so
the shoe man.
Nobody in the comments can tell if he's like putting on like a WWE style storyline to like sell a product, which WWE has been great at. I know that. But I can't stop watching his videos. I'm so invested in him.
I'm 100% sure that the shoe man is part of his gimmick. Like he's trying to kind of like, because there's a guy who does comedy. I think Carter Vale, I think is his name, and like there's a song he does called like Dirt Man, and I love Dirt Man because it's all just straight up like dumb humor. But the shoe man thing, I love it because it's just the idea of like he's going really deep into this really weird like unknown sender shoe man shoes and wrestling in them. It's one of those weird things, but I don't have any notes here that let's see if Randy's coming out. Randy is coming out to face Randy Rodriguez is staying in the game. Fantasy implications, baby. Well, here we go. Fantasy implications are going to happen. Ball 1 to Ronnie Mauricio.
Love it.
Big deal. This is a big deal here.
Give me some commentary. Give me some commentary, Ram.
None of our streams
give me some play-by-play.
None of our streams.
I haven't even seen a pitch yet.
Yeah,
I was like ball one to Ronnie Mauricio. Oh, I do not have good news for Jesse C. Lee.
I just saw the first pitch.
I do not have good news for Jesse.
Am I going to have to change the score bug? Please tell me I'm going to have to change the score bug.
Oh,
We're going to have to change the scorebook, folks.
Let's go, Mets, baby. Let's go, Mets. Love the Mets, baby. Hit a home run.
That saves me from the Senga loss. So.
Oh, my God, Jesse.
That was up.
Ronnie Mauricio.
Was that into the cove? That was into the cove.
104.7 off the bat, 838 XBA. Ronnie Mauricio with a fly ball to right field. That's gone.
That's gut-wrenching.
And he redeems himself for that absolute piss-poor base run he did earlier.
If only Brett Beatty could do the same. But that was a
my God. He fucking hit that so far.
I love that me and Luke are like in sync in our stream, but I don't want to vocalize how late I am.
Oh, I'm already.
Luke's been letting us know the whole time.
I'm already past that.
Yeah, Luke is on Internet Explorer on this one. Brandon Nimmo's up to bat. There you go, Chris. Since you're getting upset when I don't update you.
It's 2-1 to Brandon Nimmo as
Jesse's only shot is Walker coming out and getting like a getting the win or something and like 3 Ks.
Well, no. I mean, if Rodriguez stays in the inning, if he gets like 3 Ks.
I don't think he's going to go that much further.
Yeah.
Well, we'll
Already
see
15
because
pitches in.
they let Bivens go for what 3 innings, and they might
Yeah,
let
but this is a
Rodriguez
much higher
finish this inning.
leverage. This is a higher leverage arm, though.
Yeah, you don't want to burn Rodriguez in a
Yeah.
bullpen game that like that.
Yeah, but
You have other
what if
arms.
he asks them? What if Jesse asks them really nicely?
I
He
would
did say
hope. I
he
would hope
called
he
the
did.
manager's phone. So
We got a 3-2 pitch here coming in Nimmo, and that is going to be a strikeout looking.
My God. Why is Nimmo hitting leadoff?
because he's been hitting leadoff for a while now.
I know, but the last like couple games, I feel like he gets like 6 at bats and then like does nothing with them. Don't quote me on that. I don't even know if that's true.
That was a nasty pitch, though.
Great pitch there. Brandon Nimmo called out on strikes, and it looks like, as of the moment, he is staying in to face Lindor.
That was cool.
Yep, call strike to Lindor. So Rodriguez is staying in to face Lindor.
Yeah,
Alright.
East Carolina's back up to 13-24 after the strikeout to Nimmo.
Called strike 2 to Lindor as Randy Rodriguez has gotten the call from Jesse Lee that there might be.
Is this going to be a roller coaster of an outing from Randy Rodriguez? Has no idea what's going on in East Carolina right now, but
No. And that's strike 3 to Lindor. So Randy Rodriguez comes back after the home run to strike out Brandon Nimmo and Francisco Lindor.
And that's gonna put.
Ooh!
does he face one more batter? Is he going back out? Is he staying out?
I haven't seen anybody move.
I don't see any movement changes here, so it looks like Randy Rodriguez may stay in to face Juan Soto.
If he
He is now. That's foul ball strike 1 to Juan Soto. Randy Rodriguez.
gets
trying to
Soto
save.
even on a pop up, I think he does it.
That
was a
is
gorgeous pitch to Lindor.
that's insane.
Oh, and he could still get the win.
Jesse can
Yes.
still be in this.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no! Oh baby, this is an
Am I-
all timer for that.
How many
So the
points do you get for
strikeout-
wins? Is it
Hold
3
on,
or 4?
the strikeout to Lindor got
Ooh,
Jesse
I'm ahead in the face.
13-30. He was 2 points behind.
He's 2 points behind.
He's,
Yes.
he's essentially where he started in the inning after that home run.
Yes. Yeah.
Gentlemen, I have bad news for you.
Is it good news for me?
It's good news for the Mets.
4-3.
Now it's really over for Jesse.
Oh, no.
I
Let's go
hate
Mets,
this.
baby.
This isn't
Juan
even my
Soto hit a
team,
home
and I
run.
hate this.
That's
This
crazy.
isn't my team, and I feel that feeling in my gut right now.
Yeah.
It's not a fucking roller coaster,
Dude,
guys.
it feels like I lost.
Yeah.
That's crazy because I don't feel that way.
I do.
Well, no
I do,
one
it's
asked
big.
you, Peter.
Let's go Mets, baby.
I'm happy
Once-
for the Mets to win, obviously, but I was kind of hoping it would not be off Randy Rodriguez.
No, I agree. Jesse, I appreciate you've been in the chat. You're gonna agree.
And also, that's no shot against Columbia, who I love too. I just like the idea of a comeback here.
Also,
and,
a kid might have got hit in the face on that home run, so that's interesting.
Tyler Rogers is coming in to replace Randy Rodriguez, effectively ending his night and putting him on the hook for the loss, as the Mets have taken a 4-3 lead here off 2 solo home runs.
I jinxed it by saying that he had the lowest relief pitching ERA.
I
Chris.
can't
This
believe
is
you
all
come
your
out
fault.
here, Chris, and hurt Jesse Lee like that. Isn't that guy in your conference?
He is.
Wow. Why would you come out and ruin his run like that?
I mean, I honestly wanted him to win. I didn't want Steven.
Is the villain of the CBL. Like this just meets expectations.
It looks like Columbia will hold on, and they're a strong team going into it. I mean, that's another strong team you might have to get through.
Yeah.
They're on the bottom side. I'm not worried.
Columbia is kind of in an interesting spot. They don't have the points to get the auto bid. They don't have the record for the auto bid. They're going to need some things to happen in order to make
This
it
is the
in.
same spot I'm in, right? Where they basically got to win the conference or where they're not.
I think Columbia has a
I
better.
don't want to put them in the same place as you are, Ram. I think they're a couple spots ahead of you.
They are ahead of me. Yeah, no, I know they're ahead of me. Right.
Yeah. But they need some good things to happen. Hats off to the win. Well, I mean, I'm not going to give him the win yet because I know Ryan Walker still has to go out, or he probably will be pitching tonight. And Jesse's only 13 points behind still. And I mean, we saw.
Okay, that is not insurmountable.
No. And we saw Randy Rodriguez push him closer. So if the Giants can get Rodriguez off the hook, get Walker in, and get a solid outing, I mean, Jesse's still in it.
Well, we've got a few innings of interesting baseball with fantasy and fan implications to go. Ball one from Ty Rogers over two.
You said he needed how many points? 13?
What was that?
So he needs like a perfect inning from Ryan Walker.
Yeah, because Walker's only done 13 points. 2 out of his last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 outings.
So he's due, is what you're saying.
He's due. It's been since July 13th that he gets at least 13 points. So
that's foul. It's 1-2 from Tyler Rogers to Pete Alonso. You know, I feel one of the things I'll say that I feel for Jesse is that he is a Giants fan. So it is kind of hurtful to watch your team blow the lead at the same time that after, telling me it was the Giants game versus the Mets. He's a great guy.
Don't roster Blue Jays in very many leagues because I can't handle both losing the game that I'm watching and also having your mistake or your strikeout lose us the game and lose me my week.
That's exactly why Peter and I don't roster Met and Red Sox players at all.
Jesus.
Well, you say that after you traded for every single Red Sox at least twice.
That was the joke. That was the joke. Don't worry.
Chris, that was awesome, man. That was awesome.
All right, we're heading to the bottom of the 7th as Pete Alonso strikes out swinging. The Mets have taken a 4-3 lead. Randy Rodriguez is now on the hook for the loss after giving up home runs to Ronnie Mauricio and Juan Soto.
The only Blue Jays that I have stock of right now, I think, is Bo Bichette.
It's a good one to have stock of.
Yeah, he's having a good year. I bought on him last year in a few deals that I'm not super happy about in retrospect. A friend of mine sent me preseason PCA for Bichette straight up, and I had PCA in one league and I didn't have any shares of Bichette, and I was like, all right, no problem. And then I turned into who I am today, and I regret that trade deeply.
All right,
deeply regret that trade. What was my Bichette deal with my? It was also a bad one. In my big money league that I'm trying to win, I got Bo Bichette from the last place team, and Tamar Johnson and Davison Dos Santos and a first round pick and this was. Look, it hasn't panned out that well for him either right now because I sent Wyatt Langford, Edwin Diaz, and a second, and Langford just hasn't been that guy yet. I think he will be, but for now, I'm competing, and Bo Bichette is doing more points-wise right now than Langford is, and Edwin Diaz, I'll move a reliever for pretty much anything if it's going to get me a bat, so I was fine with that.
Have you no time doing this Jose Berrios trade live?
Oh, nice. Did you change it up? Did you accept it?
I'm trying to get that second round pick. The thing is, this is the defending champ, so the pick isn't even a good pick, and he's also first this year and probably winning it, especially if he gets Berrios. But
who else does he have is sinking, as minor league pitching, and so you can get it to the stone?
So I have another deal in place for J.R. Ritchie, which is his best minor leaguer at this point, but I'd be losing Rooker in the process. Again, it's a it's not just Richie for Rooker, right? It's got a couple different pieces that I haven't really moved. I haven't really decided on, but the burial steel is kind of like almost done, just because again, when the ship's sinking, you have to know when to cut the cord. And I don't want to be stuck in that like perennial middle of the pack.
Ooh.
Yeah, I agree.
Jeff Passan, breaking news. Right-hander Seth Lugo and the Kansas City Royals are finalizing a multi-year contract extension, sources tell ESPN.
You excited? You got me excited.
Best potential trade candidates this deadline and top free agent arms this winter will remain in Kansas City.
I love that.
A multi-year deal for Seth Lugo?
Isn't Seth Lugo like 48?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's having a great year, but a multi-year extension seems a little bit much. They are buying. They did just make like 2 trades for outfielders this week, I think.
You saying that, Peter, brought me back to Jeff's Twitter, and I had to like laugh on the inside when it said Yankees aggressiveness continues as they trade for infielder Ahmed Rosario. That was the funniest.
Yeah, Luke, can we talk about that? Like, what are you guys doing?
That was I found that weird going for McMahon and Rosario at the same time.
Didn't McMahon get a double today?
I have to look. Yeah, I thought McMahon put up positive points today. I didn't look at his line, but I did see it.
I can tell you, I roster him on my team.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw that Rosario trade, and I was like, is it finally happening? Like, are we finally finding someone to play shortstop so Anthony Volpe can go down to the minor leagues? Like,
does he play shortstop still?
I don't think so. I think he's been playing second base mostly.
I don't think Anthony Volpe plays shortstop either, though, so you might as well.
Yeah, exactly. And you're totally right, Ty. Like, I can't even get mad about that. Like, I would still take, Rosario at short over Volpe right now. Like,
to answer the previous question about Ryan McMahon, he 3 at bats, 2 hits, 1 run, a double, 2 RBIs, a strikeout, and a hit by pitch.
I should have known that because I'm playing him.
That's respectable.
No, Ryan McMahon, like, he's been very good for me all year.
Man,
I have no real complaints. I mean, now I do because he's a Yankee, but
Yeah. Well, like a lot of the Yankee fan base on Twitter and social media and stuff has just been griping about, I didn't want this guy. I wanted to go out and get a big bat. And I'm like, look, man, if you're gonna be giving up on average 3 or more extra bases per game to the opposing team, you're not winning shit.
As Gregory Soto gets his first strikeout as a New York Met.
So I liked that deal a lot better. He's already made at least 2 plays at third base that nobody else on that team would have made. So if he's winning you games by playing league average defense, you need to be smart and make that deal and not just go for a guy who's going to play below average defense. Like, I get that people like home runs and they like RBIs and stuff, and I do too. That's how you win games, but you lose games on defense.
Like, yeah, I don't think trading for Suarez really would have helped them as much as I thought. I mean, they've done similar things before. Like, I joke about it on the Power Hour, but like, Josh Donaldson was one of the worst acquisitions that the Yankees have had in a long time.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't that be the same thing?
You guys asked before if I hated any Blue Jay ever, and it was Josh Donaldson. I was holding that in. Just so you all know.
That's super fair. Honestly, I hated Josh Donaldson sometimes.
Dude, he sucks.
He had the best nickname in sports, though.
He does.
Yeah, he does. And honestly, like, he was a gangster on the Jays. Like, that guy was one of the best players in baseball. Like, literally the best player in baseball for a year.
Did he win MVP, or was he runner up to Trout?
No, he won.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And then he leaves and goes to a couple other teams, and it's just dog shit. And I thought that was hilarious. Same with Batista. Went to another team and just forgot how to play baseball.
Whoa! Jose Bautista was fine with the Mets.
Not comparative to what he did in Toronto.
No,
of course not. He was fine. He had a walk-off that one time against the Phillies. That was pretty cool. Everybody liked that.
The feeling I get watching this Jays team is the same kind of feeling I got watching that Jays team, except this team doesn't have the name power. It just has, like, a gang of dudes. Like everybody's producing right now. It's been really, really fun to watch.
I think the craziest thing to me about the Jays is that they're doing this not off the heels of Vladdy being a monster, being the monster that we're so accustomed to him being.
Yep. He's only got
like if his bat were to wake up at some point this year, Toronto can easily win the World Series.
You know, yep. I think just signing that extension and showing not only the fans but the team that the ownership at least has some interest in competing, kind of just had like a mental shift on the players to be like, all right, let's like go out there and try something.
Yeah, we went 1 week. We went 1 week. We're like, oh, Vlad's going to Boston, or Vlad's going to he's leaving Toronto because they're not going to pay him, and then they gave him that enormous contract, and Toronto was like, all right, now we're going to go play for him.
Like, if we're going to put out like a dollar valuation, do I think it was an overpay? Yeah, for $1 for $1, if that's all we're looking at, yeah, maybe you could have got it for less, but you weren't going to, and you're showing your team kind of like we talked about the Sox. Like you're just kind of showing your team that you're not for them when you're letting guys walk because you won't pay. And I've never ever liked that. I want my team sell every prospect. I don't care. I don't care to have a bunch of 18-year-olds in this program if we can also have World Series.
Speaking of letting guys go, Rafi Devers keeps falling off pitches, and it's 2 outs and still 3-2. It's been 3-2.
I mean, listen, I admire Rafi's plate discipline. I really do. I think I don't know what his
as he grounds out, and Gregory Soto, his first appearance as a New York Met, gets out of the inning.
What, that was 2 Ks and a ground out?
1 K and a ground out. One K and 2 ground outs.
Oh, okay.
Peter, can I say something?
Can I say it first?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, the Mets lead the league in Sotos. You know, you had Juan Soto. But what's Juan when you can have 2?
Fair.
Oh,
what's Juan?
I know Ram is our play-by-play guy, but you did a phenomenal job doing play-by-play there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You are.
Can you let Ram know when he comes back?
No, I can't. He'll have to watch the stream and go exactly to 2 hours 16 minutes for me to watch me say something nice.
I appreciate the fact that it happened anyway. And he missed that very important Seth Lugo news.
Addy Barger actually in a post-game presser this week was talking about what you were talking about there, Chris, about when your front office puts money somewhere and says, okay, chips are in, we're going to play. Everybody just gets a load taken off because no one's worried about what's going to happen when you play badly. We know that things are going to happen, but we know that we're here to play. And he was worried about getting sent back down. And obviously that's not happening. The kid has some of the hardest hit ball profiles in the big leagues. Guys are just ripped. And we're doing this without Anthony Santander, who, to my knowledge, has not started a hitting progression. I don't really care, honestly. You can stay where you are. Stay there. That's fine. We're fine. You know, people are talking about, what do the Jays need at the deadline? We need pitching, and then don't touch my offense. Honestly, I'm fine with my offense the way it is.
I'm honestly looking forward to the deadline for part of why you said, you mentioned how like the players bought in. I want the players that we are going to keep to know what's happening, right? Like if we're not going to sell Duran, right, then don't sell him and focus on the last part and try to push for a wild card spot. Yep. If we're going to sell him, right? Stop blowing smoke about like, oh, we're not going to take the Cease deal. Sell him so that the players that we do have know what's going on and know which direction the rest of the season is going to go. Because if you keep this level of uncertainty of whether we're going to be buyers or sellers, the players realistically, sure, they obviously have their own personal stats to go for, and they're playing for contracts and whatnot. But the mental aspect doesn't get spoken about enough when it comes to sports, and not knowing what direction the franchise that you're tied to for the next 2, 3, 4, however long, the kids who are still tied to Boston for 6 years, like let them know if Durant's leaving, let them know if you're making a pitching acquisition.
I did not come back to hear you defending the whole like Devers side of things and realizing the Red Sox were wrong.
As Tristan Beck gets Jeff McNeil to pop out for the first time.
You know what?
Peter, great job, Peter. You're doing such a dude. The play-by-play.
The play-by-play is just. I won't say top notch. I won't say top notch, but it's damn near close to top notch.
Listen, from minute 16 since the 2-hour mark, the play-by-play has been impeccable.
Yep, and he does it play-by-play too. Like each one.
Oh, and Starlin Marte gets a nice little single, nice little bloop single there. You know, going back to the top of the sixth there when Jeff McNeil hit his double, that would have been a home run in every other ballpark.
How long was that? How long was that double? Like, distance?
It went into Triples Alley. Oh, look who's our friend of the pod, Brett Beatty's up to bat now. As Ram, you may have missed the news, but Seth Lugo signed a multi-year extension with the Rock.
I did see that. I'm assuming Beatty gets a hitter, considering there's nothing about the situation that really needs him to do anything productive. So
yeah, we definitely don't want
to move the runner.
No. That would be Aaron Judge. Move
the runner over.
God, I hope he moves the runner over so Peter can have an orgasm on stream. But
he's probably going to ground out the second here, honestly.
That's
Peter. We need to go topless if Beatty hits a home run.
So what did I miss in the time that I was away? What did I miss?
Gregory Soto made his first appearance as a Met.
Yes, I saw he came in and he struck out Ramos and 15 pitches. He took Devers, 10 pitches, got him out.
So, I mean, Ram, why have Juan Soto?
The Blue Jays are.
Yeah.
I really think that the AL East could probably be in on and succeed in getting at least 4 of the big name starting pitchers this year on the free agent market. I could see Joe Ryan, Mitch Keller, Sandy Alcantara. And
do you really think Joe Ryan gets moved?
I don't know yet because Kansas has been so bad and Detroit's been so bad, and that division seems to be more open than it seemed to be 2-3 weeks ago. But I think we'll probably see in the next.
I don't mean to cut you off, but Brett Beatty moved the runner over. Oh, baby.
That's good fun. It's good fundies.
Peter Stream's not there yet. Let's get ready to watch the O face.
Nobody has so much of a sparkling smile while getting out than Brett Beatty. Maybe Brandon Nimmo, because he's just one of the happiest people on the planet, apparently.
Oh, yeah, he's just a real child of God, yeah.
Yeah, but nobody makes look.
You know, Ram, also, I made a point, I feel like you'll agree. You know, why have Juan Soto when you can have 2?
I agree. Juan Soto's doing so well for us, including the go-ahead home run today.
Yeah, and then his when obviously they play on the same team now, but when the Mets went out to Baltimore, do you think Juan Soto and Gregory Soto went out for dinner?
I don't know if that was part of the plan. I'm gonna guess no.
But I thought Albie was gonna tag that.
Foul. I would love an insurance run here. I knew Brett Beatty couldn't do it, but maybe
I would too, because I would hate to see Diaz blow a game live on stream.
Well, he did.
Why would you assume Diaz is going to blow the game?
Why would you assume that Diaz is going to pitch?
Where did that come from?
Because I only watch Met games to see Diaz pitch, realistically.
I thought you were Puerto Rican and liked Francisco Lindor. I'll let him know
do,
that you actually are anti.
I have no time. Listen, my thing is Francisco Lindor is great, right? He's captain Puerto Rico. But Diaz is the unsung hero because he's the only pitcher we have. That's not true. Seth Lugo's
Puerto Rican, which is one of the outstanding nicknames in the league as well, by the way. I miss the players' uniforms. Puerto Rican is outstanding.
That's awesome.
Puerto Rican. And Jose Berrío.
That's going to be a ground out to Willie Adams. So we're going to move on to the bottom of the 8th with the Mets up 4-3.
But Ram, you need to remember that I have a selfish reason as to why I want to watch Diaz, and it's because I own Diaz in every single team.
You know what hurts though? I've heard the rumor is that you own Brandon Nimmo too, and you literally said I only watch the games for Diaz. And that's a sad thing because
here's the thing: we had this thing going where whenever Nimmo would do anything, Peter would tell me. And he's been slacking lately.
You know, he actually said on the pod earlier that you would say that, and he's been doing it live even for you.
Here's the thing, Chris. Have I been slacking, or has Brandon Nimmo just not done anything lately?
That's also both things can be true because he had a home run the other day that you didn't even know.
Sorry for I was at work. Like, I do have a job.
Works, right?
I do work 40 plus hours a week. I'm sorry. Sometimes that interferes, to my annoyance, interferes with Mets games. Fun fact: when Francisco Lindor hit the grand slam in the playoffs to beat the Phillies in the playoffs, while that was going on, I had one of my earbuds in, and I was selling a chair mat to a customer, and one of my coworkers she's also a Mets fan, and she was on the other side of the store, ran over when Lindor hit, and she just saw my body freeze. Like, she's like, I could tell, because I listen to it on the radio, and my stream's always behind, and she watches it on the phone, so she's always ahead of me. So she's like, I knew the moment that when you heard he hit the home run because I just saw your body lock up and freeze. I was really trying to keep it together while selling a chair mat to a customer, and I sold the chair mat, by the way.
I heard chair match the first time you said that, and I was like, what are you, the GM of Raw now? And you're turning around and telling a customer, it'd be great for you as a chair match for the WWE Championship.
It was actually Edge that I was selling the chair to.
Where is Luke when you need him to talk about Edge?
Luke loves Edge.
Loves Edge.
All right, so moving on from edging, Reed Garrett takes over for Gregory Soto in the bottom of the 8th here as he's looking to keep the lead intact for the New York Mets, although Jesse is probably rooting for something else over there.
Hey, Ram, I don't know if I ever asked you this question. Where were you when you got that Jeff Passan notification that Juan Soto was a New York Met?
That's a good question. I don't know, because I think.
Did you have your notifications on for Jeff Passan?
So I generally don't. I try not to have Passan's notifications on all the time. I have Underdog MLB's notifications on because I love Jeff, but I also feel like the Underdog stuff is like just as quick. Jeff will come first, and then they'll come like right after because they're obsessed. They have notifications on everybody.
Pause.
But I remember not necessarily believing it when I saw it happen. I think I was just sitting in my home.
Yeah, I remember I was playing NCAA 25, and I just started laughing because I didn't think it was going to happen.
It felt like it was such a foregone conclusion that knowing the Mets, this couldn't happen that way, right? Everyone kept saying Soto to the Mets was so obvious that we just felt like, yeah, there's no way this is going to happen, right?
Well, no, everyone was. I feel like everybody in my circles was saying that he was absolutely going to sign with the Yankees. But why would he sign with the Mets?
It's going to be a 1-2 after a foul ball from Adams, but he might
put himself in the foot.
Yeah.
Man, Paul Skeens made 5 starts in July, has an 0.67 ERA.
Probably has like one win.
Insane. Jesse's saying he needs a run, so Randy Rod is off the hook, and then he needs Walker to come out top 9 with the tie game, and then we win bottom 9. I have a few problems with that, Jesse, as much as I like you as a person. I Reed Garrett gets another foul ball in there off Adams. We're still looking at a 1-2 count. Adams has been hitting the ball pretty well after his slow start over there in the Giants world. And I know it's the whole thing about the Giants, too, is that their power alley has struggled, right? I think they haven't had a 30 home run hitter since like Bonds.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think that's if it was like Belt or something, but I feel like Belt had like 29 or something, but I think they haven't had a 30 home run hitter since Barry Bonds.
True.
And that's a tough one because you look at this lineup now, right? I mean, Devers, Adams, Chapman. It's not like they haven't had guys that can hit. It's just like for some reason they can't break that 30 home run curse. That is also foul. So that's going to be another 2-2 pitch to Adams. Fouled off a tough splitter there. I love the splitter as a pitch. Reed Garrett's looked a little bit more back to form. Jesse confirming, by the way, no 30 home runs since Bonds, which is crazy. It feels like you got to see arguably the best home run hitter of all time, and then the turnaround is like, all right, now you're going to not see for 20 years.
Now you get nothing.
You get to see that. So for 20 years, nobody hits 30 home runs for your team.
You get Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford for 20 years.
That's going to be a hit for Adams. So Jesse's hope is coming through. We're going to see a tying run on base for the Giants as Matt Chapman, who has murdered the Mets tonight and is responsible for all 3 of their RBIs, steps up against Reed Garrett in what would probably be the most pivotal. Jesse says it's okay. We won 3 World Series after he left. I will say, you guys have had a lot of fun pitches over the years. I know that Peter and I were talking about Tim Lincecum the other day.
I love Tim Lincecum.
Yeah, Tim Lincecum is just, I think, universally, at least among people that I respect in baseball circles, loved, and I appreciate him.
Braden Montgomery just got promoted.
Oh,
Good for him.
813 OPS right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
when did Bonds last hit 30 home runs? It was 2004, right? So that means like literally it has been 20 years. I'm not actually freaking out. It's been 20 years since he that's gonna be a strike.
I think I'm getting breaking news that Northern Colorado has just named Matt Chapman the captain of their team. I think I just saw that on X.
How what lead do they have, by the way?
What was that? I think they're still. I don't think the lead has changed. I think they're still up 9.
Okay, so even some kind of weird play here, they're not. They're pretty.
Oh no, they're not up 9. They should be up like 7 because I think Nimmo struck out, didn't he?
Nimmo did strike out.
Yeah, so he lost those points, but
yeah, let me see.
Ball 2 on the splitter.
He's up 9 points right now. Ground into double play would be pretty.
and Nimmo's coming up to hit in the next inning, so
Yeah.
That's
All
going
right,
to
I'll make sure to update you on that one, how that goes.
appreciate it.
Yeah, can you throw that in the Discord too?
Matt Chapman strikes out swinging.
Oh boy.
On a splitter out of the strike zone. Nice pitch by Reed
I
Garrett.
guess it's better than grounding on into a double play.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not worse.
You're not wrong.
It's not worse.
He's not Brett Beatty.
All right. Northern Colorado only up 7 now. I don't think Wayne State can impact the game at all.
Does Wayne State have any players left?
They do have. If the Mets decide to pinch hit Mark Vientos, that's the only impact.
Oh, that is terrifying. I don't think
won't.
there'll be a need.
Not if they have to lead, because his defense is actually cancerous.
They would only pinch hit him at DH. And who do we have DHing today? I think we have Marte.
Starling Marte.
Yeah, and they'll probably leave Marte in. So
Yeah, doesn't Marte have like 2 hits today?
Yeah.
he does. And Mauricio is honestly the big bat today with 2 RBIs, 3 for 3. So kudos to Mauricio.
Is Mauricio a switch hitter?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's not a good switch hitter, but he's a switch hitter.
He's a switch hitter. So
Mauricio gives me Jordan Walker vibes.
Watch your tone, sir.
I think I talked about this a lot. He just gives me Jonathan Scope vibes. I think his best career arc is Jonathan Scope.
Big body, long swing. You know, I feel like Jordan Walker is swinging for like 45 seconds every time he swings.
I was very worried.
Like,
I was very worried about his ability to hit.
But
I feel like
have that same.
Mauricio is a better base runner than Jordan Walker.
yeah, that's a fair assessment.
I think Mauricio provides more speed on the base pass than
Is base running like kind of like a kink thing for you, Luke? Because I know you talk about base running when it comes to Volpe a lot, and I'm just curious.
Ram, don't put that up till it.
I know what it is. Don't worry. I know exactly what image it is, so you're okay.
Thanks, buddy.
But
Diaz isn't pitching.
Because
I told you.
Yeah, he already pitched and got the save the other night.
Okay.
Why do you need Diaz to pitch? Aren't you up like 200?
It's not. I own Diaz in like 5 other teams.
You care about those teams where you care about CBL?
No, absolutely not.
Exactly. So okay.
I was going to say I was going to tell Ash on you.
Well, the other league that's really important to me is also Ash's league. So
payoff pitch to Yastrzemski is fouled off the cutter here. That was middle. Jesus. Do not like pitches like that.
Ty, it's like they don't think closers can go back-to-back days like Jeff Hoffman.
Jeff Hoffman
Hoffman's
pitched like
almost gonna
every day
fall
in July.
I know. I have him in another league, and I'm like, Jeff Hoffman again? What are we?
Yep, he's working it.
I remember when listen, I'm not going to complain about Diaz not pitching because so much of this year the Mets bullpen has been overworked. So they got some rest for the All-Star break. They had a day off before this game. Like let's give before this series. Let's give these guys a little bit of a rest. They deserved it.
I mean, if they go out to San Francisco and sweep the Giants on comeback wins, essentially, after torching Logan Webb.
Just a pitch com issue. I got scared for a second.
No, we're okay.
Yeah, again, you could say. Now, I don't know if you would for sure. Correct me if I'm.
What are you doing, guys?
But I believe I can find it.
Yeah, Yaz will strike out swinging on a pitch that was nowhere close to the zone there. On another splitter that caught him. And now we've got Dominic Smith stepping up against Reed Garrett with the tying run still on first base. So.
Hey, Ray, what would you say happened to Logan Webb? What would you say?
I think he got torched, but in other words, you might say he got DP'd.
DP'd.
And we're going to see a pitching change here as Brooks Raley is going to replace Reed Garrett to face Dominic Smith because we have two lefties in the pen now, and we're excited. So Brooks Raley is going to come in and pitch to Dominic Smith to try to get the Mets out of the inning and keep that lead intact.
DS.
Oh, did you
hear
guys
the
see
trumpet.
that behind the back play by Iglesias today?
I did.
That was gross. Oh my god!
Too soon.
Love that guy.
Pass. That was a bananas. It was a Savannah Bananas play.
I think one should appreciate anything that makes you close. And if you're closer to Banana Ball, you're closer to God, in my opinion. So anything that brings you closer to Savannah Banana Ball makes me a very happy man. And to anyone who doesn't like it, you're old and angry.
Did you see the Savannah Banana faceplant on the backflip?
Yes, the backflip face. Oh no.
Yeah. I love him. I followed him before he was a banana, just because I like baseball content. Dude, he hit the floor so hard.
I felt bad because there are people who are like, "That's the level of." It's like, no, Savannah Banana games are amazing. Like that's just it.
I think it's so funny that he gets up and immediately goes. That never happens.
That never happens because it doesn't. Banana Ball is so good, so it's like, oh my god.
And he's the backflip guy. He was the one that started doing the backflips in Banana Ball. I like him a lot. I really like Savannah.
The Giants are countering by replacing Dom Smith with pinch hitter, also former Met Wilmer Flores.
Also clutch player of the decade.
Yeah, I'm actually slightly concerned.
William Flowers is stepping in to face Brooks Raley, and he torches lefties. And good gamesmanship. It makes perfect sense. You bring in. It was basically going to be Garrett versus Smith, or I got to be honest, I probably would have preferred Garrett versus Smith than Raley versus Wilmer Flores, but it's where we're at. I
love that Soto just got like bubblegum from the pen and just walks back out.
It's fouled off.
Well, some people would say that the bullpen is his safe space. So
he's miserable with the rest of the team. He can only fit in with the bullpen.
I love that we don't have to deal with that discourse anymore now that he's hitting the ball. That I just don't have to deal with like stupid discussions about how Juan Soto is unhappy and he was happier as a Yankee. He's fine here.
Yeah, it's like, are you happy with your life? Like, why? Like what are we doing here, guys? Come on.
All right, as that ball's fouled off, we have a 2-2 count against. That terrified me.
And Ram being 16 minutes ahead is brutal.
I can stop if you want. I can.
No.
Ram, do you have optimum internet?
I do. Thank you for asking. That's actually why I'm able to see this fast.
That is awesome. Did you know that their fiber network is so much faster than everyone else's?
It clearly shows in the way that I'm able to see the game ahead of everybody else on this stream.
You have this. That was scary.
The foul ball?
Yeah,
I just saw it.
Yeah,
too.
no, that was. I was like, oh no, and
All right, so yeah, good to know. Optima's superior provider for internet.
that's
Just
gonna
throwing
be
it out there. If
gonna
anyone
be
else,
amazing.
if anyone's watching and wanting to provide sponsorship,
I wish my neighborhood allowed anything other than AT&T.
Wilmer
I like
Flores
AT&T.
singles, and so we've got men on first and second.
Oh,
The
Billy,
hard hit
why would
single.
you do that to me? Oh,
oh, what a knock! What a knock!
Nice little swinging bunt.
why does he look like he's in pain running to first?
Oh,
He
too, yeah.
hates doing anything that negatively affects the Mets. It's actually in his blood. It's like when Shawn Michaels retired Ric Flair and he apologized before he hit him with the sweet chin music. Wilmer Flores makes contact against the Mets, and in his head he's like, "Lo siento," and then he has to run to first because like he can't. He's got to play the game the right way because Wilmer
Peter,
Flores.
he's doing the old soccer thing where you don't celebrate against your old team.
Yeah, that's a Wilmer Flores is forever. He's forever a Met.
Oh, he's crying.
This guy's batting helmet is Patrick Bailey's batting helmet is huge. It's like David Wright batting helmet big.
Good on you, Brooks Raley. Jesse says the weakest single for a big man, by the way, referring to that Wilmer Flores. Tyrone Taylor makes the catch. The Mets are out of the inning.
Look, ball one. Damn, doing it right, Luke?
I can't wait to see what happens, guys. You know what's funny is I just saw the Mauricio home run. So
So on your stream, Jesse's team is still leading.
yeah.
Oh,
I'm trying to figure out why he's not catching up to Columbia. All right, who is San Francisco going to pitch this inning?
Sean, whose name I can't pronounce.
It's a weird way to say Ryan Walker.
Gel? Helly?
Gel?
I don't actually know how to
Yeah.
pronounce this. Hjelle. I don't know how to pronounce his name properly, and I don't want to butcher it.
Oh God, my son's awake at 10 o'clock still.
Hobby.
Shut up, Luke.
Good morning, Hobby.
Isn't that
Good morning. You have to
jelly?
fall to sleep.
Oh, okay. It says Baseball Reference says jelly or something. So Sean
Yes,
Jelly.
Cam, don't
Yeah,
do it like
Sean.
that.
Yeah, so Jesse says just call him Jelly. So Sean Jelly is coming in, and he's going to be pitching to Ronnie Mauricio, who's been the thorn in the side of the Giants today.
Hey, we can still see extra innings, Jesse. Never give up.
Is that is this updated, by the way? In the
No.
I don't really think it. Actually, I don't think anything's changed, right?
No, there hasn't been much of a change. Again, Northern Colorado 13-30. They're up 7 points on Wayne State. I think we talked about it earlier. Vanderbilt ran away from LSU. They're up 12-18 to 11-55. Like I said earlier, LSU were not too concerned about the loss. They already have their bid to the dance, but they're not going to fall in the top 8, which would be a little surprising and shake up the brackets a little bit. And then ECU still down 13 points to Columbia. Man, I was really hoping Ryan Walker would come out and really make this a game, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. But we've seen crazier things happen on Sunday Night Baseball.
Jesse says the pirate ship has sunk. It's currently residing right next to the Titanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I mean, we'll talk more about it during the CBL portion a little bit more, but ECU, let's look right now. Yeah, they're 33rd. They're 33rd in points, which leaves them on the outside looking in. And it's the same thing with I mean, they're going to need some crazy things to happen for them to make it in for record. They're 32nd 36 in record, so they have to move up 12 spots in order to make it in. I just don't think that's plausible. So it was a win. It was a win and in for ECU. And man, that's such a matchup for them. That's such a great matchup for them. You hate to see it. Hate to see it fall because Ronnie Mauricio just decided to go off today.
He's a triple win in the cycle.
The Lugo extension, I believe, is 2 years. I think they just reported that too. Yeah,
I know. You guys are saying you don't like the deal. I mean, I love the deal, and I know I've been a big Royals fan over the last couple of years. Smaller market team, spending money, and they're still buying into the team.
Come on.
I can't Ronnie Mauricio.
Can't fault
him. I don't dislike the deal. I don't know if Kansas is a Randall Grichuk and a Seth Lugo away from winning anything.
Well, it does take
Can I make a controversial
statement?
Can I make a controversial statement?
Yeah.
Fuck the Kansas City Royals.
I like me some Bobby Witt and some Pasquatch.
No, okay. All right. Wait. Hold on. What's your gripe? What's your gripe with Kansas City?
What do you mean? What's my gripe with Kansas City? 2015 World Series.
Oh, all right. Fair enough. I mean, totally different team now, but fair enough.
It doesn't matter. I don't.
They still. I mean, they still have Sally. So Salvi.
Listen, Mike Moustakas. If I ever meet him in person, I'm not going to say anything to him. He's a very large man. But in my head,
I'm not going to say anything to him.
I'm going to mean mug the shit out of him.
That was an all-timer. That was an absolute all-timer, by the
way. Can we clip that one?
I want that as a clip.
As Acuna enters the game for some reason.
Yeah, he's pinch running for Mauricio, so that means that they're just going to let him take a break after he's gone 4 for 4 today. Brings his OPS up to 761, which is pretty impressive.
Hey Chris, Nimmo's batting now, in case you didn't know. It's 0-2.
He is an empty chair. Chris is an empty chair right now.
Well, I'm letting him know still.
It's a 0-2 to Nimmo from Jelly, as they're going to try to get this insurance run in here. It makes perfect sense. Acuna's a better base runner than Mauricio, honestly. So
I mean, it's for defense.
It's both, no? I mean,
well, no, yeah. I mean, he's a better base runner, and
I take both, yeah. Mm-hmm. And that looks like that's going to get the run home. That's going to get the run home for the Mets. RBI double for Brandon Nimmo. The Mets take a 5-3 lead.
I'm a best dad. I'm a child of God. I'm a worst dad. This is his walk-up music. In case anyone's
that's a win. That's a win for Northern Colorado. Up 16 now. Brandon Nimmo probably won't get another at bat. Probably won't see another at bat from.
Yeah. So Northern Colorado is cruising to their. They got out of almost getting upset by the 8th seed, which is going to be super interesting.
Yeah, and good on Wayne State. I think a lot of the points Wayne State got was based on Nick Kurtz last night. How many did Nick Kurtz have last night? Two nights ago. 78.5.
Nick Kurtz has had one of the most ridiculous weeks that.
Yeah.
So that was the best hitting performance we've seen all year.
Yes.
Nick Kurtz and Sonny Gray responsible for the best in CBL right now. Sonny Gray, I think, best on pitching and also best singular performance, his one hitter this year. And Nick Kurtz's 4th home run day with almost a 5th home run, which would have been beautiful.
Yeah.
What's Scooball's best performance?
Second best in the league. Because I think he threw a 2-hitter shutout.
He had a 95.55. Oh, yeah. No, 108.35 was his best. 9 innings, 13 Ks.
Yeah, so that, and then I think Gray slightly edged him out.
He what?
I think Sonny Gray slightly edged him out. The music just hits. Absolutely.
He what?
Just be happy I didn't go to solo view for you there, Luke, because I was a moment away from going to solo view because I knew you.
I wouldn't. You know what?
I have breaking news. The Buzzsaw Scarlet Knight Rutgers team has broken 1,000 points.
Good job.
How many points from Rutgers this week?
1,008.83 points.
Wow. That was that Rutgers team that was talking shit to me earlier in the week, right? Wow.
Ronnie Mauricio, 33.25 points.
So you said, Luke, it's Sonny Gray, Scoobs, and who has a third?
I have no idea.
I can't help you on the third. I just remember Sonny Gray having that one hitter,
What?
and I believe it was the highest score.
Actually, was it? No, because Judge homered in that game. Never mind. I was gonna say it was the complete game it was probably the complete game from Crochet. That was like 100.
As Lindor pops up to Matt Chapman, it's 1-0.
99.6. I don't know if that's the third best, but.
And Ram, you'll enjoy this too. Wayne, big part of Wayne State's valiant effort this week was Max Scherzer today, 61.05 points.
Hey, there's not many of us rostering Max. I think there's 8 of us, but there's not many of us rostering Max Scherzer.
Yeah,
only the maximum amount that's allowed in this league.
I can't believe that I'd be sitting here. I mean, Chris loves this, that Max Scherzer and David Peterson are the reason I move on in a playoff matchup. I mean, you gotta think about it. It's beautiful. You know, like
you're feeling pretty good. You're getting close to possibly doing the cast with your shirt off kind of good, or where are we at?
Not today, because like if I win next week, because that's literally the biggest matchup I've had all year, that's where you start to see the crazy things happen. Because and we'll talk about this when we get to the CBL part of the show, but my only chance to make the conference tournament is to win next week.
Yeah.
So if I win next week, there's actual excitement. This week was just a matter of let's just not be a first round exit after being a guy on the podcast.
So, well, you need 2 things to happen. You need Rhode Island to take care of Binghamton, right?
Yes,
and you need to win this week,
right? Because then that guarantees me.
You are guaranteed. You're guaranteed your spot.
Diaz is up.
Pete Alonso grounds into a double play, by the way, and we're going to head to the bottom of the 9th after Juan Soto. Edwin Diaz is up in the bullpen.
Play my trumpets.
I hear the trumpets.
They're in San Francisco. You're not hearing anything unless you're actually having a hallucination.
Well, that's just poor hosting on your end. This is a Mets. This is a Mets show. Why do we not?
Hold on. Ram is getting the optimum stream where there are no trumpets playing, and I'm getting the AT&T stream, which is less quality. And there are trumpets playing for some reason.
And also, it's this 5th inning still.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the Giants are winning right now, so I don't know why Edwin Diaz would come into the game.
Edwin Diaz is replacing Brooks Raley to come into the game.
Hey, we're not trying to get the stream taken down. Please don't actually play it. For the love of God.
I just need to listen to it so I can have myself up.
Anyway, the 9-1 and 2 hitters are coming up in the bottom of the 9th to face Edwin Diaz. That's going to be Wisely, Jung-Ho Lee, and off the top of my head, I believe that's Ramos. But yes, Ramos is batting second, and then if they get anybody on, Devers and Adames and Chapman. So let's see what happens. Can Edwin Diaz close out this series sweep for the Mets in San Francisco? That's the best you get.
I'll take it.
Deal.
Sorry, I'm proofreading JT's new and 0-1 in Spanish.
0-1. Yeah, because he's doing it in Spanish, right?
I
proofread him before he sends him out.
He trusts you to proofread it.
I would.
That's a kind.
The Spanish is pretty good.
I think Peter should be proofreading it.
Lo siento, too good.
I'll give a little sneak peek. Look, is that a Met? Is that a Met?
That looks like a Met.
Can you make a big screen? I can't see who.
Can we?
No,
zoom
it was
in?
literally a sneak peek. Don't ruin JT's work.
I'm not going to ruin it. You can't even see the name. I'd be surprised if Ram knows who that is.
I was definitely a pitcher.
That's fine. Off the very blurry AT&T picture that we're getting,
It's not Dylan Ross, so it can't be. But
He already did something on Dylan Ross.
yeah, they did. I had read his stuff, but I'm looking at the game, so I didn't actually get to look at the photo.
Good.
Strike one, by the way, from Edwin Diaz to Wisely.
Wow, Mets bullpen. I'm seeing the graphic right now for Sunday Night Baseball. I know, Graham, you probably saw it 20 minutes ago, but they look revitalized. It's gone now, but no earned runs this whole weekend so far.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see it today. Look, Senga went 5 and struggled with his command. He walked 5. They haven't walked a single batter. So as of the moment, they've combined for 3 scoreless, no walks.
Yep.
Handful of strikeouts. Got a 3-2 count now to Wisely.
Yeah, I'm sure you're about to jinx it. You said it, but they haven't walked anybody yet.
I mean, it's Diaz. I'm not too worried about it. If he walks somebody, it's kind of what sets him up, honestly. I feel like Edwin Diaz mentally starts his save routine with the ghost runner on second. And if it's not there, his emotional...
He has to put someone
Edwin
on.
Diaz's emotional support is a ghost runner on second. And if he doesn't come out with somebody on, he will allow a walk and a stolen base to allow his emotional support runner to be on there so he can actually create a better situation for himself. As Wisely flies out to Juan Soto. And I did not jinx it. He didn't walk him.
I heard that Brett Beatty's grounding into double plays makes Edwin Diaz a better pitcher.
You know, if that's true, that's a sacrifice. I think we should all be.
Yeah. No, that's
based on the way Edwin Diaz,
that's the kind of player that Brett Beatty is. You know,
based on the way
that's why he's the heir apparent to David Wright as captain. He's a selfless player. He really is.
That was so stupid it doesn't dignify a response. So we're moving
on. Grant Holmes is heading to the IL today.
Yes.
The entire Atlanta Braves opening day starting pitcher rotation is on the IL right now.
Wow. But good news for them, they have acquired a pitcher.
Eric Fetty
Wap.
Nice.
Fetty Wap is heading over to the Atlanta Braves, which is good for the Mets. Now...
Addition by subtraction.
Subtraction by addition.
Sorry. Subtraction by addition.
Subtraction by addition, Fetty Wap.
You're the man who's proofreading this.
Well, I'm proofreading in Spanish, Peter.
Yeah, I'm doing the English.
Los Santos are too good.
Just hola. By the way, our resident JT coming in with the thorough Spanish hola.
You know, Ram, I'll let you know that JT was shocked. Well, I wouldn't say shocked. I said that I was proofreading it, that I didn't spoil anything, but then I also said they don't know how to speak Spanish. But you defend yourself pretty well.
What that
you can navigate with Spanish?
I don't know anything about Spanish. I just forget the part where I.
Hey Ram, what happened?
Helio Ramos got hit by a pitch, so we have 2 men on. So now Diaz has his emotional support runners.
He didn't get hit by a pitch.
We haven't gotten there. We haven't gotten there yet.
You're not even there yet.
Got walked, and now
I'm from the future.
I didn't even see the lead walk yet.
Yeah.
All right. Grandson Lewind is now walking to first base for me.
That doesn't that doesn't make sense for me. He should, if he's grandson of the Wind, he should be running to first base.
I would think so too. But he's not Brandon Nimmo.
The last thing that this hate watch on my end would need is Rafael Devers to walk this game off.
Oh, the challenge
off Edwin Diaz.
Off Diaz, I'd be in shambles.
Yeah, maybe
I know a little hit by pitch.
Someone tell me the result because he just
didn't hit him. No, they're challenging it. It didn't hit him.
Yeah, they are challenging it. They are officially challenging that, so we're good with that.
Oh, it touched his elbow fat.
Did it touch his leg or did the glove touch his?
No, I think it touched him.
By the way, JT throwing in his CBL comment, Santa Clara just hate fucked him for 2 days straight. So we'll get to that matchup in just a little bit because one way or another,
didn't touch him.
either Rafael Devers is going to really piss off Chris, who was cursed everything he loves, or Edwin Diaz is going to save this game. We don't know yet, but the tying runs are on base.
Enough to overturn, though, Peter?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Are they going to?
Should be. I think it's pretty clear. Didn't touch on the ball's trajectory. Didn't move.
It looks like they're going to uphold this.
They shouldn't.
Don't give it away.
Looked like his elbow fat moved.
Yeah. If Edo Ramos
swinging.
I don't think there's enough to overturn.
I think there is.
I don't care that you broke your elbow.
Like he didn't even like react in
I'm
pain
gonna
or
say
anything.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I don't care that it hit your elbow.
It didn't hit his elbow.
Here we go, Chris. This could be the end of your hate watch.
Fucking, I'm tired.
What a situation here.
I feel like he would have winced more in pain if it hit him. I'm with you on that.
You know what's the worst part? Devers is gonna walk this game off, and Ram's gonna tell me about it before I get to see it.
Yeah,
you're gonna be watching the replay of Julio Ramos.
You're watching the replay
you,
of Devers sitting there.
Listen, Ram could play the cruelest of jokes and tell me that he just walked it off. I'll turn the game off, and I will never know what happened.
Yeah, it's not like you'll check tomorrow or anything like that.
You know what, Luke?
I'm too emotional person to not react. If that, don't worry, you'll know what happened by my reaction.
Chris, it's okay. It's okay. Brandon Nimmo just hit a RBI double for me. So.
Oh, sweet. That's another, 4.5 points?
Yeah.
It's a big swing.
From a big all-star third baseman.
That was a big swing.
You mean first baseman?
Today, because he's so generous, but he plays third.
He didn't go.
Good timeout call. That's a good call. That play.
Fast forward to Diaz jumping up on the mound, tearing his ACL.
Oof, that was a big swing.
I don't think I'm not watching the game. I'm just watching Peter's reactions to it.
Woo!
Nerve-wracking shit here, guys.
Yeah,
I'm taking the Luke approach. I'm just watching you guys.
Considering where we are in the game, I'm cutting the play-by-play because of where we are, and apparently I'm.
No, I hate this. Don't let me make you watch it.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm trying really hard.
Fine. He walked him, or he drove a runner.
He walked him.
I know that.
Bases loaded, 1 out.
Just where he wants him.
Just get 1 run. Just get 2 runs in.
Let Walker come back up.
Let Walker come through. Come on.
With a win.
We want some CBL drama for the show.
That's actually a crazy thought that the game is not.
Listen, I will sacrifice Diaz blowing up if it means we get a shot at Walker coming out.
Yeah, I'm gonna say nothing here. I'm gonna just let you guys rock and.
Part of me wants to block the cameras on. I can't. I don't see Peter.
Peter is terrified right now.
I'm just gonna. You know what? I'm going to the ESPN now.
Oh!
Well, if you go to the ESPN app, you are going to be a little bit caught up.
Come on.
Does Willie Adames do a thing?
This is a normal Diaz start, by the way, for the uninitiated.
Absolutely, he get Diaz in the CBL. I look at Diaz's scoreline be 7 points so often because he gets the points for the save and then just nothing else.
I know, because he's allowed walk. I love Diaz so much. That was a nasty pitch, by the way. Great work to get the. I'm telling you, emotional support runners. Diaz is a heart attack in a Mets uniform, and I love
Chapman's coming up.
I absolutely. This is
He's gonna ground into a triple play, and that's gonna take Northern Colorado out of the lead.
Do we have like a serious triple play demerit?
No.
Imagine that. Wait, we don't have a. If you ground into a triple play, there's no demerit, but if you ground into double play, there is.
Actually,
I don't know. I'll have to look that up.
0-2.
Otherwise, I'm making that a rule change proposal right now.
make it like -15 for a triple play.
Yeah, how much?
I did propose a rule change to have the negative points of the grounding in a double play.
I proposed it in ours, but not like take it away. It was just kind of like, hey.
1-2.
Oh, sorry, I spoiled it.
Yeah, I was like, we're all fine here, but
The best Diaz is just the best high stress. Really,
that's the thing.
closer
He is an absolute heart attack, but he's so good at these situations.
When
Like,
I
I
watch
mean it when I
Diaz-
said emotional support runners. Like, he's
When I
fine.
watch Diaz, it just reminds me of the last Red Sox World Series, watching Craig Kimbrell in the postseason walk the bases loaded to eventually just close the game out.
Edwin Diaz's line here: 1 inning scoreless, 2 walks, a hit by pitch, 2 strikeouts, no runs allowed. He gets the save for his 23rd of the year. Like, what? It's
Never in doubt.
ridiculous.
Jess, thanks
is
for
fun
being
kid.
with us.
Jesse,
Has
we're
been a
so
fun
happy
time.
to have you. I am so sorry about your game matchup.
Well, we're only just starting.
Yeah, stream's about to start.
This is
Yeah. So as
we've only just begun.
All right. So I will, if one of you can repost it in the Discord, by the way, and tag the league that we are finished with the Mets part, and we're going to be talking CBL. Yeah, this is where it gets interesting, folks.
Are we ending stream and restarting, or are we just rocking with it?
No, we should rock with, unless there's a.
No, I don't know. I just don't know, like, if for Ash it's easier to have.
We're well over the 2-hour point.
Yeah, because we're over the 2-hour point, so at this point, I think it's okay to just let it.
Got it.
Let it ride.
See what I mean? Diaz is going to get all of 10 points for that. I gotta love him.
The Wayne State Warriors, 14-16. I called them a bye week. I'm pretty sure almost came between.
I think we all did.
Yeah, that was
I mean, the 8 seeds came out to show, like, they came out to play.
Yeah, I mean, Rhode Island also got a run for his money from Oneonta for a bit
Yeah.
before his team just started.
I mean,
Rhode Island started
VCU
shoving.
was leading our matchup for like 7 days. So, I mean, VCU put up 1250 or something like that. So,
So it's the Mets take this one, by the way, 5-3. As we saw 7-0 in the Pablo Sanchez era. He's done miracles on me. And now we're going to switch over to some CBL content. So for any of you who are following us from Twitter, we're going to be talking about our 128 team fantasy league just shortly. For those of you coming in, if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, you can go to thebestdamnsports.com or click the link over to YouTube and just give us a sub. We appreciate that so much. For the CBL guys, we're going to be talking about what's going on here. Our week 1 is finally and officially over. These matchups are going to have to be manually set, so Ash is going to be tortured a bit. But
just tell Luke to do it. I'm kidding.
Luke's on here doing the graphics, so I don't think he's doing too much overtime. Tomorrow's first game is going to be, I think it's at 6, right? 6:35? Yeah, so he will have some time in the beginning of the day to do something. Toronto and Baltimore will be the first game, 6:35 Eastern Standard Time. So he will have time to set the matchups. But, I mean, folks, we are through week 1 in the CBL.
Yes, sir.
And out of the 5 people on here, 4 teams have advanced. Ty's team says he doesn't count. So as he's heading out of the stream there. So
Not good, guys. Not good.
how does it feel to not have the stress of any of this stuff, Ty?
Honestly, this is going to be I'm going to flex. I'm in the playoffs in almost all of my other leagues, and I have a bad habit of getting really invested in who's a free agent in one league around game start time, and then I forget to set lineups for everything else. And this is the league that I probably ruined myself on a number of times looking through this FA and then missing start times for other leagues. So I'm kind of happy. I'm ready to compete in other leagues and to let you guys enjoy yourselves.
Well, real quick in the meantime, I know that Luke's compiling some stuff for some graphics and things like that. So let's break into some CBL talk. Do any of you need a break? Do you want to take a moment, get some water, get some alcohol, go to the restroom before we start breaking into CBL talk?
I
Not the worst idea you've ever had.
You know what? I might as well pee. Why not? I'll say it. I'll say
Yeah,
it.
listen, we've been on it for 3 hours, and so if you guys want to take a moment, I'm not against that. Luke has currently disappeared from the stream too. There you go, he's back. But
you know what? On second thought, I'm not. My daughter is kind of moving. I don't want her to wake up. I'll hold it. Luckily, I have my drink ready. We can go.
yeah, I mean, I've got a few drinks in me. I'm
We
ready.
need to get a sponsorship on this stream so I can, just keep the Coca-Cola can right there.
If someone can give me an alcohol sponsorship, I'd be a very happy man. I'm a Caribbean person. We drink by nature. I know Ty likes to drink too. He was a former bartender just like me. So
I used to drink a whole lot, and now I need to take days off if I'm going to drink. So I'm telling you, I don't know about you, but my age started with a 3, and I lost pretty much all my swag.
I disagree with that. I think you still got a great aura around you, Ty. But I know the feeling about it's tougher to drink. Luke's getting there, right, in a couple days. So not to the 3 yet, but he's getting a little. Luke, are you much of a drinker? Are you a drinker at all?
Who?
You do you drink much? Or it's okay if you don't. It's a legitimate question.
No, I don't drink anymore. I stopped
Anymore. Cool. I have a wine cooler.
Like 100%. Like, do you not drink at all anymore?
No, like 0%.
Nice. Good for you. It's hard. Trust me. I've stopped drinking for many years at a time, and then I loosen up on things. But yeah, if I start, I have a hard time.
No, it's difficult.
There's a reason to stop. If it's
it,
over
yeah,
25 degrees, my whole body is like, we should be drinking, and then I have to be like, well, it's Wednesday, and it's going to be 25 degrees for 4 months in a row. So maybe let's not have that idea.
By the way,
I was a university kid.
For our American viewers, 25 degrees is 77 Fahrenheit.
My apologies. Also, it's 19.
No, you don't have to apologize. I just got to translate for our viewers because they're like, 25, that's pretty low. And in my head, I'm like, that's 77 Fahrenheit. Don't worry.
And I've been drinking for much longer legally than you guys because it's 18 in some provinces.
Hey, it was 18 in PR, and we didn't get ID'd when we were 16.
Yep, we should just go to Quebec or run to Alberta where it's 18 and stuff.
Yeah, I won't comment about how long I've been drinking, but it's good to have everyone back on it. So, Luke, you don't drink anymore. So, are you sober, or do you just abstain? You'll take it once in a while if you're on a date or something.
No, I only drink non-alcoholic now. That's it.
Okay, Peter, are you much of a drinker?
Just to kind of feel like a normal person. That's it for me.
Honestly, not really. I mean, I say that as this is now my 3rd Arnold Palmer. The only time I honestly really drink is when I go to City Field and I get Arnold Palmers, which is why I did it for our Mets watch along stream. If I'm at City Field, I'm drinking all the Arnold Palmers my body will let me, and I'm eating a nacho.
So if we ever do some kind of CBL or a watch along drinking thing as the game goes on, we take, so Luke will be excluded because he's not going to get he doesn't take shots of water or something. But there could be it's not a bad thing. I'm not lamenting him. I'm just saying it's not going to affect him the same if we're we take a shot for every strikeout and we're 10 shots in and Luke is God, I'm so hydrated right now. That's not the same. It doesn't affect the stream the way that I want it to. As we'll move on towards CBL here. So
before we do that, gents, I might not drink a lot, but I am going to go make an actual really nice ramen. And I have no dog in this fight, so it's going to be a lot of me just being very quiet and wishing I was eating ramen. So I'm going to go eat ramen and think about you all. And I love you, and I love baseball, and I love PCA. And I think we should do this again next Sunday with whatever night game is on Sunday Night Baseball. I would be down to do this again.
We'll be glad to have you for another watch along whenever you want. We love you too. You can go enjoy your ramen.
New York drama.
Yes.
The New York drama.
Please enjoy your ramen and think about us while you eat, because that's a very good thing to think about, like while you're eating. And like if you're doing other activities and thinking about us, then that's just weird.
I think,
That's weird. But eating is totally fine. Like if you want to eat and think about us, like I'm cool with that. I'm totally cool.
I'm probably gonna eat and watch your stream. I just don't want to eat.
That's
Well,
awesome.
we'll be
That's
happy
awesome.
to
I love
have
that,
you
dude.
in the
I love
comments,
that for you.
and we appreciate you.
Bye, everybody. Have fun.
All right, so we're gonna let Ty go. We're back
Luke,
to
why you gotta make it weird, man?
Suck the air out of the room right there, Luke.
I don't think it's weird at all.
How did I make it weird?
Reasonable as a
I said
comment,
it's a
right?
very
Like,
nice thing. I said it's a very nice thing.
I think it's weird for the
if
people that
we're
don't know
sitting
what
here
Luke was
talking,
referencing.
if we're sitting here talking and somebody says, "Oh, I'm thinking of you while I'm making ramen," I'm like, "That's pretty sweet, right?" And it's context
That's
is
not the
important,
part
right?
That's not the part.
But
I meant.
if there's some other activity that's going on, and their first thought is like, "Oh, I'm thinking of you. I'm thinking of you, Luke." Now, like, I can understand Luke's jawline working as Viagra for some people. I get that, right? I understand with respect to the fact that it could make sense to me. I get it. I'm not like, I have a jawline, but I'm not like Luke over here, you know? So I get it. I understand. But it is definitely not as endearing as Ty saying that he's going to be thinking of us watching ramen as we talk about CBL. But as we're going to transition into CBL, did anyone actually let the Discord know, since some of them might still be awake?
I don't think anybody did. Luke, go ahead.
I got it.
I'm sorry. I love the immediate like Luke. Go ahead, like that. So
like I'm not doing fucking anything over here. Just fuck me, right?
You can link the YouTube. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate you, because now we're gonna break into. So I'm gonna see if I can go into all teams and get some numbers up here and share a little screen time while I. So let's see what's going on here, folks, because I know Luke needs a little time to get some graphics together. So let's look at some CBL stats for week 1, and I'll see if I can share my screen.
What are we going to do? We're going to do NIT first?
Well, I'm going to bring up some overall numbers in a moment. Let me see if I can just get this going here. Share my screen. Select window. Let's go to live scoring and wow. So taking a quick look over here, you're going to see some matchups on the side, but top scoring team of the first week of the NIT and of the conference tournaments of all people,
of course,
were the Duke Blue Devils. So 2 unranked teams made it into the top 10 in scoring this week. Duke with the most points of the entire nation. The Florida International Panthers coming in second, ahead of number 1 seed, the Dallas Baptist Patriots. Huge deal there. And the Virginia Cavaliers at number 7 with 14-15 over this extended week. These are some big numbers, folks. Number 2 seed, by the way, out of the top 10, but right there at number 11 in the Rhode Island Rams. A few other unranked teams, by the way, in that top 20 in scoring. You can see there Coastal Carolina, Washington State, the Huskies from Washington, and the Wayne State Warriors in 19th over there. Just 10 ahead of ECU, who was not able to beat out the Columbia Lions, their matchup, just a few up on that board. Any thoughts on this one, gentlemen, before we move forward?
I mean, I think the resounding names you already mentioned, Duke and Virginia, being the two who, part of the conference that we pretty much dog on every week, right? The ACC, showing out and proving that they can hang. I think another one of those, Washington State, I believe they were a part of one of the big upsets that we'll get into. Delaware, another one who had another big upset. And kudos to Wayne State, right? Again, Rams bye week for who are they playing? Santa Clara? Northern Colorado.
They were playing Northern Colorado, right? Who barely, you can see right here, just beat them out by 15.
That's insane.
That's tight. That's one of the closest matchups we had this week.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have a little fun and go down to all the way to the end. And so we've got Oregon State I'll move up just a little bit there. Oregon State, Arizona Wildcats, Wake Forest Demons, Iowa Hawkeyes, Portland Pilots, Xavier Musketeers, Georgia Bulldogs, Kansas, Virginia Tech, Villanova, Temple. I think the only one there that kind of shocks me is Temple, considering at one point they were a ranked team.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Ty stepping off to make ramen, but his team ranking at 115th this week. So him talking about setting the lineups. But moving up here, here's another team that I was shocked to see towards the bottom is the Army Black Knights.
Mm-hmm.
I was never as big as Army. No disrespect to Prayword, who I now know from football leagues as well too. But I was not as huge on Army as some of the other guys were. I know you guys were, right?
I was originally, and I think I can't remember exactly who it was. I know he had like a minus 50 or minus 60 this week on 2 pitchers at the same time. So I know that set him back a lot, but not. I didn't expect him to be bottom half with the season. Them and Marshall, right? You see Marshall there right outside, just at 100. Marshall, a team who was at 8 seed in the American Conference. So some decent teams. Kentucky, another one.
Yeah,
Iona.
Right. I mean, Iona was a playoff team, and that's got to be 96th ranking here in a matchup. It's a little bit tough, right?
Yeah.
You start to see some names here. The Oregon Ducks were an NIT favorite for a lot of people. I think a few people picked them to win, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
I'm sure they did.
I think they had the most votes. Luke, please correct me if I'm wrong. They had the most votes of any team in the NIT pick'em thing.
I mean, it wouldn't shock me. I think they were top 30 in points.
Was it? Are we saying Oregon was top?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah, do your thing. But I think Oregon was at least discussed as one of the big favorites here. And again, that's 93rd in the league in scoring. So they're in that bottom third. They did not do so sharp there.
Yeah, Oregon was the league's favorite to win the NIT this past week.
It's wild. And to lose to to Memphis is tough.
Right, and going up here, Ash's Louisville Cardinals are there. The 17th ranked Butler Bulldogs, 872. Them and my team barely showed up to play this week. 81st ranked that might be for a ranked team, one of the lower. I just want to double check here. Yeah, so me pulling a Rhode Island here and facing somebody in their worst week, Butler Bulldogs, 81st in the league. We're not even in the top half of average for the league here. That is the lowest score for a ranked team in the top 25 this week, 872-62 over that extended week. That one's got to feel tough, but they are probably going to they're probably to go ahead and get in anyway. I think they're pretty much guaranteed into the Natty based on their record. So I can't imagine they're feeling too bad because they did not need to win the conference championship to be able to punch their ticket. JT, by the way, saying Oregon was their NIT pick to win it, and that's a bracket buster for them. Let's see if I can switch over. Is that easier to see for you, gentlemen, before I switch to other images, by the way, or?
It's pretty much the same to me.
Good? Okay.
Yeah.
Luke, I know you said you had some graphics, so as I go through these numbers, you feel free to start uploading stuff, and we'll switch over. I'm going to keep circling through here. Outside of the Butler Bulldogs, the next team to make an appearance is the Binghamton Bearcats here at 67th, 968. So the Big East took a big nap when it came down to this first week here. And favorite teams, so Binghamton managed to win their matchup, however, but because they faced somebody a little bit lower in Iona. But ranked teams number 17 and number 21 were the lowest on here. And then this is a big shocker too. Right here, this is 61st, so it's not like they had a horrible showing. But right under the Rutgers Scarlet Knights were the Illinois State Redbirds. All right, this is a team that was incredibly hot going into the end of our regular season.
Yeah, it's a nice little me and Luke sandwich right there between.
Yeah, I mean, they are literally sandwiched between the Seton Hall Pirates, who were able to win their matchup, the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, who were able to win their NIT matchup, and number 14 there.
Luke, we did it.
61st.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Seton Hall, yeah.
Can see me barely in the top half of the league here for the Yukon Huskies and able to win my matchup. Cal Bears, also another performance that they might want to forget. 46 again, not bad, but 1,095 put them in a situation where I believe they took an upset.
They did, yes.
Yep. UCLA, some other teams here. Georgia Southern, the Eagles, tough one. Some big scores because of the extended weeks, if anybody forgot. But VCU was a team that, of course, was mentioned as a real challenge to you for a bit, Chris. They were giving you the run for a little bit before you solidified yourself over the weekend. Cluster of ranked teams here: Tulane, Penn State, Santa Clara, and ECU, all outscored by Wayne State. Not even, mine well outscored by Wayne State. So very valiant effort for Wayne State in their defeat.
It's tough because Wayne State's in a spot where, it was all or nothing. So
Chris Kaska saying picked up a huge win over LSU and the SEC. Hitting still matters. It doesn't. But it's good. I mean, let's see where did LSU fall on this list here, just to be. LSU was 38th most with 1154, so not even a horrible week for them.
Nope.
Right?
Who was LSU playing?
Let's say if I could find that, I will gladly, if I can highlight that matchup, because I'm scrolling through on the side here.
If you scroll up, I could probably tell you.
No, this is top for me. It shows me.
No, I mean on the scores.
On the points?
Yeah. Actually, because it's an SEC school, so it's.
Yeah, I don't know college, so I am going to scroll down and see if I can find that matchup right there. Vanderbilt. So Vanderbilt 12-16. I mean, that's got to be an upset too.
Yeah.
Vanderbilt's 12-16, ranking 27th most this week, and taking down LSU, who again 38th most. That's a tough one. So let me switch over here.
I forget Vanderbilt.
So kudos to Vanderbilt for pulling off that big win there. Let's see here. So, all right. So that's our quick rundown of looking at these teams here. So this kind of speaks to what we talked about a million times ad nauseum when we talked about the playoff scene here. Anybody can beat anybody when it comes down to single elimination here. There's a lot of teams that if they don't have an automatic bid to the Natty, their season just ended 20 minutes ago.
Which is brutal. I know we talked about it in chat about potentially having some one-off little mini tournament for all those teams, but I don't think it was the conference teams. I think it was the Natty teams that lose to kind of just have something to play for. So those teams that eliminated themselves, they got eliminated this week and have no way in. That's it.
JT, who had a very valiant work over in terms of taking over the Marymount Lions, they took a loss in their matchup, which
and it was a tight one. I think they were playing Santa Clara, weren't they?
Yes, they were playing Santa Clara. And if I can get to that, I'll show it on screen. I'm scrolling through some matchups, by the way, so if you see anything interesting, I can always touch on it. But the Buffs ended up edging out Minnesota. They were closer than it looked. Crimson Tide here. I'm just scrolling through looking for that matchup.
Crimson Tide knocking down a preseason top 10 in Kentucky.
Right. Miami couldn't make it against Clemson. Clemson knocked them down, by the way.
So no reunion for Duke and Miami.
There's that Rutgers matchup that we talked about, and there is JT's matchup. So yeah, 1067. I mean, 1,067 is no small score. Santa Clara, though, 1301. Look at that, 21st best.
Yeah. There's the Washington State Huskies there with against Cal.
I believe this is only my second time getting over 1,000 points. The only other time was when I
upset Indiana State.
Yeah.
Yeah, JT says, I was up Friday until Logan Webb died. That's a tough one, man. Can't imagine that Logan Webb. I wish Chris Cal was here, but I know he's at that Giants game, so I don't want to poke him because of the fact that he just went out there for a Sunday night game to watch them lose to the Mets. And I like Chris, so I'm not going to push that too much. But scrolling through some matchups here as Luke gets his share screen ready over there. Washington State Cougars, you mean? F the Huskies. Go
Oh, you're
Cougs.
right. I'm so
Yeah, but
I'm
but unfortunately, I mean, the Washington Huskies, Washington State did take out Cal, but the Washington Huskies had a really strong performance this week. If I can find their matchup, I'll put it up. But they very quietly, as a team that was ranked before, dominated their matchup. If I can pull up their thing, I will happily do so. If I go past it, you guys can tell me to stop. I'm just trying to find it, but I saw it with, right there. Washington Huskies, 1364 to 1145. A good showing by the Utah Utes, but that might be it for them too.
Yeah, likely.
And I think that's it. They're not making the natty on invitation, so the Washington Huskies just murdered a team, and Huskies go 2-0 this week as a combined source. But yeah, Luke, whenever you're ready, if you said you have some data, you can throw it up for me, and I will gladly switch over to your prettier version of data.
Let's see what I got.
You let me know, and we'll start talking here. Let's switch over to what's going on with Luke. So let's get on the full screen here. So
yeah, a couple things here, and I was just kind of going through, and I guess we'll go. You guys want to do conference by conference, and then we'll finish with the NIT.
Yes, that would be beautiful.
Let's start with the American Conference. But before we do that, I want to go through some pretty cool numbers here because I'm a big numbers guy. We had a whole bunch of upsets, like a lot of upsets here. We saw twice in the conference tournament a 7 seed beat a 2 seed. So it happened twice. We witnessed it today with Vanderbilt taking down LSU. And we saw the other one in the American Conference, UDEL taking out Georgia Southern by almost 200 points. 200 points. They almost beat Georgia Southern by 200 points. Good news for Georgia Southern. They already have their bid for the tournament. So the tournament really didn't matter too much for them. So they will be dancing in a couple weeks. But man, that's a big upset right there. Delaware needs to win the tournament to get in, and we'll see if they keep rolling. And they are very close to Columbia for this last week. They're 13-29. Columbia was 13-32. So that second round matchup between Columbia and Delaware is going to look really good. But hats off to Delaware with the upset over Georgia Southern. Chris, anything else you want to point out on the American Conference?
I mean, I don't remember. I can't recall who exactly.
Through those, Chris.
You got too excited about the American Conference. It's just different there.
Yeah, I mean, it is impressive that every single team in their tournament got over 1,000 points.
Yeah. So we'll let Chris, kind of funnel his way back in. I know he doesn't have optimum internet, so he's a little behind, and that's okay. But just on the stats too. So twice we saw a 7 seed beat a 2 seed. We saw 4 6 seeds beat 3 seeds, and we saw 4 5 seeds beat 4 seeds. So in total for the conference tournaments, there were 10 upsets this past week. That is the parity that this league builds.
That's out of 32 matchups, 10 upsets, you were saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, that's great work in that regard.
Yeah, and on the flip side too, all of the number 1 seeds took care of the 8 seeds. I know we've been talking about Wayne State for the last couple hours. Very close matchup, but the 1 seed Northern Colorado got it done. So we did see all the 1 seeds take it home.
Yeah, Jesse's saying that 5 out of the 8 American teams in the NIT won as well. I believe that one of them took a loss to Rutgers. But going over here, I mean, so let's take a quick look here at the breakdown. Georgia Southern, as Luke said, is getting to the dance anyway, pretty much no matter what. So they should be calm about that, even though they probably would have wanted to win the conference. But The Columbia Delaware matchup is going to be an interesting one. I mean, so now we've got a 7 seed versus a 3 seed that were about 3 points apart this week. And Delaware, of course, handily taking care of Georgia this week. Will it continue? On the other side, we have a 5 seed and a 1 seed of the Florida matchups. Florida International and Florida Atlantic are going to be facing off in what will undoubtedly, no matter what anybody says, be one of the most eyes-on matchups of the entire season. You just faced FAU a week ago to end the season, right, Chris? Mm-hmm. And you were able to beat them then. If you face them this week, you would have beat them. But you can't tell me that you're not nervous.
Oh, absolutely not. Especially seeing the start count for FAU. I don't know exactly what it ended up as, but I know they outstarted FIU by like 8 or 9 starts, which is pretty terrifying considering this is the shorter, a more regular matchup of 7 days. It was a matchup filled with fireworks to end the season. That ended up, me beating FAU week 15 ended up setting this matchup up, because if not, FAU would have ended up on the other side of the bracket. So it's fitting, right, that we have to meet up before one of us eventually goes for the championship. But I do think, with everything how it fell and whatnot, I do think at least on this side, one of the two of us is deserving of one of those final spots. So I do think that's cool in and of itself. But I mean, it's nervousness because we both have our spot locked in. But the bye week is important, especially in a single elimination format, right? That bye week is huge, right? Winning aside, bragging rights aside, I want the bye week more than anything. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a tough battle. I have the edge offensively. He has it on the pitching side, so I'm gonna need some big performances from the pitching to keep up with the amount of starts that they're gonna throw out there. But undoubtedly, like you said, gonna be one of the funner matchups for sure.
Is it bad that I've tried to work the word edge more into my vernacular today? Because every time that I do that, because every time I do that, Luke takes off his hat and does the edge hair thing, which I'm very impressed by and I love it. But Ty, by the way, is back with us after he consumed his ramen.
I hope you were thinking about us, Ty.
There will be some interesting stuff to discuss on the NIT here too as well. Can I prompt you to scroll up a little bit, Luke?
Yeah. And just before I scroll up, and I know I'm going to sound like a broken record throughout this show, but if you're one of those teams that's fell 3 to 8 in your conference, I'm nervous about those 7 seeds winning, right? Like Georgia Southern is locked in, right? If you're one of those bubble teams right now, I want Georgia Southern to win the American Conference. I want FAU to win the American Conference. I want FIU to win the American Conference. I hate you. You just went from love to hate so quickly, Ty.
No, you're entirely right, Luke. Listen, if you're one of those bubble teams, you want now that Georgia Southern is out, you want the FIU matchup to be the champion eventually, because it keeps things sort of at bay with the bubble teams for sure.
Yeah. Because I've been keeping track of it too. Like, we were talking about it before because Columbia was a little bit on upset alert, but I didn't feel too bad about their tournament chances. They're not in, but they do need. I think they needed 3 or 4 teams that are already locked in to win the conference tournament to get in. So again, a team like Delaware making a run has a huge impact on those bubble teams right now. Bubble teams like Ram, who, I mean, we talked about before. I mean, Ram, you just need one more win, and you need Binghamton, Rhode Island to take care of Binghamton, and you're in. So,
it's still a big ask. It's still a big ask. I gotta be very clear, still, right?
I mean, and we'll get to the beasts in a second, but. Yeah, I mean, the bubble teams, I'm nervous about these upsets here, but As an outside watcher, I love it. Like I love watching these teams. I want to see some 7 seeds. I want to see some 6 seeds coming through and winning their conference tournament.
Absolutely. And in this conference, Delaware's getting a very pitching heavy Columbia that what their record was 24-6. At the end of the day, they lost 6 times, right? So they're beatable, and it wouldn't shock me to see. Well, we just saw East Carolina nearly beat Columbia, right? And East Carolina's had a very up and down season, so Delaware's still in it, very, very much in it.
I want to ask you something quick, Luke, by the way, to clarify for people watching. The CBL odds, were they provided by Baylor? Is that Baylor's statistics?
No. The Vegas odds are what Baylor provided. CBL is what we all voted on in the Google form.
So Vegas odds is Baylor. Okay, so we look. So you can see right here. I mean, Delaware was given by him a 4.5% chance. No, CBL did not give them a shot, but he did give them 4.5%, and they're still in above FAU, who is still in, of course. Right, but I mean, FAU's got the toughest pass right now. I mean, we don't want to gas up Chris because it's annoying, but statistically, he's the toughest matchup right now, and FAU's got to face him now, right? And so that's the thing. But if FAU is able to get past Florida International, they're facing one of Columbia or Delaware, and they might be feeling good about themselves. So we'll see. And to also credit your going dancing on the side here, to your credit as what you verbally discussed. Florida International, FAU, and Georgia are guaranteed to get in. They will be getting to the dance either. So I think that'll be worked out fine.
Yeah. Here's the thing too. Like you look at Columbia against Delaware, because that's another matchup you're going to hone in on. Not huge difference in terms of average points throughout the season. Columbia 847, Delaware 823, but it really seems like Columbia's put it into a new, another gear over the last 2 weeks. 1,000 points in the last 2 weeks of the season. Delaware tapering off a little bit at 780, but both put up a ton of points during the post All-Star matchup. So should be high scoring, should be close. And that's on the flip side to FIU and FAU, which is going to be like, I don't know, what's a big boxing match that ever happened.
Because and in this conference alone, before we move on, I mean, we saw the number 2 seed get upset. We saw the number 4 seed get upset, right? So we saw 2 upsets right here alone in terms of Delaware and in FAU, although that was a pretty close matchup too in terms of 4 or 5 seed, but still upset. And VCU coming at least close, making a pretty valiant effort. This is exactly what Luke said. I mean, if you're on the bubble, if you're looking for more interesting dynamics, if you have a rooting interest or you want to create a rooting interest, start looking at those teams that made it through those Delawares and things. And even if you're in the American, statistically, you should be rooting for one of those teams because it guarantees you more seats in the national. And if you remember, the winner of the Natty gets their conference paid for next year's entry. So no matter what rivalries you have going on, you do want the Natty winner to come from your conference at the end of the day. And so this is a big one, and it makes it more interesting anyway to see what happens. But right now, tomorrow, we're going to see Delaware move on to face Columbia, which should be a tight matchup. And we're going to see FAU versus Florida International, which it's going to be real hard to find a matchup that's more compelling than that in the conference tournaments going forward. So that was kind of the big firework to start it off.
Yep. You guys ready to move on to ACC?
Let's do it.
All right. ACC was, again, one's been taking care of 8s. Virginia, we talked about Virginia earlier, juggernaut this week, 14, 15 points, taking care of Army, who had a very lackluster week. We talked about Duke, who had the most points this matchup with almost 1,600, taking care of Louisville, and Clemson taking care of Miami. The sad fact for Louisville is they're done. They're done. They're out. There is no hope for them in terms of points or record bid. You hate to see it, and this is coming from a personal level. I love Ash. I mean, he's put so much work into this league. and I hate to see his season end on week 16, but he got his ass kicked by Duke this week. He got his ass absolutely handed to this week by Duke, and hats off to Duke. I mean, I know all throughout the season they were talking about sell, turned it around, and they had made a winning team. And if I'm in the conference tournaments right now, I'm afraid of this team making it to the dance. I'm very afraid of this team making it to the dance.
Yeah, but before I have Chris comment on it too, I just want to highlight something. I see Chris Kaska saying to go over the SEC playoff odds. I promise you, and so you said, by the way, I have no idea if I have a chance to get into the national tournament. Remember that every conference tournament winner gets into the Natty automatically. So you won, Vanderbilt. So you do have a chance statistically if you win and run the gauntlet. That being said, I promise you we will get to the SEC, and we're going to go conference by conference here, and you can take a break if you want to come back. You can see at the bottom. It'll be a moment before we get there because we're going to go down the order. The SEC is towards the end. But now swinging it back to the ACC, I'm going to let Chris give his commentary.
I mean, I think, Luke touched up on it with the 1-8s and whatnot, and Clemson taking care of business. But in the preview show, everyone was talking about Virginia and Duke, right? They were talking about the momentum they were carrying into this tournament. They were arguably, the hottest two teams in terms of win streak, aside from DBU and Rhode Island, who didn't lose. But I mean, you said it, right? I don't want to play either of these teams, right? As a team that's already going to the dance, I pray that I don't, whether I make it as a bye week champ or I have to go to a wild card match. I don't want it to be with any of these teams, right? I do think only one. Correct me if I'm wrong, Luke. I don't want to spoil anything. I think only one of these teams is going to make it, right? It's only the champ in the ACC.
Yeah. So right now the going dancing is just East Tennessee State. No one after the regular season got record or points. Mm-hmm. I'd have to look at Clemson to see if they have an opportunity to get in, but from what I saw, Louisville does not have an opportunity to get in. I think they were in the mid 40s in terms of points and record. So there's no way that they can fall in.
So what I was saying, I don't want to see Duke or Virginia. Let's just be honest. I don't want to stroke Andy too much. I know he does it enough on Discord, but both of those teams are just well run and really scary, right? Like it doesn't matter how good you were in the regular season. If someone says that they want to face Virginia and Duke, they're lying.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at these numbers alone, right? If you're sitting here saying Duke putting up 1559, the highest score during the week that it really starts to matter, you're just lying to yourself. You're trying to look in the mirror and say, oh, I'm not worried, right? We talked about Virginia, as Chris alluded to on the previous show, because they were hot at the end of the year. They turned it around, and look at what they put up. And it's an extended week, but 14-15 and 15-59, that's not coasting, by on some good luck. That is a strong performance. Virginia almost outscored Army by, almost 1,000. That's 800 points essentially, right? And Duke went ahead and destroyed Louisville, almost doubled them up. So this is some serious damage that these guys are doing. East Tennessee State is, and the thing is too, East Tennessee State, if they win, because they did win to move on and beat Pitt, right? If they win this conference championship, one of those guys might make it in there. Right. And so they're facing Virginia. So it would be maybe if Duke beats Clemson, right, that they might be the team that it's just an interesting one here. If East Tennessee State gets that automatic bid by winning the conference champ, one other team from the ACC is going through. And based on the bracket breakdown, it could be Duke. So what is their do you have their notifications on?
My guess is going to be points. I think it was points.
Points? Right, so if it might have been points. So, but there's going to be another team going through here.
Yeah, if it's points, I don't think it's going to be Virginia.
It might be Clemson, right?
Sorry. What was the question?
Do we know what their second bid is coming?
Oh, from? So yeah, their second bid is based on regular season record. So East Tennessee State right now owns that,
and it would be Clemson, right?
Yeah. So Clemson is second right now.
So Duke and Virginia need to win. There's no way.
Yeah, they do need to win. That's why I'm like, let me double check before I.
Yeah,
but
Yeah, again, I'm almost certain that they definitely don't have a record bid. But in terms of points throughout the season, I don't think they have enough.
I don't think they should.
Now here's scroll back down to the matchups here. Isn't it crazy that like Clemson, if Duke and Virginia don't win, right? Clemson then gets the automatic guarantee. If Duke and Virginia do win, and the final is Duke and Virginia, Clemson's not only eliminated from the conference, but they are eliminated from their natty bid.
Yeah.
If the final becomes Duke and Virginia. So that's
I have Clemson. I have Clemson right now 37 for points, which again puts them 17 out from a point slot. So I don't think they're landing there either.
And if you ask me right now, call me biased, I think it's going to be Virginia Duke in the final. I just don't see how you slow them down right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
Virginia was a popular pick going in too, as you were saying.
I don't think I by a long far margin, I don't think anyone's talked more shit in the Discord than Andrew. So like, but he's backing it up now. Like he's the scariest team right now. Like right now put him up against DBU. Duke might have it.
He beats him. He beat DBU this week.
That's the thing. He beat DBU this week, and I know DBU was saying, hey, he had some negative starts. Duke did too.
Yeah.
So this wasn't some kind of perfect storm. Duke actually just put out the sledgehammer and started swinging around like Triple H. There was some damage being done, baby. So this is going to be, I got to say, and I agree with you guys, not to be the, to just agree with everything here, but it's looking like Virginia Duke in that final. And you want to see it because you want to see the hot underdogs go ahead and have that fight in the final of the conference. Somebody's going to get something out of it. And I love that. So, but we'll see because East Tennessee State did win. It's not like they put up a small score. They outscored Clemson, so they weren't the worst score in this conference. At the end of the day, things can happen. So we will see how long does the hot streak last, and then we'll find out who's going dancing from the ACC.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Virginia last 2 weeks, 875. Again, this is last 2 weeks of the regular season, 875 versus East Tennessee State's 924. So I think
Duke number. Look at that Duke number, by the way. Last 2 weeks, 1074.
That's
right.
And that's why they got my vote to win the ACC tournament. I mean, over 1,000 points over the last 2 weeks on average, 917 over the last 4 weeks. Those are solid numbers. Those are conference winner numbers.
You got to get hot at the right time, and those teams are hot at the right time. No better time than when you need to do it or you won't get to the dance. So that's going to be another thing that as much as we rag on the ACC, eyes will be on there because as Chris said, and this is a contender saying that, you still don't want to be facing, they don't care about the ACC or not. You don't want to run into Virginia or Duke at any format right now, and they're both moving on.
Yeah. We ready for the Beast? For the
Let's do it, Kamish.
The Beast best conference? All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Rhode Island took care of business. He said he would. He was a little nervous to start the matchup, but he took care of business.
He did not say he would. He did not say he would. He actually actively 9 to 10 times say that he would.
If you read through the lines, he was
what
saying.
What about the lines where he said, "I am going to be a first round exit. My team is too thin," 6 times in the Discord? I don't know about reading through those lines. I speak English pretty good, and it said, "I'm going to be a first round exit."
I speak Rhode Island, and that's his way of saying, "I'm going to win it all. You guys suck." That's just me. That's just me. And
if you want to be a translator going forward, maybe back him up as the commissioner. But he did not say he was going to win. I will tell you that much.
Rhode Island's my pick. Take care Rhode Island is my pick. I know I'm not supposed to play favorites because if I did, I would actually have to fight it out between UConn and Binghamton. But and that would be a tough battle. But no, Rhode Island is definitely my pick to win. I mean, they've been solid all season, undefeated, constantly putting over 1,000 points, and just always making trades. And one person in this cast can tell you, making more trades definitely makes you a better fantasy team. So yeah, Rhode Island takes care of business with SUNY Oneonta. SUNY Oneonta, dark horse pick for a lot of teams, or for a lot of members of the league. If we go back up, Vegas odds gave him 2%. Vegas odds gave him 2% on an 18 and 12 team that put up 662 points over the last 2 weeks. So there was something cooking there. There was absolutely something cooking there. Like I said, Rhode Island took care of business. But great effort by Suni Oniata, almost 1,200 points. Then we get into some real slugfests between SUNY Binghamton and Iona. I know there was a lot of back and forth throughout the week. It was just a bit of a snooze fest, and SUNY Binghamton pulled it out. Happy for John. Good win there. Then we get into Butler and UConn, and I know Ram, you were talking about it a little bit earlier. Not a good mark if you're getting just around the same amount of points that Seton Hall does. So that's not where you want to be, but Ram, you took care of business there, took care of a really good Butler team who I guess just had a tough week. Just had a tough week with 872. The good news for Butler is I have them almost at a lock to get into the tournament. They just missed out on a points bid. I think they are the next team in. So as long as one team takes care of business, Butler should be the next team stepping in on a points bid. So rest easy tonight, Butler. Take a couple weeks off. Look at the waiver wire. Get it together. Give the guys an inspiring speech. It'll be fine. You'll be dancing in a couple weeks. But Ram, you got some work to do there. But good job taking care of the first step. Now you got to take care of Bryant, who has been a juggernaut all season as well. Most of the points for the Big East this week, 27-3 the whole season. Taking care of Creighton, that I don't think there were a lot of expectations for Creighton. Sold off a lot of pieces at the deadline. I think they took an interesting approach, and we're looking more towards next season. So 1-4-6-2 left on the Big East.
Yeah, let's bounce back up to the top for me before I talk about it.
Sure.
I just want to. Who in their right mind picked me to win this conference tournament? Why do I have?
I'm gonna go on a whim and say it was Peter.
No, because I know Ash did. Ash actually. This is funny thing is, Ash picked me to beat Binghamton to finish the conference tournament, which is statistically still possible now.
Yes.
I do have to admit, to his point.
Yes.
So outside of Ash, if you picked me, you're crazy. Because as you can see, Baylor gave me a 0% chance, less than Oneonta and less than Binghamton to be able to run the gauntlet here. But moving down to the matchups, I mean, as Luke kind of covered in depth, Bryant's in either way. The UConn Huskies season is essentially literally on this matchup. And Butler was a team, funnily enough, that somehow I beat during the regular season and beat them again here. So I know that they're probably rooting for me to die, but they're going to make the Natty anyway. They will be fine. If I don't beat Bryant, everything is over for me here statistically. And Bryant beat me in the regular season. And I love Bryant. Eric is a lovely human being and a very smart fantasy baseball player. Absolutely, though, man, it would be really fucking cool if I could pull this off. Because just getting to the final here, I mean, I just want to have a little fun. I want to talk to the UConn boys and show them Baylor's odds. And, Baylor said they had a 0% chance of winning the conference tournament. And I want to tell everybody out there that we can't do math. So that doesn't affect them. That 0 doesn't affect them. They were able to figure it out and pull it out. I am kind of like scared and excited at the same time, because this is kind of what you want in fantasy ball. Like, this is for all the marbles. You have a chance to beat a better team on paper to get through by just getting to the dance. And it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a terrifying week for me. I'm glad that it wasn't the week prior that I was facing them, because those extra days would have absolutely, and I mean, look, they outscored me by a massive amount here, so there wouldn't have been even a competition. And they beat me pretty bad in the regular season too, so it's not like I have some kind of secret voodoo over them. It's just a matter of what UConn's going to show up this week. And God, I hope it's the good UConn, because I don't want the story to end here. I'd like to be on the pod still talking about my own team. Rhode Island versus SUNY Binghamton is going to be an interesting one, because as you can see, Rhode Island had no issues scoring this week. Can they keep it up? I mean, scroll up to the top one more time for me, Luke. I'm sorry.
Yep.
as you can see, I mean, the last 2 weeks, look at those numbers from Brian and Rhode Island, 1156 and 1095. No one else came even close. Right. And so it's one of those things where they've been able to keep this going into week 1. That's why the odds are the way they are lined for Rhode Island or Brian to be able to win this tournament. If Brian beats me and Rhode Island goes on and it just becomes a 1-2 fight in the final, that's what it is. But they're going through anyway. And the two of them are safe anyway. Like Rhode Island and Brian are going to make it through, and Butler's pretty much guaranteed as well because of either the wins or the points, if not both. So the funniest thing is that if I were to somehow magically win the conference tournament, it would bring 4 teams from the Big East into the Natty because those 3 would make it through alongside. That being said, Eric's too competitive to sandbag, so he's not going to let me win. I know that much true, and that's fine because I wouldn't want it that way anyway. So they're just going to have to do some work. And I am going to be either very excited or very sad a week from now when this comes together. And I'm open about it. I have no big trash talk or anything. I am glad to be given a chance. I just hope that these boys put it together for 7 more days.
Yeah. So Ram, if you do lose this week, I hear Lloyd Christmas in the background saying, so you're saying we still have a chance. There is still a chance for UConn to get in, even if you don't win the conference tournament. But man, it's a snow's chance in hell right now. But
no, that's the thing. And the thing is that extra win that I could have got, it would have made a difference. I think it would have. It would have mathematically. Chris, don't you fucking complain about anything. You're sitting there all week with like 1,400. Woe is me. I have a guaranteed ticket to the national tournament, but my life is over. Like, I literally have to win to get to the national tournament. You're cakewalking in.
I don't know. Okay.
After eating some chicken Alfredo, you're cakewalking into the goddamn Natty. What are we doing? Don't you make fun of me for being emotional about the fact that I'm in a, balls to the wall situation. My back is to the wall right now. They need to perform for me to have a chance to get in. So every win matters, This is important for us over here. We're not cruising through like you, buddy. This is not a situation. I didn't get Isaac Paredes for free. I didn't get to make these deals, man.
Hey, hold on. I was told that I lost that Paredes deal. Didn't Quinn Priester become Cy Young?
It's apparently useful, but no, I would obviously like to win. It would be fun, but what?
And Paredes is also, getting a second opinion on a hamstring injury. So he's of no use to me now.
Well, you're welcome for all that fab, Chris.
I appreciate it. I don't thank you enough for that.
You really should. Especially now when I don't have any fab and I'm like, oh shit.
You should really pat yourself on the back for those deals.
But yeah, I mean, unless do you have anything to comment on the Big East there, Chris? Because I went second there. So you.
I mean, I still like Bryant. Again, Ram knows he's my boy. But I love the Bryant pick here. I still think it's, based on just the trend, right? If we're gonna follow the trend that we did with Georgia, with Virginia and Duke. Bryant's been hot, and he's been hot all year, but he's continued. That success, and I think that realistically, Rhode Island and Brian are in a head-on collision for that championship. I did pick Bryant to win, just because I feel like I still think I view Rhode Island like I did middle of the season, where they were outside of the top 20 in scoring. I know that they made some trades and they've really picked it up, but I still think Brian has a really good shot. But man, would it be fun to watch you beat Bryant and then face Rhode Island in the championship? I feel like we'd have to screen cap all of the trash talk on Discord if that were to happen.
Miracle runs happen once in a while. I don't know if they're happening here.
I believe that UConn is going to pull it out. They're going to win the national. They're going to win their the tournament here.
Say it. No. Say what you were gonna say.
No. They're not going to win. They're not going to win the national. They're not going to win the national. No, they're not going to win the national tournament.
They're going to win the NIT.
I think for everybody's sake, I think UConn can't win the national championship because Ram would probably string shirtless for a month.
You guys think Andrew's bad? if Ram wins the whole
Ram is such a humble winner. Like leave you guys weren't there when he won ABA. He did it with such grace and humility.
You know what's crazy? We weren't there, but I've heard him tell the ABA story over 10 times.
Yeah.
I wish that were true.
I've definitely heard. Yeah, I know.
I've told the story.
Oh, we know.
Yeah, I've told the story.
We know. You talk more about your team in
You guys
ABA.
are just the way
you
jealous.
talk.
That's it.
The way
That's
you
it.
talk about your team in
That's
ABA is the way that I talk about Rep 80.
Yeah,
Pretty
because
much.
it was really fun for me. It was great to actually come into it because that was also my entry to the Discord. I didn't know any of these people. I wouldn't be here without that, right? I wouldn't be sitting here like flirting with Luke every other day. So obviously it's emotional to me. I'm not going to back down from that one at all. But it would be fun because I mean, for me to run a gauntlet against like Butler, Bryant, and if it works out the way that it might, it would have to be me beating the 3, 2, and 1 seeds to win.
Yeah,
Which
you
would
gotta
be
believe, Ryan.
literally the most miracle run that I could picture up for this team.
Gotta believe.
Yeah.
If the Miracle Mets are figuring something out and they want to talk to the UConn Huskies, I'll take it. But honest to God, I would just be excited if I could find a way to edge out Bryant to be able to make it to the conference championship matchup because it would feel nice. It would be good. And if not, it is what it is. The math ain't mathing right now for the UConn Huskies, but the matchup's got to happen, and hopefully they show up. It would obviously make me happy, and I'd be very excited.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we ready for the Big Ten? Have we talked enough about the Beast?
I think we did.
Let's do it, baby.
All right. Little Big Ten action. Again, one taking care of 8. Indiana State, 28-2 throughout the season, puts up over 1,400 points this week. Not much of an effort from Nebraska. I don't think there were really high expectations there. Colorado taking down Minnesota. So we see a 5 taking down a 4. Colorado almost putting up 1,200 points. Minnesota, great effort this week as well, too. Over 1,100 points. So good win for Colorado there. They'll move on and play Indiana State. Wisconsin taking care of Maryland. Lackluster matchup there. A little bit over 900 points versus a little bit over 700. But the 3 seed does pull it out against the 6 seed. So Wisconsin's moving on. And Penn State, who I have picked to win the Big Ten. Great week this week. Not enough to beat Indiana State, but still a great week, over 1,200 points, and taking down Notre Dame with 924 points. I know Kenny's been kind of on the fence about do I sell, do I buy? So tough finish there, getting knocked out by the 2 seed. So good matchups of 1 versus 5, 3 versus 2 versus 3. Peter, what are your thoughts on the Big Ten? I know this is your home right here.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest. I actually picked Minnesota to win this conference tournament. All right, whatever. Listen,
I just broke out into laughing.
He's such a dick. Like we finally give it out, you just fucking laugh at him. Like, come on.
Like, listen, I understood that was a very risky pick, but I did pick them. They are a tough team. But it's not. It's pretty obvious to say that it's a very top-heavy conference in Indiana and Penn State. But with both of them, they've both had bad losses. It's not like they're unbeatable. Obviously, they've clinched. Already going through, and honestly, realistically, I don't see anyone that isn't one of them winning from here on out.
Wait, Peter, did you say you picked Minnesota to win?
Yeah.
Was this like?
Did I not then?
Was this in your head or like?
So maybe I picked
hold on.
Wisconsin.
So you
Maybe I
made me
picked
look
Wisconsin.
bad
I don't know.
for
Man.
laughing at your comment that wasn't true. Got it.
I
take it back, Chris. You're a good guy.
We were
You're a good guy.
we were a couple points away from the top 4 seeds all winning in this conference, actually, and no upsets. Colorado, to their credit, I mean, this is somebody who took over the team midseason and kept contending. So much respect to that team owner. I always want to shout them out because they could have easily sold like a lot of people who came over and kind of just gave up on their teams and said, all right, we'll just start selling off. They went ahead, they acquired, they were able to win here in their first round playoff matchup. I don't know how much of a run they're going to give, Indiana or Penn State, if I'm being sincere. right? But at the end of the day, it was good on them for trying to build on that team and a good core. And they were, again, the only ones to pull an upset in this first round here for the big, right? And so we've got the 1, 2, 5, and 3 available, right? So so they're having it tough. If we are they going to face Indiana then, right?
Yeah.
So they've got the rough road there facing Indiana.
Yeah. So I mean, again, Indiana State over 1,000 points average on the last 2 weeks, whereas Colorado 620. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see what happens there. But again, it just seems like it's Indiana State and Penn State that's going to be either taking the conference championship there. Indiana State already has their bid. Penn State already has their bid. So again, if you're one of those bubble teams like Ram here, and has been praying all week and hoping for the best, you want Indiana State or Penn State to win it all, or not win it all, but you want them to win that Big Ten championship, and just keep sliding you a little bit further on the bubble.
No, it makes perfect sense. And I mean, Penn State was my pick to win this conference, and it looks like we might see that Penn State Indiana State face off in the final, which is exactly the way those guys would want it, considering the way that they are. And that'll be fine. I think that Wisconsin kind of a quiet week to win there, sort of like what I did there. 9-10, they found a way to sneak out against Maryland, who didn't do too much of a fight there. So we'll see. I don't have too much to say here, but I will again point out that, as Luke mentioned, Indiana State 14-31. I mean, just a really whopping strong score here to start off this playoff run and say, look, this is our statement. They called us out when I playfully said that I thought Penn State was going to win the conference, and they showed up, right? They backed it up. And you can see here, I mean, but the CBL odds, 40. So more people agreed with that. They actually thought, I don't know if it was that Rutgers effect, that they saw what happened to Indiana State against Rutgers, and they thought, llisten, maybe when it comes down to it, certain things are going to swing that way.
Colorado, I know you're matched up against Indiana. If you if you want, reach out to me. We'll talk. I'll give you some tips and pointers how to beat them.
I thought we were getting into like some pasta deals here, just like, back.
Well, unfortunately, trading's over, but really the key is you have to have a lot of Mets on your team at the time.
And they have to go on their hottest streak of the season.
Yes.
During that time. That was so unfortunate for them. But
hey, he lost to the league average that week too. He brought that upon himself.
He sure did.
He did, but Rutgers would have beat a lot of teams that week, actually. So that's not, that both could happen against him. But yeah, I mean, and you mentioned the one thing I'll last say about this before we move on is that so Maryland, Notre Dame, and Nebraska getting eliminated, their seasons are done. And that's with love and respect to those teams, but they have statistically no shot of getting in. And Colorado's in that one little spot like I am, where they run the gauntlet, they can make it through, and they can still make the natty somehow. But I don't know if they might need actual Deion Sanders to be able to step in and pull that kind of miracle, just like I need the miracle Mets energy. So we'll see what happens. I do think very similar to the Big East that those top two names, Bryan and Rhode Island, here Indiana State and Penn State, those are the guys that nobody really doubted, and that's probably what we're going to see happen here, winning those conference here.
Yeah, I'll have to look at Wisconsin later and see where they land. If they have an opportunity for a points or a record bid. I don't know at 21-9 whether a record bid gets them in, and it doesn't look like their points total are super high. But I could check later and see kind of where they're at in terms of the bubble for the tournament.
Awesome.
We can move right into the Big 12, and this is the DBU conference, right? Like this is the Dallas conference right here. 30-0, taking care of Oklahoma State. I mean, great effort by Oklahoma State, putting up over 1,000 points, 15-15 team. But you're not beating DBU. I mean, you're not beating DBU in the first week of the conference tournament. So great job by DBU, keeping it rolling. Illinois State. I think a lot of teams had them picked for to win this conference. I think. Sorry, one person picked Illinois State to win. Surprisingly, 2 people picked Oklahoma State to win the conference tournament, but Vegas had Illinois State 32% to win the tournament, and they get knocked out in the first round by West Virginia. Relatively close matchup. Not the best not the best week from Bryce, but kudos to West Virginia. TCU taking care of business, putting up over 1,400 points. That's fantastic. North Central, lackluster week with a little over 750. Baylor taking care of business, knocking out K-State. So similar to the Big Ten, we have 1, 2, 3, 5 left, and again, it's going to be can you beat DBU? Can you beat DBU? Because it's their conference to lose.
It's funny you mentioned that because, we had a little discussion about some rule changes today where we highlighted how DBU's volume of pitching just is almost foolproof, right? Because even with the negative outings, right? I think I had maybe 1 or 2 negative outings all week, and I would have outscored him by like 40, 50 points, right? Like that's the enormous effort that it's gonna take to take down a DBU. But Duke, if they would have played this week, Duke comes out on top. So again, as Ram likes to mention, that we reiterate ad nauseum, it is a single elimination, right? So though I realistically, and with all due respect to West Virginia, congrats on their win, I give them no shot of beating DBU. You look at TCU. TCU's numbers are really good this week, right? Very comparable. All it takes is a couple blow-ups, an injury here or there. We don't wish injury on anybody, right? I know a lot of us have multiple fantasy teams, so there's a lot of crossover there. But, at the end of the day, I still think it's DBU's tournament to lose in general in the national. But it's definitely for the teams, for the owners, unlike Peter, it's good to see that other schools can perform at that level to beat him, because he didn't need any more support than he already has, and Peter just decided to side with the Lakers. But it's good. I love to see that Duke. I keep harping on Duke. Duke finished first because it's just the perfect example of you just got to get in.
It's exactly what we've been talking about for weeks in action. That being said, whoever were the 2 people that picked Oklahoma State to win were just straight up DBU hating, and I think it's hilarious. Like somebody,
Oklahoma State owner.
Right, but there's 2 people who picked it. So even if Oklahoma State said, all right, I'm going to be the guy, right? One other person sat there and said, I hate DBU so much, I'm going to pick Oklahoma State to run. It could have just been
DBU reverse mushing it.
That's true.
It's not Rhode Island. So let's and if we bounce down to the matches from you, if you would there, Luke, because Chris mentioned this, and I do think it's important. Comparable numbers for TCU, only a few off. That's what, 56 off? Yeah, 56 off Dallas Baptist. So TCU putting up some big numbers when it matters here, and Baylor about 100 off, but that's still not. I mean, we've seen a 100-point lead topple in the day. I think myself today, like I went into the day down and outscored by like 150 today. So those, 150 points here or there, those are surmountable numbers in a week. And as Chris mentioned, Duke also outscoring them on the entirety of the week. Chris's team is well doing that. So I don't know if I'm giving that to West Virginia, if they've got that firepower, but does the winner of TCU and Baylor have that firepower? Yes, statistically they do. So that is going to be interesting. And of course, for bubble teams, you're hoping that, if Dallas Baptist just runs the gauntlet, like just completely destroys everybody, not even run the gauntlet for them, they're just cakewalking through because they're the 1 seed, and it makes sense for them to destroy it then. But otherwise, Illinois State, as Luke mentioned, although they take the tough loss here in the first round, they are getting in because of the strength of their regular season. So they're going to be fine. We're seeing at least 3 teams come in from the Big 12 no matter what. And if asked, it would be the 3 teams you expected, DBU, Baylor, and Illinois State. But again, TCU's numbers strong right now. We'll see. They know that if they can win the tournament championship, all they have to do is beat DBU in 1 week, in a singular 7-day week, and they can give themselves a ticket to the big dance. They are also close anyway. I think because they're 24-6, they're not completely out, even if they lose the tournament, Luke, right?
No, they're definitely a bubble team. So if I'm a bubble team that's behind them, I definitely want to. I'm okay with them winning the conference tournament. But if I'm a bubble team ahead of them, that makes me a little nervous.
So now that you mentioned that, right? Because I know there's a lot of 24-6 teams in the American Conference. Remind the public, what is the tiebreaker for the outer conference 24-6s, right? So TCU, Illinois State, I think Columbia is also 24-6. Like, what determines the secondary tiebreaker? Is it points?
Yeah. So let's talk through this a little bit more. So your 1 through 8 seeds are going to be the teams that won the conference tournament, right? Your 9 through 16 seeds are going to be the teams that got the secondary bid from their conference. So whether it's most regular season points or best record in the season, right? So those are your first 18 seeds, right? Sorry, 16 seeds. 1 through 8 get a bye in the first round, and then we have the next 16 teams. So those next 8 are your secondary, your second bids, and then we get into ad hoc bids from the entire league, right? So your first 4 after the 16 seed are your top point teams that don't already have a bid to the tournament, right? So they already didn't win their conference tournament, or they didn't get the second bid from their conference. So those are seeds 17 to 20, and then 21 to 24 are the next best teams with the best records that aren't falling within the first 20 seeds. So they don't have the most points, or they haven't received their bids from their conference. And the tiebreaker there, if there are teams that do have the same record, is points. So you are correct, Chris.
Got it. All right. Awesome.
By the way, our fearless leader checking in by saying that his dog is okay, for anyone concerned with that, because I know that we were. So very much happy about that. And he is also echoing their records before points in that final group. Yeah, the records before the points. And then if there's a need for the tiebreaker, it's points in that regard. So it's going to get a little dicey towards the end as these play out, but we'll break it up for you all in real time if we need to explain it as to why one team is getting in over the other. And so don't worry too much. We'll make sure to explain it on air, and you don't have to worry too much about that one. It'll get worked out itself. But for now, we were saying, I mean, this is the Dallas Baptist Conference, as Luke said. So unless we see a big upset here, you can kind of start to see those teams that are going to make it through, and it's looking to be 4 from the Big 12.
Possibly, yeah. All right, on to the pack.
Let's do it.
All right. What? Sorry, I have this backwards. My bad, y'all.
When you said there was no 8 seeds, I was like, I know Cal lost.
Yeah, sorry, I have this backwards. Washington State took care of Cal. 1,300 points for Washington State. I'm going to have to fix that on there, but I do have Washington State moving on right here. So we're going to have a Washington State versus Washington matchup in the second round. Washington taking care of Utah, 1364 versus 1145. Long Beach State taking care of the 6th seed USC. Good week from USC, but not enough to beat a 1,400 week. UCLA taking care of San Diego State. Not the best week from UCLA, but enough to beat the 7 seed. So in this conference, we're going to see an 8 seed move on. So I apologize. To Washington State for taking care of Cal. I have an 8 seed playing a 4 seed and a 2 seed playing a 3 seed. So we do see an 8 seed upset: Washington State versus Washington, Long Beach State versus UCLA.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly if you were to tell me that any number 1 seed was going to lose, it'd probably be Cal, considering their best alumni is the choke artist himself and Aaron Rodgers. So it kind of fits the bill there. And, this Washington State matchup is pretty enticing. You get to battle
the Apple Cup.
Yeah, so that's going to be fun to watch, even though Washington probably should be a Big Ten school, but that's neither here nor there. And Long Beach State Dirtbags probably have the best name in all of the CBL. So good for them.
Yeah, the Long Beach State Dirtbags were Cinderella during the Buttermaker, if everyone remembers. And so they have the ability to put up a lot of points over extended periods of time. So they are absolutely a team that can cause some trouble here. I mean, towards the end of the season, I think they almost, so close to 1,000. You can see UCLA, Cal, and Cal being upset with the last 2 weeks, by the way, of 12-34 is ridiculous. Just to be clear about that. Like, if you see going into this tournament, they were putting up baller numbers. Now, are they going to the Natty anyway? Yes, so they'll be fine, right? They're not going to be too upset about it at the end of the day, but it's not a good look when you're that hot and you run into Washington State. And again, 1911, this is one of those conferences we talked about that they weren't not necessarily easy matchups for them, but at the end of the day, I mean, you could see CBL odds of almost 48%, 47 from the Vegas odds for Cal, almost 50% of the field and the algorithm were choosing Cal to win. So now it's open to everybody else. And again, Cal will get in based on their regular season record anyway. So now it starts to be interesting because we're going to see who wins this tournament and who gets their bid and their bye week. Because Chris talked about this too when he said, hey, I just want to get in. If I get in through a bye, if I get in as an alternate team, I'll be fine, right? But Cal now knows for sure they are not getting a bye after a 27-3 season. After averaging 1,200 points the last 2 weeks of the season, their bye is foregone. So they're going to have to fight. And they're going to have to face another team here when it goes to the Natty, and that's not necessarily going to be fun for anybody. And also, as what you guys were alluding to, we talked about the Florida International, Florida Atlantic. Washington and Washington State has got to be a fun one just for the sake of, I don't know college, but based on the names, I hear that seems like it'll be competitive. I feel like it's got to be like a Subway Series type thing, but they don't really Subway as much over there.
It's an Apple Cup.
The Apple Cup. Is this an actual thing? I'm learning on here.
I'm serious.
So. The Apopka Cup. No, the Apple Cup. All right, cool. So there's an Apple Cup here. And also you got to think it's almost a tough run there because the 2 and 3 seeds are going to face each other in that bottom matchup, right? On the other side of the bracket. And Washington after a great week, but would have lost to the 8 seed this week if they faced them too. So there is some momentum on the side of the 8 seed here. If we're seeing this is the closest we're getting to a Cinderella run. We have an 8 seed upsetting a 1 seed. They had more points than their opponent last week, and there's a rivalry built into it and something called the Apple Cup. I mean, all jokes aside, this is the Cinderella division here too, because Long Beach State was the one that made that run for the Buttermaker too. Mm-hmm. You might see if Washington State manages to edge out the Huskies over in Washington and Long Beach State wins, those are some 2 real Cinderella magic teams going on, and it's better to be lucky than good. I talk about this all the time, and so if they've got luck on their side and they've got some magic going on, those are not teams you want to run into when it comes down to the Natty either.
Luke, I think you're muted, bud.
I was muted, my bad. Because I was typing away. I didn't want to. I wanted to listen to Ash Rule and not be clacking away while I'm on the cast. Washington State. I'm almost embarrassed that I missed the 946 over the last 2 weeks, which is top of the Pac-12. When you look at a lot of the other conferences, that's towards the top. So ton of improvement over the last couple of weeks, and you can see it. Season 772, last 8 weeks 768. Last 4 weeks, 869, and then last 2 weeks, 946. So huge improvement from Washington State, and that's why Vegas gave them a 6%. And when I mean Vegas, I mean Baylor.
But Baylor 6% is pretty much the same as Long Beach State and more than Washington. So they're doing something right.
Yeah. So, like Bram said, Cal is in. And again, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record. If I'm a bubble team, I do not feel great about what happened in the Pac-12 this week. Not happy about what happened in the Pac-12. I wanted Cal to run the gauntlet, win their conference, let whatever team that's supposed to take the second bid take their second bid. Now it's open season. And I'm hoping that it's a team that's in front of me in the bubble that ends up winning the Pac-12.
And the tough one here, by the way, is that the 2, 3, and 4 all take wins in this conference. The 1 does not.
Yeah.
So that's the only underdog matchup we have here that took the L. It was Cal, and again, I love Cal, so it's a tough one. But
I know it hurts. It hurts my heart. It's like Ash losing was like really big. Like this is second to me for Chris losing. But good Chris, you know.
I have all the respect in the world for him bringing up the name of guys named Chris over there in Cal. I think he's a good guy. He's got to deal with some tough contention from some other guys named Chris. So I do think that Chris Kasky, who's talking on behalf of Vanderbilt, is also working with some tough competition of bringing up the name of Chris.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cal's a good guy from ABA. I always talk about how much I respect him. I think he's a great trade partner. I think he respects baseball and plays the game the right way, fantasy baseball, you know. So, but it's just tough. We see an underdog here, but to echo what Luke said, yeah, the tough part is that's one extra team on the bubble that's got to worry a little more because you didn't want to see this. You wanted to see Cal go undefeated and clear it up, and then you'd figure out, okay, if you're 22 and 8, can you find your way in? Maybe not, because you would have needed a perfect bracket for that to happen, like my team would have needed. That's why I'm like, hey, this is the one that made me think, no, we're out, that we're going to see some surprise come in. And on top of that, too, you know, we've got a 24 rounder because it's 8 get a bye week, and then the next set of 8 and 8 face each other. It's actually 8 and 16, right? Mm-hmm. So somebody from here, it might be UCLA, it might be Long Beach, something is getting a bye week and an automatic entry to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's heartbreaking to watch Chris lose, but I mean, the bright side for him is he's dancing. I mean, he's dancing in 2 weeks. The crappy part is
but what I mean is that, like, you're winning the conference championship here now with Cal gone. You're guaranteeing yourself the Sweet 16 and a conference win in the first year. So there's got to be a lot of emotions over there in the Pac-12 because you're thinking, all right, I got a shot. Maybe I couldn't get past Cal, but I can get past one of these other teams. So guaranteed Sweet 16, and you know the bragging rights of the conference championship there. That's something special. So there's going to be something tough brewing out of the Pac-12.
And don't forget about don't forget about the money you get for winning the
$200 go a long way.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot for some people. I know for Chris, it's not a lot, but
I know. Yeah. Admittedly, that's what I was pointing out because the Sweet 16 is a payout. You do get an extra payout for making the Sweet 16. So whoever wins this conference championship because of the guaranteed Sweet 16 bid is getting some extra cash.
Yeah.
And I'm just being honest about it. That's great for you. That is a great thing. Yeah. But, you know, it may not be good for the bubble teams, but it's good for whoever you are in the Pac-12. And, again, there's some magic coming out. That's our 1-8-1 defeat. Long Beach was a Cinderella before. There is some stuff brewing in the Pac-12 that might mean something more going on.
Yeah. To answer Ash's question, no, we haven't gotten the NIT yet. We still have the WCC, and I know Chris Kasky has been waiting to talk about the SEC, so we're going to move on to the SEC now. And I know every conference I've gone one down. I'm going to start 2-7. Vanderbilt taking out LSU. What a week by Vanderbilt, 1216.27 over LSU's 1154. Awesome job, Chris, taking out the 2 seed in the SEC. Good news for LSU. I know we talked about it during the Mets cast. LSU is still dancing in 2 weeks. They have their bid. They have their bid for the tournament. So again, rest your players. Give them a good motivational speech. Get ready for that round of 32 because you're going to be playing. You're going to be playing there. Another upset in the SEC. Alabama taking down Kentucky. Kentucky only putting up 747 this week versus Alabama's 1,045. So Alabama moving on. We're going to have a 6 seed versus 7 seed in the second round. Texas, Bren taking care of Mississippi State. Solid week from Texas. 23-7 season, taking out the 22-8 Mississippi State squad. And so we'll see UT versus UT, Tennessee versus Texas. And we'll see if the senior squad at Tennessee can keep moving forward and win the SEC tournament. Solid week from Tennessee, over 1,300 points. Texas A&M just falling short. I know they're always a rebuilder in every league that they're in. So solid job from Texas A&M this season. But yeah, I mean, we'll see Tennessee against Texas, Alabama versus Vanderbilt. I'll make one more note before I hand it over to one of y'all. Kentucky is 32 right now. I have them after everything. They're going to be a tough. They're a little distant in terms of the bubble. So they're going to need a lot of work done in order to get in. But like I said, LSU is in, and then whoever I know Tennessee is in, and whoever wins the tournament is going to be in as well. So tough break for Kentucky there, tough week. But we'll see a 6 versus 7 in the second round in the SEC. Peter, your thoughts on the SEC matchup so far?
I mean, out of everyone so far, I'll be honest, I don't pay too much attention to the conferences outside of my own. I think this is the first time that we've seen a team that doesn't have a winning record make the conference tournament, which and there's a lot of 17-win teams here. So there's a lot of weaker teams in the SEC compared to other conferences. I mean, yeah, Tennessee's interesting because they're all seniors, so it's pretty much win this year, and because you're probably not going to be able to maintain the success going to next year. So, I mean, for their own sake, I hope they make it. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, a little tidbit here. I don't know, I'm sure they remember. LSU was the 1 seed in the SEC for pretty much the entire season, and they took an 0-2 week 15. If they would have beat the league average, they'd be in the second round. They would have beaten Texas A&M. So brutal loss for them. I know you mentioned the aspect of LSU already being in. At the end of the day, he's a big competitor. I saw that he, was complaining. There we go. He was complaining in the Discord about his team underperforming. I actually picked LSU on the show to win it all just because they've been so consistent all year. But, the trend is definitely there. You can see the 762 or 82 the last 2 weeks. But kudos to Vanderbilt, man. I mean, I'm an SEC fanboy, right? I'm a Florida alum, so Vanderbilt often gets the butt end of the joke in football, right? That they shouldn't be in this conference and whatnot. But them getting the opportunity, Vandy and Bama, as Ash is mentioning out, like this is what it's about, right? Like Vandy and Alabama are going to the finals. And Ash just mentioned that they're winning money. I did not know that the conference tournament final participants got anything back. So that's good to know. But yeah, I mean LSU, Tennessee, those are the juggernauts of this conference, and they're going to make it in no matter what. So, I want to see Vandy get there, right? Like as an SEC fanboy, I'm tired of seeing Alabama win anything. So give me Vandy in the upset versus whoever makes it on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here, this is the first one where we watched a 2 and 3 seed go down in the first week, right? And Tennessee, I often joke and talk about them being a retirement home, but even though they've got their automatic bid, even if they do not win the tournament championship, that they want this. Their team is a glass cannon. They're set up with 90,000 seniors. You want the conference championship because you don't know if you're going to win the Natty, so you want to take what you can get out of this win or go home type of squad. And so that's what they want at the end of the day. And Vanderbilt, you can see here, last 2 weeks, 6-13, they were not putting up record numbers or anything. They just got hot at the right time in terms of this week. And LSU, we talk about getting hot at the right time. LSU got cold at the wrong time. Chris made a very astute observation, Luke, if you bounce back down to the matchups, that if the seeding had been switched and they faced Texas A&M, they would have been fine. I mean, 11-54 in a losing effort is a tough one because you can see here in the matchups above, I mean, those are Kentucky put up only 747 as a 3 seed. That's one of the worst 3 seed performances we've had. I think it is the worst 3 seed performance that we had in terms of the league so far. So that's rough. They might still find their way in, but really rough. Now, we've got Alabama and Vanderbilt, and yeah, at the end of the day, that's going to be an interesting matchup, whether it's a collegiate thing or just the fact that Texas and Tennessee, though, I will say very similar to FAU and FIU, Florida International and Florida Atlantic. That's got to be one of my matchups that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on because they have both had really strong seasons. They both had a really strong week one here, 1355 and 1243. Both of those guys are at least semi-active posters on the Discord too. I don't know if they're big trash talkers, but they are active in talking. So big matchup here for somebody. And like I said, Tennessee's hoping to go all the way, but you've got somebody on the Alabama Vanderbilt side trying to spoil that party and make the bracket for the Natty even more difficult because, again, they're 2 wins away from a bye week in the Natty. They're 2 weeks away from finding themselves in to the Sweet 16 and a conference championship bid that they might not have been thinking about a week ago. So super interesting work here too. And again, kudos to Vanderbilt for pulling off that 7-2 victory there. Nice underdog work on their behalf.
Yeah. Solid work from them. Like you said before, would not have expected it looking at the stats going into the season, going into the conference tournament. But solid job by the Vandy boys. We'll see if they can take down Bama. Y'all ready to move on to the WCC and finish out the conference tournaments?
Let's do it,
baby. We got that in the NIT, and then we can all take a break
for the next stream.
All
right. Yeah, some interesting things going on in WCC. I know we were talking at nauseum about the 1-8 matchup during the Mets game. You're bringing up K. Pierre's comments earlier. I know I saw it earlier and I wanted to hold off. We'll get to Barton College in just a minute. We talked ad nauseum about Northern Colorado versus Wayne State. Great job by Wayne State this week, but Northern Colorado just sort of edged them out. Big night from Matt Chapman that got Northern Colorado over the hump, but Wayne State over 1,300 points. 1,300 points, and it was a Nick Kurtz kind of weekend for them. Nick Kurtz kind of weekend, 75 points. I think we talked about Max Scherzer also today for them. So, great job by Wayne State, really putting the coals to the fire on Northern Colorado, but they were able to clean it up and get it done. So Northern Colorado moving on. Cal State Fullerton taking care of Grand Canyon. So a 5-4 upset, a little over 1,000 points. Cal State Fullerton, you know who their owner is?
That's Tony
Angels. You never, ever, ever, ever count out Tony Angels, ever.
ABA's first winner, by the way.
Yes.
He won that title the first year.
Never count out Tony Angels. So kudos to Cal State Fullerton. They'll be taking on the juggernaut that is Northern Colorado next week. I'll be pulling for Cal State Fullerton because I'm always pulling for Tony. Then we get into the K. Pierre comment. Barton College taking down Pepperdine. Over 100 point win for Barton College. So great job by Kevin there. Santa Clara taking out Loyola Marymount. Loyola was my pick to win the WCC. I had a lot of faith in JT. You let me down, man. But it's all forgiven because you gave me the Mizzler. So we'll call it even there. So Santa Clara taking care of business. We have a 1 seed versus a 5 seed, a 6 seed versus a 2 seed in the second round. Chris, what are you thinking on the WCC here?
I mean, again, I'll give the kudos to Kevin, right? He came in earlier in the season, right? So he had a pretty decent time.
Yeah, he did not draft his team. No, yeah. He did not draft his team.
So kudos to him for coming and taking on the team, and after what everybody called a huge mistake in one of the more talked about trades that created a rivalry that Ram still holds dear to his heart. They upset Pepperdine. I to be completely honest, I didn't really expect the Northern Colorado game to even be close. So, kudos to Wayne State as well. Probably the best 8 seed performance numbers wise, yep. Right? We know we have an upset, but numbers wise, I don't think Wayne State would have lost to any other 8 seed. So impressive. I still think this is a Northern Colorado Santa Clara, head-on collision. They've been I think they've been a top 10 teams in our rankings for 2 months, something like that. So not a shock that they're still there. Aside from the close call from Northern Colorado, I don't see much changing, right? I know we talk about Tony a lot, and he's been a little bit more quiet on Discord, but still a threat, right? Anybody can beat anybody any given week, but I'll stick to the Northern Colorado Santa Clara final in my opinion, which I'm sure is something that Ram is heavily rooting for, since he wants all the better teams to win, to keep his team alive. So, I mean, not much else to harp on. Again, GCU was a team that for a while was also ranked. So, tough loss there to Cal State, who fell out of the rankings early on in our voting panel. But either way, I'll still take Northern Colorado to win it. I picked them in our pre-playoff show, and I'll stick with them here because they've just. If Luke can scroll up a little bit more, I'm not entirely sure where their last 2 weeks sit. Yeah, I mean, almost 11 and a half. It's just absurd. So it's going to be tough to overtake them.
Yeah, I mean, so it's got to be a tough heartbreaker to watch in terms of the Wayne State thing, because they put up enough points that they would have won almost any other matchup.
Mm-hmm.
And that always feels not fun. That would have been the first team that had an under 500 record to advance in the conference tournament too, because unless we forget, Wayne State was 14-16. So that's a tough one. Somebody picked them 4.76% as CBL odds. It might have been Wayne State's owner themselves, so they might have had some faith in their own boys, and I respect that. They showed up. They really showed up to play after being called a bye week. I'm not going to back down from that. That I, like Chris, did not think that matchup was going to be competitive. I might have thought that would have been the least competitive of the 8-1 matchups, and it turns out that it was the most competitive. Kudos to Barton College for pulling off the same thing the UConn did, the 6 seed upsetting the 3 seed. Pepperdine is not a bad team at all, but that puts them in a tough situation at 22-8, similar to me, that they might be on the outside looking in, and this would have been their shot. So, this is a tough one, and the guys that are probably going to end up in the conference final are the guys that have the guaranteed slots into the dance already. So, I mean, as Chris mentioned, that would only benefit me, but I'm way too far out to even consider that, if I'm being sincere. I don't think it's going to happen for me. It's like, as Luke referenced Lloyd Christmas, but at the end of the day, like it would have to take a miracle situation for my team to make it. So for me, I'm just looking for some competition here. I know Tony is competitive till the literal last second, the last inning, the last pitch. So he's going to be having fun against Northern Colorado. He wouldn't have it any other way to swing against the big boy, the number 1 seed in a matchup on the grand stage. So that's going to be fun. I know that Kevin's a big talker. So, of course, if we say Santa Clara is going to beat him, he's going to turn around and have a little fun. But it's going to be a tough ride because, again, if you face them this week, a good 100 between them, is that insurmountable? Nope. Talked about that. That's one day's work. That could be surmounted. But it's going to be an interesting one. Northern Colorado, you can imagine, who was at a family reunion, I believe he said, breathing easy, because that's just that's bad luck in that sense, 13-23. But Matt Chapman having the day of his life right now with those 2 home runs, saving his life. That was exactly what he needed to find his way out of this and to secure his chance to get that bye.
Yeah, no, it was a big day for Matt Chapman, and I think I said it earlier on the cast. I think Northern Colorado definitely should be putting a C on Matt Chapman's jersey for their squad after that valiant effort to bring him back in. Another note too, Brendan Nimmo did help out with the RBI double to finalize it, but the focus is more on Matt Chapman than child of God. One last note on the WCC. Again, I've talked about 3 seeds in the other conferences that lost. Pepperdine very far off from making the tournament, and it's unfortunate for them. They had a great season, but the way the points and the records are going to shake out, it does not look like they're going to make the tournament, get knocked out. It was a win and in situation for them. And unfortunately, they got knocked out by Kevin in the first round from Barton College. Two teams with their bids already locked up. Northern Colorado and Santa Clara taking care of their first round matchup. So again, if you're a bubble team, you're liking that, and you want to see those two teams keep moving on, and just let one of them slide in as the conference champ. So some good news for bubble teams from the WCC. Not so great for non-bubble teams for the WCC. So that closes out our conference tournaments. Any other final thoughts on the conference tournaments, or you guys want to slide right into the NIT?
I think we can slide right into the NIT. I think we're gonna have a lot to talk about here either way.
All right, let's bring it over to the NIT. This monster of a tournament, 64 teams, 4 regions, 16 teams in each region. And I gotta say, we are starting off with the biggest upset in CBL history right here. Right off the bat. Off the bat. First matchup in the NIT, Memphis, and I'll openly talk about this on air. A team that was sabotaged throughout the whole season. And the new owner comes in. I think his name is Matt, right?
That's Matt. Yeah, Matt.
Yep. Yes, Matt. Yeah.
Matt has done a phenomenal job. Not just building for this season, but future seasons as well. Takes down the number 1 seed in Oregon. Now, I didn't have Oregon pegged as a number 1 overall. It was Sacramento State for me, but Ash had Oregon as the 1-1. They had the most picks from the CBL to win the NIT, and Matt takes them down in the first round. Hats off to Memphis. Big win in the NIT, and it's going to be hard to top that. It's going to be really hard to top that energy for me to talk about the NIT, but phenomenal job by Memphis.
No, I'm gonna take the lead off that right there, because you're 100% right. That's the upset of the season, because if people aren't aware, I agree. And I'm going to say that on air. I have no problem saying it, that team was sabotaged and it was left for dead. And he came in with time on the clock, a minute or 2 minutes left, and hit a freaking Hail Mary to put that team and make it even close to competitive and raise the league average up towards the end. And we were making jokes about that. And Oregon, I also agree. I didn't consider them a major contender, but I did think they were going to go somewhere, because DBU and I said something similar on that pod where we said it's rare that you'd even think a 16 and a 1 here in the NIT are going to be competitive. We didn't think this was going to be competitive at all. And Memphis showed up with a bang. And I really respect that. I'm really happy about that. And I'm proud of them for coming in and working their magic like that. That's really impressive at the end of the day, because again, I did say playfully, look, at the end of the day, your draft pick is secured at the end of the regular season. You're 0-30. Swing for the goddamn fences. The worst that could happen is nothing, right? You could make some money out of this, and Memphis with a smart owner turns around and upsets a 1 seed. Oregon's done. So they're out of the NIT. They're gone for, we saw 32 outside of the teams that we talked about in the conference tournament. We saw for sure 32 teams. Their season is done as of the moment that we are speaking right now. And one of them was a targeted 1 seed in Oregon. And it's not the only upset, but it's the biggest upset of the season, and definitely the biggest upset in CBL history. So Luke's not exaggerating. Right. Peter, you're on the NIT side. How does that make you feel? Is this a team that you're worried about down the line?
Memphis, honestly, no. I think it was a fantastic week, and all credit to them. But I think they just got hot at the right time. Are they building something, potentially for absolutely, yes. But I don't think it's sustainable for this year.
Can you tell me, before I go to Chris, is there a team that you either want to call out or you're afraid of in the NIT right now?
Oh, honestly, yes. There's one team that I'm definitely afraid of right now. It's definitely Seton Hall. Just a lot of studs over there. Really, like all of their jaw lines, they could all cut glass. That's a team that I'm definitely worried about. And they have that. They're from Jersey, so they get it. I get
Yeah,
it.
and Luke, before I bounce to Chris, same question to you there, because it's fun as we're talking about the NIT, and you can say Rutgers if you want to be funny, but is there a team that you either want to call out, or are you worried about a specific team in the NIT because you also moved on in your matchup, which we'll get to?
Yeah, we'll get to my matchup, but yeah, no, I'm most afraid of the buzzsaw that is the Rutgers University right now. Like that is the team I am afraid to face. And here's a fun fact for the viewers out there: the only way that Peter and I could face each other in the NIT is if we meet in the championship. So I am so hopeful that happens. Like I am very excited. I would be very excited for that.
You know, Luke, it would be an honor.
You know what? I would bench all of my players just
And I would bench all of mine.
Oh, you guys are so
tie.
good.
just out of respect for you.
We'll tie it
Just
and we'll split the profits.
All right, moving on from the clown show. Chris, let's get back to the NIT and reality here. So before we start scrolling down the matchups, I mean, I'm sure you were as equally impressed by the Memphis win as we were.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to go from what's essentially the 1-1 in our 128 team draft next season, and just upset Oregon the way they did, is incredible, right? And you know, you can see it under my name. It just means most in our conference. So our worst team is just better than Oregon. But no, all jokes aside, I honestly don't think it's Memphis blowing smoke here, though, right? If you take a look at their roster, right, they have a J Ram that I'm terrified of facing, that JC also has, who has put up almost 800 points this season, which is more points than most pitchers. That now, you know, we were talking about the disparity in pitching and hitting. They have George Springer, who's been super hot. They have a Junior Caminero, and then on the pitching side, you know, they have Mackenzie Gore. They have this server's favorite pitcher that used to be Shane Baz. Now they have Quinn Priester, right? Quinn Priester, he's gotten hot at the right time. So I don't necessarily think it's a one and done like Peter mentioned. I'm not going to go as far as to say they're going to win it all, because I don't think realistically that they make it out of the bracket. Oh wait, South Alabama's on the other side. My mistake. Either way, I don't think they'll win their region, but I do think it's a team that if you're in the NIT and you're trying to win some money, it's a team that you probably don't want to play right now, because offensively they have some weapons that are playing really, really well. And Mackenzie Gore is, you know, an elite pitcher in and of itself. So, you know, I don't think it's as you know, one and done as we may have thought.
Yeah, and we can see here, right, that on what's right on the screen in front of us. I mean, New Hampshire with a 9-8 upset, right, to move on to face Memphis. That's a reward after an upset, is to face the biggest Cinderella story right now in the NIT. 4-5 with Antonia's Florida State and Arkansas taking that win there. They're going to face off. 3-6 going to face off Chuck's UCF, a team that I thought would be pretty good for an NIT run, easily taking care of Houston, to face a 2 seed in Auburn. And South Alabama Jaguars, who were a favorite of some of the guys talking about the NIT as well, they easily took care of business and go on to face a upset team in Indiana, taking out Cal State Bakersfield. Right? So there's some favorites that were talked about there in terms of UCF and South Alabama. Memphis, of course, is now going to be the spotlight is on them, so we'll see what they can do for a repeat performance. Do you want to scroll down, Luke, or is there anything you want to add on these teams?
Yeah, just a couple notes here. New Hampshire taken over by Stu in the middle of the season. So, you know, hats off to Stu for you know, bringing that team around, getting a big win against San Francisco. 5 against 4 is going to be interesting. And that's more of a Discord kind of interesting. It's going to be Antonio against Bob in the second round. So I don't know what.
By the way, I don't mean to interject, Bob. If you're watching, you've been on the clock for what seems to be 16 hours now. So please make a pick.
But Bob's asleep because he's old. But you know, who's not asleep is Stu over in New Hampshire, by the way, who is a thorny type of guy. He's joined the Big. I've got to know him over some football drafts, and he hates me, and I love that. So I will be rooting for Memphis.
I think he fits in well.
Yeah. I love when people hate me, and then in regard, I must now root for Memphis automatically in their matchup in the NIT, which is weird for me, but I'm going to be doing that. And Auburn, Auburn is who's Auburn's owner? If I can't.
Is that the other JT? No, the other JT is Oklahoma.
Yeah. I know Mr. Pink is South Alabama.
Yeah,
so.
UCF and Auburn is going to be a tough matchup. I do look forward to that. Yeah, the South Alabama Jaguars got a lot of talk because Mr. Pink talks a lot, but you know that he's trying to make it happen against Indiana. And then we get down to some an interesting matchup here because of a big upset. Right on the side of Seton Hall. So Portland taking care of Wake Forest, ending their season, but Temple's season was ended by Seton Hall. How do you feel, Luke?
We haven't won a game since week 2.
That's impressive. I did not know.
Maybe it was week 4. We beat Villanova, and that was because the owner was leaving.
So I got it. By the way, that's hilarious because that's true. Right now on this side of the bracket, second biggest upset here is actually coming from Seton Hall because we saw the 16 seed move on, but a 13 seed outdid a 4 seed in Temple.
Yeah.
You know,
you go ahead, Peter.
I was just saying, it's really, I think the committee could have did a better job here. I don't think that Seton Hall should have been like 13th. That's super low. Like, again, real gritty team. They play the game the right way. That jaw line is just, could cut glass. So, I think it was more of just a mismatching of seeding. Probably should have been higher.
Yeah, I definitely disagree with that. I think we probably should have been a 14 or 15 seed actually with the 3-27 season that we had.
But listen, you guys are just unlucky. I think you guys were the most unlucky team in the CBL.
We're basically the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah, even the Rockies get hot sometimes. Second biggest upset go to Seton Hall. And on that screen there, too, you can see Desmond Wanderfranco's biggest fan taking care of business on South Florida's side. He's going to face the Michigan Wolverines. And a team that I'm fond of, the San Diego Toreros, is going to take on Syracuse in what should be a tight matchup. I don't know why you guys are laughing. But I see San Diego taking care of business against North Carolina. So them and Gonzaga are done for the year. Xavier's done for the year. Florida was beaten by South Florida. So the entirety of the state couldn't handle the southern part of Florida, which is interesting logistically. I don't know how that works as somebody who doesn't understand college. But the Michigan Wolverines took care of business, and they're going to be a tough matchup for the South Florida Bulls. I do think the Toreros will move on too. So we might see something where it's South Florida and San Diego going ahead that next matchup. Seton Hall, if you move on, right, you will be facing the winner of South Alabama and Indiana, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you might be in a position where you are facing Mr. Pink openly on the Discord very soon if you are looking to move on and get to that finals matchup with Rutgers. Yeah. Do you have anything to say on that?
Well, I do have one thing to say, and I know I started peeking ahead a little bit towards the second week or second round matchup. Portland and Wake Forest, I think, was a 400 versus 200 point matchup. I think Portland right now, ending the season, averaged about 250 points a week. So I don't want to call it a bye week, but because what happens when you do that, but. No, I think I'm liking my chances of moving on, and we'll see whether it's Mr. Pink or Indiana, and I'm open to the competition. I'm open to the smack talk in the Discord. I mean, if Portland, you want to smack talk with me this week, I'm cool with that as well. But yeah, I'm just inching closer. I think the Pilots matching up against Peter because there is no doubt that Peter is making through. On his side of the bracket.
I do think the Pilots were abandoned and taken over midseason too, by the way. So that is it looks like they're staying in that situation. So maybe we're moving forward, Luke. Maybe Seton Hall is starting to make that run happen.
We're making it's not so much that our team is magical, it's just the way it's lining up for us is magical.
Yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned the whole South Florida thing, Ram, because South Florida, USF, isn't even in South Florida. They reside in Central Florida, but that's not the point. It hurts my heart as a Gator to watch what they did to such a storied program. When I joined, Florida was already taken. And I jokingly told Paul Rayward, who's an Army owner, if I can't get Florida, I'm not playing. But I'm not complaining, right? FIU Panthers for the win. I picked USF to win this side, and I'm regretting it. I did not expect Seton Hall to put on the performance that they did. So I think Seton Hall is my new favorite for this side. I'll be rooting hard for Luke and that jawline to get through, even though you did take down a very boisterous Temple who almost bullied us into putting them in the top 25 after 2 weeks. But no, I mean, I still think Mr. Pink's team, is a really strong contender for the NIT, just based off the fact that they played in DBU's conference, right, and ran into some bad luck to start the year, right. I think they would have. I think at some point they were like top 25 in scoring through like half the season. So I know they were pretty solid. Not as good as their record shows. So I do think they still have a really good chance to make it out of that region.
Yeah, I mean they're a team that averages over 700 points a week, and that's not something to sniff at in the NIT. Mm-hmm. I know when we get to the big boys, you're supposed to be pushing over 1,000 points, but when you get to those guys who are 9-16 in their conferences, putting up over 700 points is pretty solid. I mean, you're pushing past the league average there.
I mean, I'll tell you, even looking at that, look at this number right in front of you in terms of the last 2 weeks on that same screen, Luke, right? 7-7. They were actually the second best team in the last 2 weeks in their entire conference behind DBU.
Oh,
right?
Third after Illinois.
Illinois had 920.
Yeah,
right,
third best.
So third. But I mean, that's still pretty impressive considering. And like they were ranked as a number 1 seed going into the NIT for a reason and took care of business. So there's no doubt that they're going to try to make a big run. And if they win, they are running right into Seton Hall. So
with their 366 over the last 2 weeks of the season. If you guys want to repick a team, I'm totally cool with that because this is not inspiring.
Not at all.
Not at all.
But that the second biggest upset on that side of the bracket was inspiring, Luke. And so you should, if Memphis, you got to think about this. If Memphis didn't pull that miracle win, you would have had the biggest upset on that side of the bracket.
Probably.
Maybe the biggest upset.
I think the second biggest upset in the entire because outside of that,
we'll get through it. We'll make a determination. But it just feels good to win. Like just for once, it has been such a losing culture in South Orange, and it feels good to win.
You said you hadn't won since week 2.
I think it might have been week 3 or week 4. I can't remember, but it's been a while.
Like you've gone like 3 months without a win.
Yeah. It's been a rough year. It's been a rough year.
All right, take us away on the other side of the bracket then. What do you have to tell me here?
Yeah, so we have I guess this is going to be Region 2 and Region 3 on this side. You got Carleton taking down Arizona State. You got the 9 overtaking the 8. Oklahoma overtaking Texas Tech. Oklahoma, very active owner, so good for him. Colorado School for Mines. I know I got a CO School of Mines so that I could fit them in there. They got the longest freaking name ever, but good for
Miners.
The Miners taking down Georgia. I think there was a comment earlier about it too. We want to pull that back up.
I'm going to go find that for you. Don't worry.
But 12 seed beating a 5 seed in Georgia, beating up on the SEC school. Campbell from the ACC taking down UC Irvine from I believe they're in the Pac-12, but I could be wrong. Stanford taking care of Villanova. I know Villanova, for me, Big East school. I'm supposed to be supporting them, but fuck Nova. They suck. I will never support Nova. If any other conference wants Nova, you can't have them because I want to beat them every single year, and I will make it a thing to beat Nova because fuck Nova. But yes, Big East school loses there. Tough loss for them, but a good win for Stanford. Coastal Carolina taking care of South Carolina, so we had the matchup with the Carolinas there. South Carolina
this week too, by the way. Coastal Carolina put up some real big.
They put up big numbers. They put up big numbers this week. Cannot say the same for South Carolina and Ty. I think they probably put up about 300 points this week. But we talked to Ty about it earlier. I think he's basically checked out on this. and he's punting for next season. So excited to see what Ty's going to put together with the South Carolina squad next season. Missouri taking care of Virginia Tech, 7 seed, taking down a 10 seed, and Marshall doing business, taking care of Arizona. I was really high on Marshall to start the NIT. I think they might have been a lot of people's picks to win the NIT. So Marshall taking care of business. I thought they should have been a 1 seed. I think Ash had them at a 2. So a little bit of a chip on their shoulder there, taking care of Arizona in the first round. So that's Region 2. What are y'all's thoughts on Region 2 there?
I agree with you with the Marshall take. Marshall was spiraling at the end of the season, and ended up spiraling out of the playoffs in the American Conference. But that's not a hard thing to do with how deep the conference was throughout the regular season. So I do think, I agree that Marshall should have probably been a 1 seed. If I remember correctly, they didn't put up gaudy numbers this week. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I checked the last couple of days, but I think they were kind of an underwhelming scoreline, but got the job done. The Colorado School of Mines, any team that beats the Georgia Bulldogs is a team I'm going to be rooting for. Because as you said, fuck Nova, fuck Georgia. Let's just leave it at that. But no, I mean, you saw a lot of the teams that were supposed to win. So it's going to be fun to watch some competitive teams here in this round, and I'll still pick Marshall, right? Just to stay with as the American Conference representative, but some good teams. Carleton had another really good matchup, and they're a good team in their own right. So fun to see who's going to end up playing Rutgers in the semis.
Yeah, I'm gonna take any team that's not Marshall here just because Chris is annoying. So we're gonna take a look at some other contenders here. Coastal Carolina, I think, with the numbers they put up this week, could have been like they were putting up playoff team numbers this week. I'm pretty sure they outscored my team, and so
that wasn't hard to do though. The UConn Huskies, another team that's just spiraling out of control.
Go be happy in your American where it means more. Okay, if it means more, you don't need to take cheap shots.
It means most.
1372 to answer on.
So if it means most, did they outscore Coastal Carolina? Did Marshall outscore Coastal Carolina?
They did not. So, and to back up Chris's point, I think the wheels are still spinning for Marshall. Only 700. I think it was only 752 points this week. So rough outing for Marshall. I think they were just matched up against a rebuilding team in Arizona.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can regroup, get it together against Missouri. But yeah, 752 this week was a little low. I think
they get past Missouri though. I do think my random hate. I always get mad at the Stanford Cardinal because I think it's ridiculous that they get to call themselves the Cardinal. So screw them. So Coastal Carolina can go knock them out. And I like Joe. I like the Colorado School of Mines or Digger like that. I love that they have a ridiculous 40 character name. So I'm going to root for them too, just because I think it's ridiculous. Carleton coming from the Big East. I don't have a personal attachment to them, but since Chris has to root for the American, I guess Luke and I have to start talking nice things about Carleton.
Hey, Coastal Carolina's in the American too, right?
So I know. That's what I'm saying. You just want it. So I guess I should be nice to Carleton. I mean, we already shot Villanova down dead from the Big East. So the commission isn't going to do it. But the Carleton Ravens were actually a relatively competitive team for some of this year. So I just caught a fly apparently. But the Carleton Ravens are absolutely going to try to make some waves over there. What did Missouri score last week? Because I do think Marshall will get past them. I don't know it's okay if you take your time. I know that
Missouri was 718, Marshall 752. So Marshall
would say power level there. Yeah, that's interesting. And I know UTSA was for a while. I think they were a 9th seed, right? They just missed the playoffs. UTSA missed on a tie. I think they were the team that tied and missed the playoffs on that. So I'm sure at least based on some vengeance-wise, they're sitting there thinking, screw all these other teams. I should have been in the playoffs, right? And they're going to see what they can put up. So we'll see what happens in that regard. But we're just about done on this side of the bracket. I know Peter's probably itching to, unless you want to talk about this one, but I know you're probably itching to talk about the Rutgers matchup that's on the bottom of this part of the bracket.
I'm definitely going to scroll down further because this is going to be my favorite part of the bracket. I do want to fix something that I said. Ty did not have 300 points this week. He did have over 500 points this week, so I apologize, Ty. That's on me. I'm sorry, bud.
Ty's asleep. It's okay.
I
But
hope you enjoyed your ramen, bud. All right. Last region here. UTSA taking care of Oregon State. I know Ram was just talking about UTSA. Just missed the playoffs on Big 12. Maybe that's for the best. Again, they probably would have been up against DBU in the first week. And I know I'm looking at their numbers right now too. They were sputtering towards the end, averaging 475 the last 2 weeks, but throughout the season, averaging 715. So again, hopefully they're regrouping on the NIT, proving that they're a 1 seed. And they took care of Oregon State, who again probably rebuilder there. Santa Barbara taking out the Ohio State, another 9 seed taking out an 8 seed.
oh
Georgia
shit,
Tech.
the Ohio State loss. Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're not going to get the in their name. Ash says
Yeah, that was the discussion. So no, the Ohio State for them. They've lost their opportunity.
Wow. So they will just be Ohio State. That is awful. Sorry to hear that. Georgia Tech taking out Hawaii. Hawaii, another rebuilding team. Owner took over just before the trade deadline. I thought he did a really great job of the trade deadline and trying to move pieces just before. Georgia Tech taking care of business there. Another upset. Another 13-4 upset. St. John's knocking out Michigan State. St. John's knocking out Michigan State.
Shout out Rich, right? That's Rich, right?
That's Rich. That is Rich.
Yeah, Rich, friend of the pod and watch along commenter with us for the Mets. St. John's taken out that's one of the other bigger upsets too.
Yep. So another 13-4. Old Dominion taking care of business versus Northwestern, aka FIU's farm team.
Oh my god.
FIU's farm team getting knocked out in the first round to number 3 seed Old Dominion. I'm going to skip the 11 verse 6 because we'll talk about that in a little bit. Georgetown upsetting BYU, 10 seed taking out a 7 seed. If we're starting to see a theme, there's a lot of Big East teams winning, but we'll talk about that at the end. And Sacramento State, I think they were the number 1 seed for the NIT. They're a 2 seed in the, I think this is Region 2, taking care of NC State, who's a 15 seed. And let's backtrack a little bit to the buzzsaw that is number 11 Rutgers taking out Akron Zips. There was one person that had the Akron Zips winning the NIT tournament, so they had just as good at odds as almost all of the other teams. And Peter, you beat them, and you beat them bad. So how are you feeling right now?
Wow. To be completely honest, I was actually the one that
I'm so glad that you admitted that. I'm so glad you said it on air.
It was me. It's called the reverse mush. Before I get on my spiel, Ash, which one is the dad and which one's the son?
Old Dominion. Old
Dominion's the dad?
Yeah.
Okay, so Georgetown, I'm gonna kick your dad's ass, and I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm kidding. Sorry.
Oh,
but anyway,
my.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Akron, they're in. That's in your conference, Chris.
Oh wow! So you guys got 1 win on the entire conference.
That's in your conference, yes.
Got it. You beat a team. So, hold on, time out. You beat a team that's being autopiloted. I don't want to hear it.
You beat a team. Do I care? But how happened? It means the mostest. How could you
to borrow a line from the champion of 100 trades, Rhode Island? You can only play who's in front of you. It's not Peter's fault. It's also not Peter's fault that he's a quote-unquote buzzsaw, according to your conference mascot and great guy, Jesse. I mean, that was...
But, I want to give a couple shout-outs here. I got Spencer Horowitz, got 50 points. Holiday got me 52. Brett Beatty got me 45 points.
You have honorable mentions for your team. That's outstanding. Yeah. That's very cute.
Meredith got me 60
you
points.
You had to say Brett Beatty had 45 points. Jesus.
Luke, you'll enjoy this one. Ryan McMahon, 84.5 points.
We share Ryan McMahon. So if Ryan McMahon does well, we both do well.
So question, does Luke get to claim like 17 of those points since those were the only ones that were Yankee points?
My pitching matchup, my pitching's okay. Bender, Miami's relief pitcher, 65 points. That's pretty cool. Everybody enjoys that. So yeah, it's listen, Rutgers isn't the most fancy, flashy team. We're just grinders. We
You're a
just keep
football
chopping.
school.
We just keep chopping.
Listen. It's a New Jersey school. You grind it out.
Yeah,
It's a football school.
Yeah,
Greg
so,
Schiano.
yeah, exactly. Right. We're a hard-nosed football team. We just keep chopping.
I want to go back to the part where you said that you're going to beat the father and son in 2 weeks, by the way. I think that's actually...
Georgetown, I really hope that you're a wrestling fan and you understand who Christian Cage is, because that's what's going to happen.
So you're beating the Father, Son, and then the Holy Spirit.
The Holy Spirit was the joke I was going to make, but he turned around. I was going to make the Father, Son, Holy Spirit joke, and he went ahead and said, but your father's dead. Because if anyone doesn't watch, Christian Cage, his gimmick is about dead fathers. So the fact that you want to take Old Dominion and put them out to pasture is a little bit offensive.
Listen, I don't necessarily want to, but again, they're ahead of me.
Asher's drunk, by the way. The Badiacs are in full force. So he just full on all cap. That's never happened before. Brett Beatty's own fiance doesn't react to him that way. But so I'm pretty sure BYU is the school that like Zach Wilson came from. Right, and I think like that's the Mormon school. So good for them for losing. I hate them. So good for that. Let's. I'm glad that Hawaii lost too because actually no, Hawaii got taken over by somebody I like. So Hawaii got set up and sabotaged. So I was gonna say up to the point before the new owner who did a good job.
Hawaii beef.
No, I just don't like the fact that they had very tradable players for a long time and ignored everybody until the last week. And then we had to like emergency button, get a new owner who did a good job. And that's why I was like, let me pause myself because he did a great job. He came in, he was very active. He was trying to trade. He was very friendly and talking to everyone. So kudos to him as he's going to rebuild for the future. So not necessarily for him, but Hawaii and they also have it too good. I'm a tropical person, so they have a lot of sun in this group.
You know what? It's true. You what you're saying is 100% true. I had a deal lined up with Hawaii the one time he ever responded that would have given me a contract swap on Bregman. And he was like, "Oh yeah, I'll do it. Let's just send it." I sent it, never got it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I had multiple interactions with Hawaii where like and this is again the old owner, not the new owner. New owner, you have my respect. But it was just so in my head, I was kind of rooting for them to not go anywhere because it's like don't. But I do give them kudos for making the deals they did because they moved towards the future, so they got what they wanted. I don't mean that in a bad way. Like they knew that going into the NIT, they weren't trying to make a run. They made their trades. So, but we'll see there because now Georgia Tech runs into St. John's. If they can continue to push forward, we might have a Mets fan matchup, and St. John's is rich, and you'll have to get through them at some point. If so, Peter, but we'll see. But the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. I mean, the idea of beating the Father, the Son, and then St. John's would be the Holy Spirit because they're saints. You could actually have a pretty good run here. And that's what you're going to have to do to beat everyone on the way to fight Luke if that's your dream, right? So this is where we're at. This is what the NIT looks like. Couple weeks to go. Most of the favorites or the top teams are still around outside of Oregon. And we've got some dark horse contenders and guys on the pod here in Seton Hall and Rutgers who are looking to go all the way. So NIT is moving along. We're going to see another 16 teams that are going to be eliminated and sent home for the rest of the year in early August in a week from today.
Ram, can you do me a favor? I think Jesse made a comment earlier about the American Conference in the NIT. Can you find that and pull that up?
Yes, I can actually.
All right. So 5 out of 8 for the American Conference. The Big East went 6 for fucking 8 this week. 6 teams from the Big East move on the NIT. It just means more, Chris. It means
Luke,
more.
Luke, I know you're the commission, you're the numbers guy. Did the Big East not finish dead last in scoring as a conference for the 8 conference teams? Just
Big East, 6 wins this week. UNH, 1,186 points. SHU, Seton Hall University, 1,010 points. Carleton, 1,102 points. St. John's, 1,158 points. Wins from Old Dominion, 876. Win for Georgetown, 884. That is how you do it as a conference in the NIT.
Actually, all jokes aside, those are really good NIT scores.
Those are
That's not even trying to be like those are
awesome
really solid
numbers.
NIT scores.
Those are awesome. Those are like conference tournament numbers right there. Awesome.
Can you do the math?
The
Can you figure out if your NIT teams would have outscored your conference teams?
In some
I think that might be true.
In some occasions we did, but we
I mean as a total.
We wanted our conference teams to take a little break, get a little bit rest, because once we get to the national championship, the national tournament, we're bringing 4 or 5 teams.
The 2 teams, got it.
4 or 5.
No, but Luke, that I think that just goes to show how deep your conference is. That even the teams in the NIT are putting up over 1,000 points.
Yeah,
I can't wait till Jesse watches this later and pulls up numbers. Shout out to Jesse for all the work that he does, by the way.
I will echo that, by the way. That was why I was because he was facing Steven, right? And in Columbia, right? I love Steven and I respect Steven too. I've been open about this, but Jesse has put so much work into the American and his video recaps and his overall existence in the league that I really like him too. It felt like when I was watching a UFC fight of 2 guys that I want to go to a draw because I don't want either guy to lose. No, because I love Steven too. So it's kind of a tough one in that way. So it's hard because and to see the little heartbreak for Jesse there after all the work he put in, but he himself said, hey, it's okay, that he's going to continue to put in work for making those videos. The only thing that I will ask is that I know that he usually confines it to the American Conference posting channel. As it goes further, I do encourage you to post that in the open general stuff, Jesse, because you are doing really lovely work for your conference. And I think it's great that you care this much. That is a sincere comment. Yeah. I love that you care this much about this league. We are happy to have you. Feel free to post your content in the general. I encourage you to do that because you were doing a good job.
And I'm pretty sure he's done better PR for Rutgers than I have. So thank you, sir.
The buzzsaw.
I love it.
And to not before we go, shout out to Tulane as well, right? They started off our breakdowns on a daily basis.
Yeah.
We would wake up every morning to a bit of a little breakdown about the day. Congrats on the new house. He's been a little bit busy, so we had Jesse kind of take over. But shout out to Tulane as well.
Yeah. So I guess I can close it out here. I know we're a little bit ways away from the NCAA tournament, but this is how it shakes out right now. I know we don't have our 1 through 8 locked in just yet.
Right.
But this is how it shakes out. We'll see over the next couple of weeks. We'll see who wins their conference tournament, and I'm looking forward to the NCAA tournament. Rumors are is we might be doing a bracket challenge. Maybe someone with Excel skills would put that together, but we'll see what happens. Peter, Ram, Chris, any final thoughts before we sign off?
I think Chris had to step out there, so if anything, we can take a quick look. Do you have anything to say about this? And thank you, by the way, Luke. I don't thank you enough for putting together the graphics and all this together. I just want to sincerely say thank you for that because you made this show happen, both and Peter, to you too for putting the scorebook together during the Mets part. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to both of you for that because we have now been on stream for 5.5 hours. And that's no small feat for any human being. So I really appreciate the 2 of you for doing that, putting this together. The visuals for this look lovely, with the team symbols and stuff from there too. So I do want to say thank you for that before we finish up on just talking about this here. But this is going to be real interesting in a couple weeks. It's happening real fast. And this is going to happen before we see some of our standard teams get to even playoffs. Right, in some regular fantasy formats. So it's going to be fun. I'm happy to be here with you guys recapping this stuff. But yeah, I'm looking at these names here. There's no major surprises right now because it's the names we've been talking about. I think every single team on here, because you have the rankings next to it, pretty much every single team here is ranked, right?
Yep. Yeah, and this is Fantrax ranking. This isn't the CBL voting. And Ram, I want to pass the gratitude back. You taking the time and hosting with us. I know we've been on for 5.5 hours. I'll pass my thanks and gratitude to you for giving us this platform, and highest gratitude for Ash, for putting this together, keeping this league together.
Absolutely.
I mean, again, giving us the opportunity to not only talk about this, but build 2018 league. I know he came to me a couple years ago about it, and I was like, "You are absolutely insane." And he still is. It is an absolutely insane league when you tell other people, but it is so much fun, the camaraderie that arises, the back and forth between the American Conference and the Big East, the discussions about Dallas Baptist, the Northwesterns, all the great stuff that goes on in the CBL. So I'm excited to see what the national tournament brings. And, Ram, like you said, there's no surprise by any of these teams. The only thing I wanted to point out here too is just as we're wrapping up, I know we talked a lot about the NIT. I just want to circle it back to the conference tournaments, because I think that's really the big thing for the league, right? Like, NIT is fun, but it's about the NCAA tournament. It's about your conference championships. And we saw some heartbreaks. I mean, we saw a lot of heartbreaks this week. I'm looking on the left-hand side, LSU at the bottom right there, heartbreaking loss, but they're in. They're in. They're going to be dancing in a couple of weeks. Illinois State on the right-hand side, along with Cal. I've done a lot of fantasy baseball with Bryce and Chris. They're great owners. It sucks to see them lose in the conference tournaments, but like I said, they're going to be dancing in a couple of weeks, and they're going to be making their way towards being the national champ.
Peter, as we're going to wrap up here, I'm going to take this, unless you want it, I'm going to take it off the screen as we go to our final thoughts here. Is there anything you want to comment on here before I? No? Okay, so let's.
I'm an NIT guy.
NIT guy it is,
Fuck the
right?
national championship.
And so back to what is essentially the New York Power Hour distribution here. Is there anything that you, as we're about to sign off at the 5.5 hour mark, is there anything you want to share with the class? For you've already made your declaration of taking out the father and the son, so I don't know how you can top that. But what would you like to share as a final thought here as we close up our 5.5 hour live stream?
Well, first I do want to say, like you guys mentioned, thank you to Ash. He is the brainchild behind all of this, and obviously he has help. But without him, none of this shit happens. So thank you for giving us the opportunity and a platform to, watch a Mets game live with people and talk about this ridiculous league that's so much fun. And thank you, of course, to you gentlemen. Special shout out to Luke. His birthday's Wednesday, so make sure on Wednesday you wish him a happy birthday. I'm really tired. It's 5.5 hours. I guess, my last closing thoughts are the Mets are 7-0 and the Pablo's. I'm so tired. I forgot his last name. What, Pablo Sanchez?
Yes, Sanchez is correct.
Pablo Sanchez 7-0 and Pablo Sanchez era, tying the original 7-0 from the Grimace Mets last year. So see what happens.
Luke, do you want to add anything? I will give you the stage.
Yeah, I know I've been talking a lot. I know talking a lot about the Big East, but I'm beyond proud of the performance this week. 6 wins in the NIT. Let's keep pushing it, boys. I don't think there's any head-to-head matchups for the Big East in the NIT, so let's keep pushing forward.
Except for Old
Dominion. I know there's one. I gotta root for Old Dominion, but secretly rooting for Rutgers there. But just, great job for the Big East. Conference tournament looks great. Just very proud of the league from that perspective. From a non-CBL perspective, man, this has been a rough friggin' weekend as a Yankees fan. So maybe we'll talk more about it on Wednesday, but I'm just banging my head against my desk every day. So yeah. CBL, getting the CBL news was very uplifting after the Yankees news this weekend. So, yeah,
good. All right, I'm gonna take a moment here to finish up here, and let's break this down. Where, hi, I'm Ram. You might know me from hit shows as the New York Power Hour and or the CBL playoff recaps that we do here regularly. I own the UConn Huskies, and I am asking you humbly, if you pray, if you hope, if you believe in the secret, or any of these things out there, humbly in my heart, I am asking, like I did before, like Goku with the Spirit Bomb, to please lend me your power and your luck and your hope and your belief, because I do not make the natty if I don't win next week. And I promise you, I'm a lot more entertaining, and the show is a lot more entertaining if my team continues to win. And with all love and respect to Eric and Bryant, because he is a great person and a great owner, I would love to make it to the national tournament just for the sake of the goddamn content that we do, because this means something to me. It might mean the most to the American Conference, but I promise you, because I'm a psycho, it means the most specifically to the Yukon Huskies. And I need this. This is all I have in life. So please, find it in your hearts. Take a moment to believe in the Yukon Huskies, to root for them. Send them an emoji. Do whatever you'd like. Anything. I will accept it happily, because we need this. And we're hoping that this can be something special. We're hoping for the Miracle Mets run. All right? Signing off for myself and, of course, the lovely gentlemen who are here with me, Luke and Peter, and also for Chris, who is still here in spirit. Glory to the Huskies. Thank you all for
just 5 cents a day. You too can send the Yukon Huskies to the national championship game.
No, don't Venmo me shit. I want your prayers. I want your hope. I want whatever you can do that doesn't involve money. It's free 99. I just want your support, because I want to make it to the natty. I can't even dance well, but I want to make it to the dance. Let's make some magic happen, boys. Let's see some upsets. All right. At the end of the day, signing off for the night on behalf of our lovely Ash, Peter, Luke, Ty, Chris Cardona, everyone here tonight. Thank you so much for, I don't know, people are going to watch this, which is crazy for 5.5 hours, but we're signing off for the night, and they can finally get out of the basement. Everyone take care.